Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday stream. We're starting a little bit earlier than usual because we have a national championship happening in Europe right now. And it is the Austrian national championship, to be exact, which is not part of the big four, UK, Italy, France, and Germany, but still is relatively sizable when it comes to nationals. I believe they have almost 400 people. Also, I'm aware that round one has just started, but we have the advantage of technology, so I've paused it. So we're not going to miss anything, don't worry. But we're going to jump over to round one in just a second. Yeah, welcome to the stream. I figured, you know, with a national championship happening on a weekend where I have nothing else planned, might as well go live and watch party a little bit. Going to be fun, especially since the official stream only has English, only has German commentary. So we're going to be able to provide like an English stream for this nationals, which I think is cool. And for round one, I mean, let's not fall too far behind the official broadcast. For round one, we have Maximilian, who won last year with Mitsurugi against Alex on For Hire K9 versus Azamina Mitsurugi. So let's just jump right in. Do you think I should play Desires in Striker if I play the Radiant version? My instinct was to play without. So I would try without personally, but I haven't tried it yet. All right, and if you win, I mean, who could have guessed the winner of last year's Nationals with Mitsurugi is still playing Mitsurugi? We're starting things off with Prayers, Tribute, Aramasa, and Draw Phase, which is going to make this hand exceptionally strong against Troll and Lockbird. TCG has no Mitsu hits aside from Imps. Habakiri is limited, but I feel like I still don't know how I feel about the fact that they limited Habakiri instead of Prayers. Azamina this time. I mean, Azamina Mitsurugi has been getting quite popular, yeah. What card would you swap for Fallen, the Virtuous, and Striker? I don't have them yet. I think Super Poly is a pretty good replacement, especially since if you don't play Fallen, you have the extra deck space for Super Poly targets. So I think you can try Super Poly. All right, so we had an Ash Blossom, but we were unfortunately going second, so it's not going to do much here. We're just going to play the game with 4 cards. No, I'm joking. Ash Blossom is actually a very important piece of Yu-Gi-Oh! And is very essential for the player going second having a chance, and it's definitely going to make a difference in this game. It is not just a tool for the player going first to win harder. Opium. As we can clearly see in this game, it has done a lot for Alex here. That's a late Fuba. Gonna have to discard an extra card for that. Because Murakumo. So we discard a Mourner. Which is gonna put Alex back to what, 3 cards in hand now? Mourner is kind of mid against Mitsurugi, yeah. I wonder how... It's something we don't know because we don't have audio from the players. Which also wouldn't change if I turned on the audio of the broadcast. The only reason I have the audio of the broadcast muted is because the commentary is German. So a lot of you guys wouldn't understand what's going on anyways. But what we don't know is the chain links that happened in the draw phase after the prayers, right? Because what I was thinking is like if Maximilian was chain blocking the Saji, let's say chain link 1 Saji on field, chain link to what's it called? Chain link to Kusanagi in Aramasa in Grave, I guess we could have mournered the Saji. But yeah. All right, the question here is, do we even give another draw? But realistically, at the moment, our opponent has 3 cards in hand. And 3 cards is not a lot. If we give them a 4th for an IP Masquerena, I'm sure that's okay. Because IP Masquerena probably does more damage than 1 card is worth, usually. So we're setting 2. I assume that's just prayers and the Mitsurugi trap. And I think in most cases, 5 cards is not going to be enough to break this, but it's not impossible because, I mean, Pure Mitsurugi is one of the more tame decks of the format, quote unquote. So if they have a really, really good hand, they might be able to do it. Of course, it depends a little bit on what kind of non-engine does Maximilian have in hand. I would assume, honestly, I don't even know. I was about to say I assume there's no Ash Blossom because the Fuwa resolve, but realistically, that Fuwa didn't do much. Like, we forced another discard with the Murakumo and we gave 2 draws. So basically, it put them at the same number of cards as they were before. Because they discarded 2 and then they drew 2. So I'm not even sure if you had to Ash it if you had an Ash Blossom. So they could still hold an Ash, technically. But I see 2 spells in their hand. So no Ash Blossom in hand for Maximilian. All right, we have Chaotic Elements. We use Murakumo to force another discard here. Are you excited for the new pack in Master Duel? I haven't actually looked at the announcement yet. What kind of cards are in there? I have there's a few things I want to do today during the like breaks in between rounds, and that's one of them. I've seen that they announced it, but I didn't really look into it that much. We can take a look at it later. All right, we discard the Izuna, and then Chaotic Elements searches for Lantern, which now has a target, which is cool. And we are going to try and get this Izuna back. Now, Murakumo is on field here, so we can't just bring it back with Futsu. The question is, can we play around like Izuna Lupus the entire turn with Mitsurugi? Because in theory, the answer is yes. In theory, we could just bring back... Okay, we're not doing that. Oh, we might not use the Murakumo, actually. Because what I was thinking is, like, if you just don't use the graveyard effect of Murakumo here, you could pretty effectively play around Izuna and Lupus as extenders for the opponent, which is something they do here by using Futsu on it, I think. This is a little risky into something like Called by the Grave because they could just Call by... I guess you have the trap for Called by the Grave. It's fine. Did Alex even use Izuna? Looks like he didn't. Did not trigger Izuna, so no Lupus. Unless he has Lupus in hand, I guess. And yep. Surprising ending to this game because, I mean, Alex had Ash Blossom when he was going second, so he was kind of at an advantage this game, right? He had the most important card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! For going second in hand and still wasn't able to do anything, but bad luck, I guess. What are you gonna do? Is EU having the Blazing Dominion pre-release this weekend too? It was supposed to, but it was postponed a couple of days. I don't know the exact reason, but at least I know my pre-release event in my area, it was postponed to like next Wednesday, I believe. I'm an Edison player. What are the best decks right now in Yu-Gi-Oh besides Mitsurugi variants and Yummy? Draco Tail is still going pretty strong. So that's the current format is mostly what Draco Tail, K9 Vanquish Soul, Yummy, Mitsurugi variations. Those are like the top 4, I would say. Radiant Typhoon is pretty solid. Those are like the top 5, I think. There's a couple other decks that are completely viable though, like Sky Striker, Branded, Luna Lights. It's a pretty wide format. Magnet Warriors, Malice. Yeah, there's a bunch of cards. What is Felzertner? No, Felzertner is for hire, not Vanquish Soul. Cool Tune didn't come out yet in TCG. Cool Tune is coming out next week, pretty much. This is like the last weekend before the new set. So this is basically the Nationals. This is the last Nationals with the current format, and then we get the new set like next week. Saw the Genesys points update. That is one of the things we're going to take a look at in the breaks today. I saw that they posted it. I haven't looked at the points yet. Do you think because of how EU delayed the modern decks, the timing of the balance became awkward, or at least trying to address Mitsurugi in a way? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I still don't know if we're getting a ban list or not in time for like German nationals. But I mean, the longer they wait to announce it, the less likely I think it is. I suppose. But you do have a point. Like it's a little odd to hit Mitsurugi now when Europe just got the decks, right? Does Mitsurugi need a hit right now? I think you could make an argument for it. Yeah, I think it's been very strong for a long, long time, and it's still being like the most played deck at nationals this season so far. At least at Swiss nationals last weekend, it was the most popular deck, which I think it warrants a hit. Oh, hey, Maximilian has Ash Blossom going second this time around. That's awesome. So, yeah, we have a starter. We get Ashed. We use talents to look at hand. We take away Habakiri. Not the sphere mode. I guess now that we know the sphere mode is there, we can just end on 2 monsters, I guess. And at the moment, Maximilian has no starter in hand. That's great. And now we fossil dig, and now we're probably full comboing. Hey, Ash Blossom, unusual behavior here. I don't know no one could have seen this coming, honestly. But Ash Blossom being drawn twice by the player going second here and basically instantly losing the game is weird. I wish someone would have told the Yu-Gi-Oh community this for months, but no one is talking about this. Weird. Very odd. We get it? No, you don't. That's the problem. Or maybe you do, but Literally everyone was talking about it. Ah, all right. Their sarcasm has not been detected. I see. My bad. All right, and because our opponent dared to interact with us, we also get to set the quick play spell on top of searching a monster with Ripper here. And I don't even know, dude, if we even just passing on this probably leaves Maximilian with very few outs, because Ripper can negate stuff like Habakiri and actually passes here. Top deck Prayers is crazy. Top deck Prayers is completely insane. That's the best card you can draw in that spot. That is absolutely the best card you can draw. My god, that's disgusting. Oh, Dave Bell. GG's. Hello? Did you just not Ripper their only card? Did you just let... Oh, my god. It probably doesn't make a difference, but what the hell is happening? Why on earth? Dude, their hand is Ash Blossom and Sphere Mode. Is Ripper smaller than Aramasa? I don't think so. I think Ripper has like 1700 defense. Okay, we Ripper Habakiri in hand and then they still scoop. Okay. uh. I mean, I guess it wasn't really that risky because they didn't summon from extra deck twice, so Typhon wasn't an option. But still, I mean, we just gave our opponent 2 cards for no reason. The Aramasa and the Habakiri, but it is what it is. Fun game so far. No, it's good that this is happening. I like it, even though the games aren't great so far. I like it because it illustrates my points. I like when that happens. So I'm not against it. Any reason you're a couple of minutes behind the main broadcast? Yeah, because we started a little bit late. So round 1 was already going and we wanted to watch from the start. After this is done, I assume there's a break anyways, so we can just catch up to the live stream and skip the break. Because we have technology at our hands. So I was just pausing the stream when yeah, we could skip the sighting. We could skip the sighting. That's a fair point. All right, and we're gonna see Mitsurugi Azamina go first. Is Azamina White Forest popular in TCG? Not, I wouldn't say popular. There's you see it a couple times at regionals, but not like super popular. Is Fedralis legal for this one? No. I see 2 wanted Diabel Star. Okay, we start with Diabel Star. Discard wanted. Activate effect. Shane Fua. Oh, what is this? We might see an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh now. Precisely because Maximilian doesn't have Ash. Tribute Murakumo for Deception. Still a very strong start. Only plays one Diabell. Unfortunate to draw that plus Wanted. Is it that bad though? It's not really an issue, right? You have to send the card away for Diabell Star anyway. So do you care if you send away Wanted for it? Kind of the same thing, isn't it? All right, and the thing is, we search Habakiri and we still go for Hollowed. So if we go, I mean, it still seems like it's going to be a lot, even though we're gonna give like 2 Fuwa draws, maybe 3. Still have basically everything. Still gonna be tough. Is it too risky to play Vision in Mitsu Azamina? You can, but it's typically the deck is pretty tight, I believe. But also, most of the quick play spells are like your best starters that you don't necessarily want to discard, like Prayers and Wanted. So you can, but I don't know if you really are incentivized to. Is Azamina Mitsu better than the Striker variant? I don't think so. I think they just do different things. They have pros and cons. Like the Striker variation, I think is better going second, has better grind game, and this one is more explosive going first. It's a give and take. All right, this is going to be a ritual from deck. So we're going to give a second draw to this Fualos. But at that point, with maybe another Link Summon of IP Masquerena, we've basically made the full board. Right? Like we're going to go for Mirror. We're going to revive Futsu. We might make IP and then we're done, which is still an incredibly strong board. Even if our opponent has 2 extra cards in hand. Tribute Habakiri, summon Futsu. And I'm not gonna lie, I think Fairhire K9, especially because we saw them play hand traps with like Mourner, is not that great at breaking Mitsurugi boards. We're gonna draw a card with Wanted here as well. We are going to go for the IP Masquerena for an additional draw. And then we have Prayers, Fallen, and the Mitsurugi Trap. That's a lot. That is a lot. But Molcharmi Fualos makes it a little bit more playable here, because that's the thing, right? If they didn't have Fuwa, they would have probably made the exact same board, but they would have had 6 cards in hand. Now at least they have 8 cards, I think, because they drew 3. Yeah, they have 8. Which is still hard. This is unironically still very difficult. Especially for Fairhire K9, which is not the best deck at breaking boards, but we'll see. Duster is a good start. That forces the trap. Or the Ilya Sylvia. Okay, we're starting with Ilya Sylvia. We have a called by. It looks like they're thinking about called by or chaining droplet. Okay. That can get hit with the trap card, however. Unless they're sending a trap, which would be kind of nice. But I don't think they have like an impermanent hand. Sending a Rex to the graveyard is neat. That has a graveyard effect to potentially extend. They drew 4. Ilya, Sylvia, Habakiri, Ritual, IP. True, 4. Actually, they got 9 cards in hand. I forgot about the Habakiri being used. All right, we use Murakumo, or we tribute Murakumo for the trap to negate the droplet. Because the droplet would have probably negated IP Masquerena and Futsu. I'm not sure if you need to use the trap on this, to be honest with you. You really are only saving your IP Masquerena, because what you could also do instead is you could just use the trap to negate one of their plays by tributing the Futsu, and then the Futsu comes back and is no longer negated. So you could have basically reset the negation on the Futsu. So I don't know if I like using the trap on this, but you do save your IP Masquerena, which is a strong card against this deck as well. Normal summon Noroi, but then they realize opponent only has 1 card in hand, which is maybe also the reason why we didn't use the Murakumo Engrave to search. So pretty heads up play here from Maximilian to not go to 2 cards in hand against a K9 deck. We're going to use Rex, well, big Rex to reveal small Rex. Summon both from hand. Why did Feather Duster not resolve? Because they negated it with Ilya Sylvia. So here's the problem. Now that you know your opponent has Noroi in hand, do you go and use your Aramasa effect to go to 2 cards in hand, or do you not do that? Because you kind of need follow-up here. It looks like they're going to be able to play into this board relatively well. If he uses Aramasa, Rex also draws. True, actually. Yes, we have Rex right for hire on the field now, so every ad is going to result in another draw for the opponent. We got Rookie, so Aramasa is not activating, in fact. Yeah, they're playing around that. Rookie is going to tribute Rex to summon a for hire from deck that is a level 1 higher or lower, presumably higher, because we're going to go for beat. And now we're going to Futsu try to bring back Murakumo. Because those 2 you certainly want to get rid of. So Murakumo effect is going to try to what? Oh, no, that's not how it works. 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 This is TCG. Okay, dude. Okay, this is a complicated one to explain, but essentially Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is a much weaker card in the TCG than it is in Master Duel because of the way hand triggers are being ruled in the TCG. Essentially, in the TCG, hand triggers work exactly like you would think because they are trigger effects. So because Alexander is turn player here, and because Ghost Mourner is a trigger effect, on the summon of Murakumo, Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill would be Chainlink 1 because he's turn player. He has to trigger his effect first. So it would be Chainlink 1 Ghost Mourner, Chainlink 2 the trigger effect of Murakumo after being summoned. So it would be Chainlink 1 Ghost Mourner, Chainlink 2 Murakumo. So the Murakumo would basically resolve before the Ghost Mourner would negate it. So it would still destroy the board. Which is what they're resolving here. And I think they're ruling it so that because Alexander let Maximilian activate the Murakumo, he did not use his Ghost Mourner because, well, the trigger window for that has passed. So this is why Ghost Mourner, by the way, is a much weaker card in the TCG. And now we're even with 9 cards in hand, they're not breaking it. But at least the Fualos gave them a fighting chance. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, this first round was a great showcase of some of my arguments that I've been making, and also mainly to counter some of the arguments that other people have been making, that Ash Blossom is a very important card for the player going second, which it's not. You lose both games anyways if you have Ash going second. And that Molcharmies are auto-win, and Ash Blossom needs to exist to counter them, which also is not true, because the player just drew 4 cards with Molcharmy Fuwalos and still wasn't winning. So, yeah. I guess that's what happened this round. Mitsu Loki, a fair deck. Mitsu is a strong deck, but I mean, the problem happens when you start pairing it with Azamina as well to get an Omni Negate on top of that. I mean, the deck has just 2 Omnis now with Ilya, Sylvia, and the Mitsurugi Trap, which is pretty, you know. No low impact hand trap would beat 3 plays plus triple tactics talents. It's not Ash related. It is Ash related, but you're right. You are right that any low impact hand trap wouldn't help there. But that's the point, right? Low impact hand traps are bad anyways going second. The only reason why people play Ash is because Ash wins going first. That's the reason why people play Ash Blossom and not Veiler or whatever. That is the argument. The argument is Ash is not important for going second. No low impact hand trap is important for going second anymore. The only time low impacts are good in 20 hand trap decks and you need to draw 2 to 3. The only time low impact hand traps are good is when you stop your opponent from playing completely, which is statistically unlikely and also not fun gameplay either. What is it with Bell? It's a low impact hand trap that's good against Mitsu, Yami, and Dracotail, and people played them. So that is something in the nature of Bell, but also in the nature of those decks, is that these decks had more meaningful choke points. And also Ghost Bell is just a card that often doesn't work on starters, but rather has to be saved for certain choke points because it just negates very specific things that are usually later on in the turn or in your turn. Okay, we can jump to live again. Oh, yeah, well, this is also going to be in German. Who won? Mitsurugi Azamina won. I don't think Ash is useless going second. It just naturally helps out going first, and when going second paired with something like Ghost Bell, it can win you games. It's not that it's completely useless going second. It's a little bit like Called by the Grave in that sense, that it's just like favoring the player going first much more than the player going second, which is not ideal in a game where going first is already so strong like it is in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So ideally, and I feel like this is a pretty cold take that isn't really that debatable, but I think a lot of non-engine should just be better going second than going first, and it's just arguably not the case with cards like Called by Ash and Talons. So I think Ash Blossom goes into a category more like those cards. Whereas if you look at cards like even other low impact hand traps like Imperm or Veiler, those are more geared towards going second these days. They're still like not terrible going first, but you know they don't feel the same as opening Imperm as opening Called by or Talons or Ash when you're going first. Should strikers be maining Shark Cannon or Eagle Booster? I think Eagle Booster is cuttable. I think Shark Cannon is pretty good right now because there's a lot of Mitsurugi. It's also a solid defensive card against like Yummy combos or Fiendsmith combos, Magnet Warriors. Like it's a pretty solid card. Non-engine being activatable going first is a problem. There's no logical reason why a full board deserves to be backed up by hand traps in hand. It's a tough argument because on the one hand I understand and I agree with you that non-engine, like that the design of like the Mole Charmies is healthier in the way that you can't use them when you're going first at all. At the same time, I would prefer if non-engine was just slightly weaker going first than going second, rather than being completely dead cards, because I feel like that introduces a whole nother level of variance to the game where sometimes you go first and let's say you brick or you get stopped or whatever, your combo isn't ideal and you have like 3 or 4 dead cards in your hand, which means basically every modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck is immediately going to murder you, right? Like in a world where every non-engine is completely dead going first, there's going to be a lot of miserable games because of that, right? Like let's say, like, for example, you can experience this, I suppose, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! If you like play a deck that main decks like Dark Ruler, Evenly, and Charmies or whatever. Like if you were to main deck all those cards together as your non-engine, you'd have a couple of games going second where you would cook. You'd have a couple of games going first where you would win anyways because you just full combo. But then you have a bunch of games where, let's say, you get charmied or you get interrupted and you don't make the full board and you have like 3 dead cards in your hand and you just get murdered, right? So I think it's the way I would like it to be is I would like them to make non-engine that like works going first, but just is significantly worse than when you're going second. Examples of this are, I think Droplet is a pretty good example of this. I think Droplet is a card that I like for this reason because it's going first. If you have a Droplet, it honestly doesn't feel great because you're going to have to like sacrifice parts of your end board or a card from your hand to even negate a card. It feels like a worse imperm going first, pretty much, right? Like Droplet going first is kind of whatever, right? And I don't mind playing against the Droplet either when my opponent has it because they like have to send away another card to like negate my normal summon or whatever. Like it's fine, honestly. But going second, Droplet is a monster, right? So that kind of design is, I think, what I would like to see more in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Rather than, so there, I think there's 2 things that are happening a lot at the moment, which I just think is not ideal. There's cards that are significantly stronger going first than going second, and then there's cards that are good going second but completely dead going first. Cards like Evenly, Dark Ruler, and so on and so forth. Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, like those cards fall into that category, and I think they're fine. But I just don't think they are ideal because you either main deck them with high variance because you might draw them when you're going first, or you only side deck them, which means they don't really have impact on game 1, and then post side they just lead to some blowout games. Why not just make the engines themselves weaker going first? That is also something. Only because we're discussing non-engine, that doesn't mean I don't want that. Like, of course, yes, I agree with you. That is also something that should happen, is like certain decks should not win as hard when they're going first. Absolutely, I'm with you. The thing is, I think like at the end of the day, most people agree on this. Like most people, when we have this discourse, I think people are on the same side without realizing it, is that everyone agrees going first is too strong in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! And then people just interpret this problem in different ways. People are like, well, if going first is too strong, we need to make going first weaker by making the decks weaker, which is a solution. Absolutely, yes, we should be making decks that are fairer going first and decks that are less splashable and less able to just put together a bunch of engine into one deck to just win harder going first. That is something that should absolutely happen. But also, we should also look at the role that non-engine plays in this entire thing, because modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks and modern Yu-Gi-Oh games, like about half of it is non-engine. I think people focus a little bit too much on what the decks do when every single Yu-Gi-Oh game is also impacted by the non-engine that people play. Like non-engine is a massive factor in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's almost as important as the deck you're playing. There are literally decks out there that only exist because of how strong non-engine can be. So I think it's absolutely valid to also talk about the role of non-engine in this going first like thing with modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Can we check the pack in the new pack in Master Duel? Yes. Let me see. Let me open Master Duel. We got some time to kill before round 2 because that was not the longest round 1, even though they did play 3 games. You mean half the Impulse decks? Yeah, I mean Impulse. It's going to be even more apparent after Blazing Dominion because we get Dominus Spark, which pairs with Impulse, and we get Fedralis Harmonia, which is a dark monster, so it just happens to go into a lot of decks that can play like Spark and Impulse. So there's going to be a lot of decks like Pure Mitsurugi who essentially, you're going to look at a Pure Mitsurugi board and be like, yeah, that's fair. We shouldn't do anything about Pure Mitsurugi. And then all of a sudden you realize, hey, this deck plays Impulse, Spark, Ash, and Fedralis Harmonia. Oops, didn't even mean to click that. Did you see it's now possible to have different sleeves from main and extra deck in Master Duel? I did see that, yeah. Hey. Where is it? A new selection pack is here. May 7th, which is the exact same date as the new Forbidden and Limited list is going to be in effect for Master Duel, which is the one that, what was it, bans Rose Whip and limits Overtake. All right. Song of Divinity. The new archetypes, Hecka Hands, and Elf Note are here. Don't miss the new additions, including Exosister cards, Dragunity cards, and more. All right. So we see Hecka Hands, Jauza. We see Elf Note, Seraphim, Sterilitia. The Power Patron, Synchro. Exosister, Carmel, and Dragunity Lord, Georgius. Okay, this is, I mean, that's potentially pretty impactful, right? Unfortunately, Hecka Hands probably not the most impactful, but I guess the big question here is, are we getting Elf Note and Hecka Hands with the support from Blazing Dominion? Because both of these decks are getting pretty significant power buffs in Blazing Dominion. And I would imagine the answer is yes, because we got Cool Tune with the Blazing Dominion cards, right? It would need the Power Patron support. I doubt it. Okay, that's a fair point. I could see that they might not, like, they probably would have announced the Power Patrons as their own thing here, right? If they put the Power Patrons in here. I could see that, but still, there's a couple of extra Elf Notes they could throw in from Blazing Dominion, right? They could just throw in, Regina is the one that we don't have in TCG yet, right? That's the hand trap one. They could even go, if they wanted to go completely crazy, they could also give us the Synchro. Not this one. You know which one I mean, right? I don't know what the name is. Is June Pride the one I'm referring to? The one that makes the hand trap actually cook? That would be massive if we got that. Dragunity Gorgias with Baron Legal is going to be so toxic. I mean, look, this deck in general, this card in general, I'm just not a fan of this card. This card just screams combo slop to me. So I know some people are going to be excited for this one, but I'm not. So we'll see about this one. Exosister, I think, is an all right deck for best of one. It's kind of like, it needs to be carried by non-engine a little bit, and I don't know about its Cool Tune matchup, to be honest with you, because non-engine, like, hand traps are not great against Cool Tune. But Exosister is a fine deck with the new support. The new support is pretty good. Hecka Hands is something that I honestly hope that they release this with the new support, but honestly, with Hecka Hands, I'm pretty sure that they're going to drop it with the Blazing Dominion support, right? Because they did the exact same thing with Cool Tune. And I would assume that they are aware that Hecka Hands is basically not going to be played unless they give us the full support. In which case, I'd be down to like try it for a stream. Like that sounds fun. I think it's all right, but nothing too crazy. Hecka hands in general. Elf Nodes is of course a meta relevant deck, especially in Master Duel because we have Baron the Fleur. So if they the more support they release to this in this pack, the stronger it's going to be. I would assume at the very minimum we're gonna get Regina. I don't know if they're gonna give us like Power Patrons stuff or the other synchro that they get, but I think it's gonna be a relevant deck regardless because Baron is one hell of a card. So that's that. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting pack. I was kind of expecting the Albaz cards to be released before we get all of this, but whatever. Are we getting another pack before the Worlds qualifiers next month? We should get another pack, right? Maybe. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So maybe that could have Albaz. Also, Eniac Craft is something that needs to be happening soon, I suppose, because they did Cool Tune. Now they're doing Hecka Hands, so I would assume the next pack having Eniac Craft is kind of makes sense, right? But for this one, I mean, in the long run, Elf Node is a super meta relevant deck if the OCG is anything to go by. And since Master Duel has Baron, I would assume that this is going to be a big deal. Hecka Hands is more like Rogue. Exosister is more like Rogue. And Dragoonity is combo slot, but I think also mostly Rogue, probably. I mean, it's going to be a crazy deck that wins like insanely hard going first. But if you get Armied or whatever, you're going to have a tough time, but I haven't really looked into it in too much detail yet. So they said flip summons will have animations played, but didn't give Eniac Craft in the pack. What the hell? I mean, it might just be a preparation for Eniac Craft in the next pack, right? If they're starting to give animations to flip summons, I would assume that is for Eniac Craft. Yeah. What else should it be for? So I would assume we're getting Eniac Craft next. That's gonna be a fun release. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to just trolling people with Eniac Craft. It's a very fun deck. Especially in best of 1. I feel like it's a little bit better than best of 3. Do we know when the Worlds qualifier is going to be? I don't think they've officially announced it, but I think there was something about, what was it? It was like, how do you make teams even for like the Worlds qualifiers? Season report, manage team, create team. It had something to do with the date. It is announced. Oh, okay. Well, then I don't have to do the Sherlock Holmes thing anymore. They announced Duel Links. Yeah, they announced Duel Links. So which announcement is the one? They haven't announced it. New season announcement. New season of Duel missions. Oh, this is not it. New season of ranked duels. Oh, here. Oh yeah, scheduled for the upcoming WCS qualifiers, June 10th to June 22nd. This is exactly what we thought it was. Right, this is what people were speculating already. Which means the last couple days of this is the second stage. Yeah. And I saw in Duel Links this morning that they announced the Worlds qualifier for Duel Links as well, which is like the week before this, pretty much. A week or two before this is Duel Links. I forgot the exact date, but they are also announced Duel Links. Do you think Elf Node will be better than Cool Tune? No, I don't believe that. I think it's going to be good, but I don't think it's going to be better. What are you playing in Duel Links? I don't know yet. I'm gonna get some lessons from reigning world champion Sniffus, probably on stream as well. What are these? What is this? Compete in a duel. All right, we're gonna have to do that at some point. This activate. Did you see the insane TCG wording for the Power Patron field spell? I did see that, yeah. I saw people making fun of it online. No Master Duel gameplay today? We can. I don't know exactly. My plan was just to watch Austrian nationals and then chill between rounds, talk about different things. We also have the Genesys points update to take a look at in a little bit. I don't know if we have enough time to do it right now, but if we ever get bored, we can just jam a couple of games of Master Duel later. Yeah. It doesn't even achieve what it was supposed to. Okay, let's look into that one for a second, because I remember seeing it, but I haven't really like thought about it. Because quite frankly, I don't really care that much about how cards are worded as long as I understand what's going on. But I did see that people were talking about it. Let me try and find it. Let me try and find it. You can also link it if you have it ready. I forgot who posted it earlier. I just know people were making fun of that translation. Arlon? Okay. Let me see. Yeah, okay, here. So this is what people are talking about. Plundered power patron plane Vidolia. Field spell. Reveal a power patron monster in your extra deck. Banish face down one card from your hand. Then add to your hand or special summon a monster from your deck that mentions that revealed monster's name, except in its once per turn restriction clause. Which is a new wording as far as I'm concerned in Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't think I've ever seen a card with this wording, like referring to the once per turn restriction clause, which I was just, when I saw this morning, I wasn't fully awake yet. I wasn't really properly thinking about it, but I was wondering what that's even trying to achieve. So, like, let's say I reveal a card. What am I? I'm not supposed to add another copy of itself, right? Because that card would usually say you can only use this effect of this card's name once per turn, right? It's supposed to stop you revealing a face-up pendulum in extra deck and adding the same card since they all mention themselves. Right, okay, but like, why can't it just say accept itself? Like, why can't we just add or special a monster from the deck that mentions the name of the monster but isn't itself? Is this because they refuse to use the OCG templating of this card's name? Yes, it's specifically because in the TCG, so you guys know whenever we read a new card from the OCG, I can show this real quick with a card that we've reacted to like yesterday or like a few days ago. I wasn't streaming yesterday, but let me just find a card real quick that we read a couple of days ago. It was the new Witchcrafters, for example, right? So the Witchcrafters, there was a card called Witchcrafter Pupils that says you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn, right? This is how it's worded in the OCG. It just says this card's name once per turn, right? A card in the TCG, of course, we don't have that exact same card in the TCG yet, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Database. What's a card with a once per turn restriction? I don't know. Let me just go for the yeah, Raisin, sure. Vanquish Soul Raisin. So for Raisin, or for the TCG, a card with a hard once per turn does not say you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. It says you can only use each effect of Vanquish Soul Raisin once per turn. Which means that theoretically, in the OCG, Vanquish Soul Raisin does not mention Vanquish Soul Raisin, because in the OCG, this card just says you can only use each effect of this card's name once per turn, which means Vanquish Soul Raisin is not mentioned on Vanquish Soul Raisin. In the TCG, Vanquish Soul Raisin technically is mentioned on Vanquish Soul Raisin because of how this is worded, right? Which instead of changing how they do this, they decided to add an extra sentence on a Yu-Gi-Oh card because Yu-Gi-Oh cards don't have enough words yet. They have to add an exception now when a card is not meant to include itself in their effect. They have to say except in its once per turn restriction clause. So, yeah. Am I dumb? It still says the name on the OCG card? What do you mean? I mean, I don't have the OCG text for Raisin open right now. This is the TCG text. I don't think the OCG text is going to have the same word unless the templating changed for the OCG recently. But I don't think it has. But no, the OCG version of Vanquish Soul Raisin probably doesn't mention Vanquish Soul Raisin because this last sentence is the only sentence. This last sentence is the only sentence on Vanquish Soul Raisin that mentions itself, right? It only mentions the name Vanquish Soul Raisin here in the once per turn restriction clause. And if the once per turn restriction clause is worded like this, then it does not mention Vanquish Soul Raisin. Now I understand. Okay, good. You just misunderstood. All right. Okay. Yeah. So the difference between OCG and TCG in this case is how they word the once per turn restriction, right? If it's worded like this, you can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. The card does not technically name itself, right? It does not mention its own name in its own card text, which is relevant because some Yu-Gi-Oh cards nowadays reference that. They reference like, oh, you can add a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz, for example, right? Which, by the way, I think that also that can functionally make a difference in some cases because I'm pretty sure Fallen of Albaz is a great example of this. Fallen of Albaz in the OCG, right? If we follow this logic, right? This card says you can only use this effect of Fallen of Albaz once per turn, right? In the TCG, which means that Fallen of Albaz mentions Fallen of Albaz, which means if you activate a card in the TCG that says you can summon a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz, you can summon Fallen of Albaz, which in the OCG you might not be able to. In the case of Branded, I think most cards that say this, it was never a problem because the cards usually say something like you can summon Fallen of Albaz or a card that mentions it. So it's supposed to be able to summon Fallen of Albaz, but not necessarily, right? If they made a card that was only supposed to summon all the other cards that mention Albaz, but not Albaz himself, then this would be a problem because all of a sudden, in the TCG, Fallen of Albaz mentions Fallen of Albaz even though it's not supposed to, right? And quite frankly, I understand that like changing the templating for Yu-Gi-Oh cards is complicated and it's kind of annoying if you change how how it works, because then like you have to like rework a lot of older cards and it's really annoying and stuff. But I honestly, I just don't understand why we don't use OCG templating at this point for our card effects. You know, OCG effects are just like so much cleaner in their wording. You got the bullet points. They seem to have all the like this. I just don't know. There just seems to be no problem with this, right? So why don't we just have it? Why don't we just have it? This has been a problem since at least 2004, and it blows my mind. Quite, to be honest with you, it doesn't really bother me that much. It like we were talking about it right now, but in reality, I don't really care that much. I'm just playing the game. But I think it's a little weird that we don't have it, and that like you have to always know how your cards are supposed to work, and not every card will explain itself well, which I think is especially confusing for newer players, right? I as someone who's played this game for forever, I usually know how stuff is supposed to work, or I also know you have to like double check sometimes, and I'm pretty like connected to the game, so if something is worded incorrectly, like someone on my stream is going to tell me and I'm going to be aware of it, right? So in practice, it's not really a big problem for me, but I'm sure for some people it's annoying. And I just don't understand why we can't have this, right? Like, why can't we have the bullet points? Why can't we have the phrasing that is not problematic? I don't know, man. And then I think it's especially weird, and it's kind of funny too, that when an issue arises, right, they know it's an issue. You can clearly tell from this card that they understand, okay, like this card needs this restriction because of the wording in the TCG, right? They were aware of this when they translated this card, which is why they added except in its once per turn restriction clause. But why not, instead of adding an extra sentence on every card moving forward that references a card that mentions a name, on every single card from now on that has this problem, we're going to have to jam an extra sentence on it instead of just changing the templating. You can still reveal Junoldo in face-up extra deck and add Junoldo because it says except Junoldo. Okay, here, hold up. I have a question. How is this card worded in the OCG? What is the intended use of this? Hold up. I'm finding the original post from YG Organization. You can reveal a power patron monster in your extra deck, banish a card from your hand face down, then add to your hand or special summon one monster from your deck that mentions the monster. Oh, okay, it's just that. It's just that, and it works in the OCG because in the OCG, the once per turn clauses will not include themselves. Is it just about the 5k attack guy? So this one does not mention itself. Junoldo mentions itself both in OCG and TCG. Okay, which one is Junoldo? This one. Ah, okay. Okay, so this card says, if this card is added to your extra deck face up, you can add a Power Patron or Elven Notes card from your face up extra deck or graveyard to your hand, except Power Patron, Shadow Spirit, Junoldo. Which means that this card can be added. This card can be added with the spell, because it mentions itself. And that's intended in this case, right? So what they had to do with this effect is they couldn't just say except itself, because this card is supposed to add itself, or it's supposed to, you're supposed to be able to add another copy of this, I suppose. So they couldn't just say except itself. So they basically had to, yeah. All right, I get it, yeah. It is very confusing, though. It's very confusing. It's very confusing and very weird that we have to do it this way in the TCG rather than just fixing the wording. The next round started. Oh, why did no one say anything? Okay. Eniacraft! With the hat! Alright, we got Radiant Typhoon going first. Oh, the hat goes crazy. Alright. Radiant Typhoon, Eldam into Swen. I would be surprised if Eniacraft is on hand traps. Doesn't really feel like a hand trap deck to me. Radiant Typhoon seems kind of unplayable for Eniacraft. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. All right, chant for Megala. Place the trap with Vararoon. Doesn't have 3 spells in graveyard yet, I don't believe, but might have soon. Special Megala. Now activate Ascension. Ascendance. That's going to be the 3rd spell in graveyard. But it's also going to trigger Megala to summon Vararoon or Phonix. Oh no, Crocea. Oh, right, we didn't have Crocea yet. Okay. Phonix is a really good card against Eniacraft. Also, just Mystical Space Typhoon is a phenomenal card against Eniacraft, right? Because you can just stop them from searching, which is tough. You get rid of the scales, pop them. They pay life points and they don't get the ad, and like that's really annoying. But maybe, I mean, Mystical Space Typhoon you can maybe counter with the... Dude, I forgot their names. It's been too long since I played Eniacraft at locals. Which is the one that prevents destruction. Ixia stops everything. They got some ways to play around it, yeah, if they just opened them. But that's the problem, I suppose, right? The problem is that you can't search in this matchup, pretty much. You have to draw the thing that you need. Which is typically the strength of Eniacraft, is that you can search whichever one you need for any given matchup. But in this case, if you're going second, you cannot do that. You just have to draw the one that you need. How many Eniacrafts do you think the Radiant player has to read? I mean, probably all of them. I mean, that's the thing. Even if you have played Eniacraft before, like myself, I've played Eniacraft at the locals. I used to know what all of them did, but that's like 1.5 months or 2 months ago. I don't know, maybe even longer. I would have to reread them too. Like I would have to double check which one was which, because it's been a while. Ooh, Nibiru. Nibiru in Eniacraft. Okay. No Vararoon here, really hurting them. I mean, they can summon Vararoon after. Ineawerk is the OCG name? No, that's the German name. Ineawerk. I didn't know that until right now either. German names are goofy, man. It helps a lot if you know to only read the last 2 effects. I mean, yeah, that's the thing with Eniacraft, is because all of the small ones and all of the big ones follow the same templating, right? They all have a lot of effects in common, so you can skip that when you read them. That's going to help you a lot if you play against it and you know that, yeah. Otherwise, you're going to read all of them all the way through, and that's going to be hella confusing during the game. Did not activate the trap to reset. Looks like they forgot. Yeah. All right, we do Orgia. Summon one face down. Orgia. Reveal Orgia again. Summon face down. Orgia again. Dude, this deck is so funny, man. Set. Orgia again. And now we scale Orgia. Pay 900? Do they try to MST? Yes, they do try to MST. All right, you've activated my trap card. That's Pixia. Dude, I'm gonna have to double check what these do. I think Pixia is targeting protection. Craft. Pixia. When your opponent activates a card that targets a card you control, change this face down card to face up, negate the effect, then banish a random face down card from your hand, from your opponent's hand. Yeah. And while it's face up, oh god, while it's face up, he can't target anymore. Yo, and now we have the whale too to stop the Varun. My god. Ooh, drop. Bro drew Fuba against Eniacraft. Okay, here's this. This is the #1 skill check against Eniacraft. Do you think they side out Fuba? Do you think they know enough about the deck to side out Fuba? They didn't read the Eniacraft yet. Much, at least. Yeah, the droplet is tough here. The droplet goes hard. Still can't target anything. Yeah, yes, cannot target anything anymore, but we'll see how that goes. The follow-up for Radiant Typhoon here should be insane. How big are these on defense? 25? Yeah, they can run over them. They can just summon Phonics, run over the Pixia. It's not that hard. He's Coop? Ha! What? Did he just have no starter? How? Dude, what are the odds of that? Because he activated Vision and discarded Swen. Activated Vision, discarded Swen. Was that really the only card you can discard there? I mean, I get it must be, right? Nothing else makes sense. There's no way that was over. If he had one starter he was cooking. Drew extra droplet? Yeah, but you can discard droplet for Vision. Weird. Drew the other two Fuas? Maybe, yeah. Dude, I love how they're memeing with the hat. I love that he just didn't set mandate. I mean, that part is probably just nerves, right? Which is all right. It's nationals feature match. It's all right to be nervous and forget about a trigger or something. That's nothing to go crazy about. Of course, it's not ideal, but it's whatever. I'm more confused about the surrender on that turn because I feel like it was very winnable, and I just find it hard to believe that they had no starter slash no other discard for vision. Mandate wasn't doing anything after Pixia anyway, right? Fair. Mandate could get him another draw. I don't think you can draw with Mandate because it targets your own graveyard. I don't think you can. Under Pixia. I think Pixia says you can't target anything on field or grave. And I think it targets to draw. All right, Extravagance, solid start. Special Eldam. Is Radiant Typhoon expensive? I definitely know that it went up in price a while ago when people realized, or when it became meta, but I don't know if it's expensive anymore. It's probably gone down a little bit, but I would assume like a Crocea is still a little bit. Crocea is still like 20, 25, but this most of the cost. Yeah. Cheap is the wrong word. It's like somewhere in the middle, I would say, probably. It's probably gonna go down a little bit after Blazing Dominion comes out. Crocea is like 10 in EU. Oh, okay. I'm checking card market real quick. Radiant Typhoon, Crocea. Oh yeah, Crocea is $10. Yeah, okay, so I guess it is rather cheap. Crocea is $10, so 3 Croceas is 30. Radiant Typhoon Swen is also $10. So that's 60. And Chant is also about 9. Yeah, you have like 90, like $100 for the entire core, I think. With all the other like supers and stuff. Why are we not resetting? They might not be aware of this effect. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the second time in this match. This is the exact same thing that happened in game 1, by the way. Start with Orgia, special summon a bunch of dudes. No nib this time, but the nib doesn't really feel like it matters much. The Link can get it during the opponent's turn. Yeah, but there's still no reason to keep it in the graveyard there. Yes, you can get it with Borrow on your opponent's turn, but you should still have it already. Okay, Eniacraft Release is the one that places one? Yeah. The other one is Rebirth, right? Rebirth is the shuffle and draw. Oh, we're putting the whale in there. Okay. Interesting. Immediate Mystical Space Typhoon. Chain Architale, which is the one that if something would be destroyed, you can flip it. They've dropped. This is just game one. This is just game one, but with a worse hand from the Eniacraft player, I feel. Did bro just send 2 for Droplet? No, just 1. I think he only sent 1 and put the MST in grave because it was meant to go in grave at the end of the chain. Yeah. He just sent the MST away too early. Pot of Sloth is gonna go hard in this deck. Dude, I'm looking forward to that card a lot. I just hope that we don't have 2 draws anymore by the time that we get it. I think that would be cringe. Okay, now we get the trap. We search for Phonics. No, we summon Phonics with Megala, actually. That's better. It's immediately on the board, which means if we activate the last quick play spell that we have, we can shuffle. I mean, we just have to quote unquote, we just have to bait the last face down here. And then maybe we can make something happen, but it's looking rough. I feel like if they had better Eniacrafts in hand, they would have already done that. They should also still have Borrow monster negation effect open, right? Because they use Droplet. Wait, they allow the search? So it's not Mystical Space Typhoon? Scorpion was flipped, so he can't destroy for the rest of the turn. But wasn't that dropleted? Does that still apply even if it's dropleted? It is dropleted, yeah. That doesn't apply, I don't think. All right, we go Enneapolis. So we can bounce back some Eniacrafts to reset. That's neat. Now, the scale effects of the Eniacraft is hard once per turn, right? So they can't search with it again. But they can now use it on the field as a face down, which Orgia... let me check what Orgia stops. Orgia is... when your opponent activates a monster effect in hand. It looks like we don't have the whale to negate anything, which is unfortunate. I think that's why he put the whale in scale earlier with release, because he wanted to get it back to hand with Enneapolis to have the negation. But now, since we didn't have the negation, we just get stopped here. But now that there's no more back row, we can now go in and research with... this is Alazonia. Pay 900 again. Ooh, activate Sheena in hand to bounce the Alazonia to hand so it doesn't get the search, but that triggers the Orgia. But I think Varun still has the negation. Yep. So we negate and destroy, summon Sheena, bounce all spell traps back to hand. Now, can Enneacraft do anything else here? I find it hard to imagine. How many cards do they even have left? It feels like they spent so many already. No, they're scooping it up. Okay. All right. Yeah, good effort. Good effort from Enneacraft there. All right, we can skip the siding again because we're not quite live. They got over 25 minutes left, so they should be fine. And now we're live. Okay, wonderful. And now we get to see Enneacraft go first. I wonder what they're about to put up. I think if they have the opportunity to set up a full board, then I think Radiant Typhoon might struggle into that. Because I feel like one of the biggest strengths of Radiant Typhoon in this matchup is when they go first. The fact that they have so much removal for the scale effects with Mystical Space Typhoon is really good. But when Enneacraft goes first and fully sets up, I feel like Radiant Typhoon has a hard time breaking the board. Unless Sheena is involved. I think Sheena is pretty tough. All right, let's see it. Okay, there's no Sheena, and also no non-engine, I think, in hand for Radiant. Oh, wait, blind second? Blind second. All right, then. All right, then. That makes me wonder who won the dice roll, even, if they blinded second game one as well. Blind second Enneacraft. And you know what that means? It means they don't play Floodgates. They don't play like Vanity's Fiend and shit. That's based. Dude, why did he spin? Why did he spin the thing on his hat right now? That's crazy. That's crazy work. Pokemon TCG would DQ and ban this guy for spinning the hat? Yeah, they would. I know, yeah. Bro, Bro, I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. So you're blinding second, you just watch your opponent combo and then you spin your hat. Is that the game plan? I mean, yeah, that's kind of based. All right, third time's the charm. Are we gonna reset the trap this time? Oh, we activate the trap. Let's go. We've unlocked our full potential. Now, I'm a little bit concerned because in game 2, when any aircraft was going second, it didn't really seem like they had much of a plan for going second. It didn't feel like a blind second type of strategy. Like there was no board breakers, nothing like that. Maybe they just got unlucky and didn't draw any. But now I'm a little scared. Because I mean, that's the other thing. Cards like evenly, if you have a way to dodge the mystical space typhoon negation on evenly, that would go incredibly hard here. Aren't most Enya lists like 30 plus engine? Bro, Enya Craft doesn't have 30 engine. Enya Craft before Blazing Dominion has like 15 engine. The big ones don't count as engine. Okay. Well then, that's the third time you've brought Reveal Orgia to class. It's worked out once, the other time it didn't work. Let's see how it works in game 3. It feels like we've watched the same game 3 times. And to be honest with you, I feel like the Radiant Typhoon should also have won the first one. Self MST onto the mandate. Okay. Why now? I assume they want a Phonics as soon as 2 monsters hit the board. Is what I'm thinking here. So they're gonna use Megala to summon Phonics, and they're gonna use the link to regain the trap card. And there's a Torimar, which is going to force the Varurun negation, I think, or Droplet if they have it again. I think they activated Varurun. Chain. Ooh, wait, Leon. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your card or effect, change this face-down card, return 3 cards from field to hand. And they have dropped it again. They have dropped it a third time. They have dropped it for a third time. You don't technically have to send 2 here. It's enough if you just negate the Leon, because you're already negating the whale. Do they have 1 or 2 mystical space typhoons in grave is my question. Does this Varurun destroy? Are the new cards out for this? Not yet. Not yet. Okay, here's Phonics. Anniapolis is pretty good here because we can bounce back the 2 the 2 ships that we've already used just back to hand. I'm calling them ships. I don't know what the MST on that. Yep, that works. Should have destroyed. I think they only had 1. Now Phonics shuffle. Is Eniacraft good enough to be rogue with the new cards? I think the deck itself is good enough to be rogue, but it depends on the format. Like, Eniacraft is a deck that is unfortunately very, very matchup dependent. Like, it's going to have, depending on what kind of ways to interact with Eniacraft your opponent's deck has, it's either going to have a really good or really bad matchup. So I think the deck itself is fine, but it just needs to like wait for a moment in time where the matchups for it are good. And it also has the advantage that people, I think, play pretty bad against it, because it's a very unusual deck. I see 2 Ash Blossoms in Marcus' hand. But that's not going to be pleasant. Ash. Live Ash Blossom reaction. Ooh, we're revealing Rebirth, Anniapolis, and no Anniapolis. Oh, they're forcing him to reveal the Anniapolis because he put it down. Yeah. Yeah, I think the judge is forcing him to reveal Anniapolis. All right, well. Okay, they get the Rebirth anyways. Technically, I think they resolved this one incorrectly because I don't know if your opponent is supposed to know which one you get. I'd have to check the wording, but it doesn't matter here because they're going to activate it right away anyways. Yeah, I think you're supposed to put them like face down and randomly select one because your opponent is not supposed to know which one you get. But in this case, I would assume sometimes when you play Eniacraft, it doesn't matter because you're just going to activate the card that you get anyways next step, like here. So it's and that's the end of the turn, and I think that's not great news. I think that's not great news for Eniacraft. I think if the Phonics stays on the board here, that is very bad for Eniacraft in terms of follow-up here, because that's going to trigger. We go Ascendance to revive one as well. That's crazy follow-up. And I think ultimately our... Oh, no, they add MST back. Interesting. Gonna trigger Phonics. Do they have a way to stop the targeting? No, they don't. They played right into the one that prevents targeting, but they didn't have it. That didn't feel like the right way to do it with Phonics, to be honest with you. So a good way, for example, for the people that actually care how to play Eniacraft, a good way to beat Eniacraft is to chain block your important effects that they could otherwise stop. For example, Eniacraft has a card that says when your opponent targets something, you can flip it up and stop that. One way you could play around it here is you could MST your own trap. It goes to grave, and then you go chainlink 1 Phonics, chainlink 2 trap, and then they couldn't stop the Phonics in that instance. But they didn't play around it, but they didn't have it. Never punished. Normal summon, Droll, and Lockbird. What do you mean by that? Great Fly! That's game. The greatest fly goes for game. I mean, that's way more than enough. That is way more than enough. They're going to draw for the trap as well. Great fly in 2026. Hey, it's a great fly in this deck. It's really good in this deck. Should spin the hat one more time on the way out. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's the thing. I'm confused because exactly what happened, exactly what I was afraid would happen before this game happened, which is that I didn't see any cards for going second in Eniacraft. So my question is, did they just think Eniacraft is naturally good enough going second here? Because I don't think that's the case against Radiant Typhoon. I think the deck is not naturally strong enough engine versus engine going second in this matchup. So either they got incredibly unlucky and just didn't draw their cards for going second in game 2 or game 3, or I feel like they should have just gone first. Pixia is a great card against Radiant. Yeah, but you can't. I don't think you want to bank your chances of winning on just hard opening Pixia. Because if you don't hard open Pixia, you can't really search it in this matchup because they got tons of Mystical Space Typhoons. So you can't really find Pixia if you don't hard open it. So you basically have to hard open it to win. And I feel like that's not the best like odds when you're blinding second. But yeah. Okay. Anyways, before the round starts, we're going to go on a very, very short break. I'll just leave the stream running for you guys in the background, but I just need to take a short toilet break, and then we'll be right back. Do you guys want to have the audio? It's going to be in German, or should I just leave the music running? Because I don't mind either way when I'm just gone for a few minutes. The audio? Okay.
Ich glaube auch. Ich sag Brandon.
Wir werden es am Ende sehen. Ihr könnt auf
jeden Fall. You guys can learn some German while I'm gone.
Wir werden euch diese Statistiken relativ bald, denke ich mal, schon präsentieren und euch dann zeigen können, welche Decks hier am meisten am Start sind. Aber erstmal wollen wir natürlich von unserem Gewinner aus Runde 2 auch hören, wie das Ganze gelaufen ist. Von daher ganz, ganz kurze Pause und dann gibt es ein Gewinnerinterview mit Markus, unserem Radiant Typhoon-Spieler.
Da sind wir auch schon wieder mit Markus, dem Sieger des Runde 2 Featured Matches. Markus, nach dem turbulenten Match, wie geht's dir?
Ja, ganz gut. Also das erste große Event, gleich mal Feature Match, war natürlich sehr aufgeregt, aber vom Match habe ich keine Ahnung, aber ist ganz gut gelaufen, denke ich. Ein paar Fehler gemacht, aber ja.
Ja, du hast es, finde ich, solide runtergespielt. So ab Game 2 fing es dann an, richtig gut zu laufen. Was geht dir so durch den Kopf, wenn du siehst, dein Gegner spielt Craft?
So, also komplett eigentlich erstmal Verzweiflung, weil ich keine Ahnung habe, was das Deck macht. Aber ja, ich versuche dann einfach, dass ich meine Plays runterbringe, meine Interruptions und dann halt hoffe, dass ich die Interruptions dann auch richtig setze. Aber hat halt dann am Ende doch gelangt. Also habe ich gut gezogen, muss ich sagen, deswegen ist eigentlich ganz gut gelaufen.
Wie glücklich warst du darüber, dass du jedes Game Forbidden Droplet auf der Starthand hattest?
Komplett. Er ist die beste Karte im Format, finde ich. Also die rettet eigentlich echt alles. Ich finde, Droplet ist echt die beste Karte im Format.
Da würde ich sogar fast mitgehen. Jetzt die nächste Frage. Wieso hast du dich für Radiant Typhoon entschieden?
Ich habe erst Cool-Tune immer gespielt. Dann habe ich Spätzl, der hat Radiant Typhoon gespielt, der hat mich dann draufgebracht. Dann habe ich es mal selber geholt, habe es probiert. Und ich finde, dass es halt brutal Spaß macht, das zum Spielen. Es ist halt mit den ganzen Quick-Play-Spells und alles, kannst alles mögliche Chain-blocken. Ich finde einfach ein geiles Deck. Die Artworks finde ich auch super. Also da passt alles bei dem Deck.
Ja, ich bin auch großer Fan von dem Deck. Du hast jetzt gesagt, das ist dein erstes größeres Event. Wie lange spielst du schon Yu-Gi-Oh?
Also 2-3 Jahre. Also das erste Mal auf Locals gegangen. Also ich spiele es eigentlich schon lange, aber halt nur Küchentisch. Das erste Mal, wo ich dann auf Locals gegangen bin, das war im Snake Eyes Format tatsächlich. Bin ich mit Dark World gegangen und habe dann erstmal gut kassiert, aber ja. Aber dann bin ich halt immer mehr in das Kompetitive reingekommen und hat halt immer mehr Spaß gemacht, deswegen. Also Yu-Gi einfach das beste Kartenspiel.
So nämlich. Und was ist jetzt bisher dein Lieblingsdeck gewesen, was du in den letzten paar Jahren gespielt hast?
Tatsächlich würde ich sagen, entweder tatsächlich echt Radiant Typhoon und Rysil Mitsu, bis nur Full Power war. Das war, finde ich, ganz cool zum Spielen auch.
Das sind ja komplett verschiedene Ansätze, ehrlich gesagt, die beiden Decks. Aber du hast jetzt natürlich erstmal ordentlich Selbstbewusstsein getankt nach der Runde hier. Denkst du schaffst es in den Topcard oder vielleicht auch zum Champion?
Boah, Champion schwierig, glaube ich, aber Topcard, man, es läuft ganz gut, jetzt 2-0, also man kann nur hoffen. Also ich hoffe, wird schon werden.
Alles klar, Markus. Dir wünsche ich noch viel Glück und viel Spaß und wir gehen in eine weitere Pause, bevor wir dann in Runde 3 wieder für euch da sind.
Alright. Did you guys learn some German? It's all part of the test, alright? It's all part of the test. Illusion of Gazelle, thank you for the 14 months. All right. Well, we have a short break probably before the next round. This round wasn't that fast, so I don't think the break is super long. But we can probably take the chance to talk about Genesys a little bit. And I don't want to just use this opportunity to talk only about the Genesys points, but also a little bit about maybe the state of Genesys, which is supposed to be more of a discussion. Because I feel like the quote-unquote hype around Genesys has gone back a little bit. I still see people talk about it every once in a while. I still see that people play it. I also, unfortunately, missed my locals monthly Genesys locals this past month, which I really wanted to go, but I couldn't. So I guess that's the good news, is that that's still happening. The monthly, my locals is hosting Genesys once a month now, which is cool. And I guess I wanted to hear from you guys how you guys feel about it at the moment. Like how actively are you still playing Genesys is something that I care about, because I still think Genesys is a phenomenal idea, and I still really want it to thrive, and I still plan on participating in future Genesys YCSs, because remember, they have announced that you can take part in Genesys YCSs and regular YCSs basically at the same time, because Friday is going to be day one of Genesys, Saturday is going to be day one of Advanced Constructed, and Sunday is going to be day two for both, which is something that as soon as we have the first YCS in Europe again with this change, I am going to be out there playing Genesys on the Friday, 100%. There's no doubt about it. I'm going to be trying to play Genesys on the Friday. So I still care about this format, even though if I have not played it much recently, which was number one, because I wasn't able to play it on Friday of YCS Dortmund, because for Dortmund, they did main event Saturday, Sunday, so I didn't play it there. But as soon as they return to YCSs on Fridays, I will definitely be playing Genesys. So let's take a look at Blazing Dominion Genesys points update. This, I believe, is only adding points to the new cards from Blazing Dominion. They are not adding or reducing points of other cards already in the format. This is just supposed to put some points on the new cards, which I'm a fan of in general. This has been a topic with Genesys format for a while now. People are like wondering like how many points should they be putting on new cards? Should they put any points on new cards at all? If so, how hard should they put the points? And I think in this case, I can already see they've put some pretty decent points on cards. So here we start with Cool Tune hits. We've got Cool Tune Rotary, 40 points. 40 points is a lot, especially because Cool Tune already has a couple of points. I forget what they did, but I think for some of them, like Q, they already put like 5 or 10 points on some of them. Like they already have a couple of points on Cool Tune in Genesys. So Cool Tune Rotary going to 40 points. Basically, and then also Cool Tune B2B also 40 points, which means I believe if you play Rotary and B2B, even only as one-offs, you basically already get to play no non-engine. Which is tough for Cool Tune in particular in Genesys format, because Cool Tune really wants to play the tuners, right? It really wants to play Effect Veiler, Bell, Ogre, Ash, whichever one is good in the format right now, but all of those have points. Without exception, right? Like everything, every tuner hand trap has points, which makes this a very meaningful restriction, which is good, by the way. Even though I'm not the biggest Cool Tune hater out there, you know, I kind of vibe with the deck. I think it would have been way too broken for Genesys format. And that also, Cool Tune Crackle going to 70 points just means you're not going to play the card, period. Like Cool Tune Crackle at 70 points basically means it's banned. It's basically banned in Genesys format, which is fine, because the mechanic of extra deck ripping is like not super welcome in Genesys format. They said that in the past, so Crackle getting an absurd amount of points is fine, I suppose. I don't really care about it. So yeah, you're not going to play Crackle. I think there's a world in which you just don't play B2B, unironically. I think this means you're going to play one Rotary and no B2B and no Crackle, is my prediction for Genesys format Cool Tune. I think it's going to exist. I think it's going to be a solid deck still, with the addition of even just one Rotary is going to be pretty strong. But I don't think you're gonna make 40 points for B2B work. I think B2B just doesn't see play. Because B2B is also not that important for the deck, quite frankly. It's a cool card, it's super fun to summon, and it makes OTKing super easy. But it's not the most important card for the deck to function. So I think you're just gonna play one Rotary and call it a day. Which is good. Those new cards would have been incredibly broken for Genesys. Alright, it's a good start. My goats, the Clown Crew, are getting some points. This is understandable. As much as I love this deck, I think it's fair enough, because this deck, once again, for Genesys standards, I think this deck is incredible. Clown Crew, Matinee, Operactics, 20 points. Malabarisme, 10 points. Bianca Viso, 1 point. This means if you play 3 of each of these, you have 93 points already. Which... Dude, I'm still gonna play this deck in Genesys format. I don't care. I'm gonna play this deck in Advanced Constructed too. I hate it. I love it so much. I'm gonna play it anyways. Once again, similar to Cool Tune though, this means that one of the main things that you want to be playing with this deck doesn't really work, because you're gonna draw a bunch of cards in your end phase, and on your opponent's turn, you can't really draw into hand traps if you can't play hand traps. If they're all pointed. So I don't know where you can cut here in order to make some room for the hand traps. Maybe you can play this card as like a one-off to save on 40 points, but this is like kind of the best card in the deck, so I don't know how that works. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You can still play the full engine, but I don't know what you fill the deck with from that point. I don't know what kind of non-engine you would play if you can't play any hand traps in this deck, but yeah. Okay. Power of Ice Dragon and the Crimson King. I can't really speak much about these. I just know that Red Dragon Archfiend, I think, was already a playable deck, even though not the best deck, but playable in Genesys format. So I would assume that the support for this deck, since it's also not really reliant on any link monsters, probably has potential in Genesys format. So some small points on these is probably warranted. I don't hate it, not against it, but I also am kind of interested to see how well the deck can still do with these changes, but it's fine. We have an Archmage card that gains 10 points, which is understandable as well. Archmage, once again, has been a pretty solid deck in Genesys already, so I'm a fan of not giving them another free tool on top of what they already had. 10 points doesn't seem like the biggest deal in the world. You might still be able to play it if you really want to. Elf Node Regina goes to 40 points. This is following the logic of, in general, a lot of the turn 0 plays in the format gaining a large amount of points because Genesys format is supposed to be a little bit slower and lower power level, and in most cases it does achieve this. So cards like Holly Sue and Elf Node Regina and Dracotail Phimena have all been pointed pretty heavily because they have major impact on the speed of the game, right? And so this card is no different than that. So I'm a fan of them putting a decent chunk of points on them. Doomsy, Gravlario, this is the new rank up dude, I think. The one that you summon like a Zodiac onto another Doomsy Exceed. Really strong card. And I think Doomsy, even though, I mean, doesn't have access to any of the power patrons and pendulums, still probably a solid deck in Genesys format. This, I don't know, I still think overall everything I'm seeing here so far is good. So I know, or at least I feel like Genesys format at the moment is kind of like experiencing a little bit of a dip in popularity. I see less people talking about it. It was like the initial announcement, it was pretty hype. Then there was a lot of things happening that were all pretty hype. And now it's kind of like settling in. But I still think the format is being managed pretty well, honestly. A lot of the things that are happening here are all pretty cool and pretty good. And as soon as this format, I think, here's the thing. As soon as this format is becoming a regular thing at YCSs that you can play on Fridays, you don't have to worry about choosing between Genesys and the main event. I think that's going to be a very key moment where people start caring more for Genesys. And let me tell you, I think a lot of the discourse about Genesys on the internet is happening from people who don't actually actively play Genesys format. They've either never played it or only played a couple of games, especially in the beginning phase where the format was not fully fleshed out yet, which, by the way, they did say. They did say in the beginning, hey, this is not a finished thing yet. Like, give us some time to manage the points. And then people still were very unhappy with some things in the format. And I feel like if you give this format some time and a fair chance, you're going to realize this format is actually what a lot of people are asking for from modern Yu-Gi-Oh, which is just lower power modern Yu-Gi-Oh. Like that is genuinely how this feels to me. Every time I've played Genesys format, I've had a ton of fun and I've had a much better time playing my favorite decks because it just felt like the power level was not that high. It's been an awesome experience. So if you haven't tried it yet, I really recommend trying it. Officiator of Doom Samuel, 10 points. That's one of the zombie XYZs. Okay. Exceptional Schedule, 10 points. Pedralis Harmonia, 50 points. Now, remind me real quick, what are the points on some of the synchro targets for this? Because did they put points on Malong? Am I misremembering that? I feel like they put points on Malong to weaken Ultimate Slayer at some point. They put some points on Malong, yeah, okay. So Malong in Genesys format, because Herald of the Arclight is also a lot of points, you probably are never going to play Herald of the Arclight with Fedralis Harmonia. But this basically means Fedralis Harmonia is not really 50 points. It's basically like at least 55 because you have to put Malong as well. And then some other synchros that maybe your deck naturally plays. Which means you can't even play 2 copies of this card, right? Unless you just go for Enigmaster Packbit. Packbit is free. Yeah, Packbit is free. So you could play 2 Harmonia and no other non-engine. Here's the thing. 50 points is the same number that Max C is at. So are you going to play 2 Fedralis Harmonia or are you going to play 2 Maxis? I think the answer is 2 Maxis in most cases. The only exception that I could see, Fedralis Harmonia is a dragon, right? Fedralis Harmonia is a dragon, so maybe there's a deck where you can search it in some way, shape, or form. So maybe it could be a one of, but realistically, I think this 50 points. I'm not gonna say it's too much because the card is really powerful, and I don't know if they even want the card in the format. Like genuinely, I think sometimes you just release a card in TCG that is just too powerful for Genesys format, and Fedralis Harmonia might be one of those cards. So I think that this basically makes the card almost unplayable in Genesys format, but I think that might be okay. I think that might be okay because the card is this powerful. Dominus Spark, 10 points. That seems like honestly not the worst deal for Dominus Spark. I'm a fan of Dominus Spark, by the way. I've been not the biggest fan of Dominus Purge and Dominus Impulse, but that's because those cards are basically negates, and I'm not a fan of negates. Dominus Spark being removal based, I think is very fun. I'm a big fan of Dominus Spark. 10 points is still a lot for a hand trap, you know. It still is a decent chunk because usually you would want to play 3, which is 30 points, which is rough, but maybe some decks will consider it. And then Solemn Accusation is 12 points. This is a pretty toxic card, and probably, I don't know if it's my least favorite card out of Blazing Dominion, but I definitely am not a fan of this card. I do think this is enough points for it, though, because this is a side deck card most of the time, right? And I think people are going to have a very hard time justifying 36 points in your side deck for Solemn Accusation, as it is a powerful card. And some people are arguing it might even be higher than this, or they want it to be higher than this. But realistically, I think 12 points for a side deck card is really, really hard to justify playing. So, yeah. Okay. Overall, honestly, once again, shout outs to the people managing Genesys format, but this feels like it's a pretty spot on analysis of which kind of cards out of the set would be really strong out of the gate. There's a few decks that people are mentioning that should have received changes, but are not really part of Blazing Dominion, and I think that's just going to be something that they handle on a future update. I think Magnet Warrior is a deck that people have been talking about, because Magnet Warrior is pretty good, I think, in Genesys, and doesn't have many points or even any at all. I don't know, actually. Yeah. But, I mean, this is not supposed to be an update for existing decks. It's supposed to just be the update for the new cards. I still don't see a reason why they can't do both at once. Like, they could do this and then also drop a couple of changes to the other cards in the same update, but yeah. As you can see, some of these cards have a rather extreme number of points assigned to them ahead of their release. We would normally prefer to let the gameplay sort out what the going rate for each of them should be, but there are 2 categories where we're assigning high initial costs to because the gameplay and deck building impact of the cards is so obvious. Do Everything cards. Cool Tune, Rotary, Crackle, and Regina all set up an extraordinary number of actions for their respective decks and help you bypass existing point costs assigned to those themes. In addition, Crackle aggressively attacks the extra deck. Okay. I mean, I like that they're explaining themselves here. I think that's good communication. But I'm on board here. I think sometimes you need to go hard on new cards with points. And I think it's better sometimes to start high and move down than the other way around. Like, I know maybe the instinct is like, okay, let the card be free or let the card be low. And then if it is a problem, then put some points on it. But I think the other way around is actually better for the health of the format, to make sure it's not ruined by some super broken card or deck. I think it's better to start high on the good cards, and then if they don't see any play, move them down a little bit until they start seeing play, and then you've kind of found the balance already, right? Whereas if you start with low, then people are going to play it everywhere, then they're going to try to put points on it, and then maybe if you're unlucky, people still play it everywhere, and so on. And then you just are in this spiral of you're in this spiral of always having this balancing problem. High impact disruption from hand. In terms of so-called turn 0 disruptions, Hydraulis Harmonia is the best in-slot card for any deck that can spend at least 5 extra deck slots on Synchro Monsters, which many Genesis decks already do. It's strong enough that it can push players who don't want to play a Synchro deck into playing a Synchro deck just to have access to this card. Yeah. There are a couple more cards we were looking at, but it's probably less likely that they will take off, so we will wait and see on those. But the strength of so much of Blazing Dominion is immediately evident that more and higher initial costing was warranted for this set. I agree. And now some reminders and a question answers. Okay, reminder for Genesis at Old Columbus. YCS Columbus will have the first full-fledged Genesis Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series event. One big event like every other YCS. Day 1 will be Saturday. This will change starting in August when Day 1 for Genesis will be on Friday. I think this is still the biggest deal for Genesis and popularity is you gotta give people who already play the game a reason to play Genesis, which is if you basically tell them, hey, you can play a second YCS on the same weekend without any problems. Round 3 started. Okay, we'll move over in a second. Day 2 on Sunday for those who make it. All prizes are the same as advanced format. The trophy, the prize card, the giant card of the winner's choice, effect, Villa card, Trooper, YCS for exception. No WCQ invites for obvious reasons. Okay. Why are there no other point updates? Blazing Dominion injects a big pile of really powerful cards. Okay, yeah, and then this is all stuff we've already talked about. All right. Well, I think this is good news. I'm looking forward to the future of Genesis format still. I'm positive about it. I'm still having a wonderful time every time I play this format. So I hope that people are going to try it out more in the future, and the people who've maybe tried it like half a year ago and didn't like it as much, give it another chance, because I genuinely think it has developed into something very, very fun. And I'm looking forward to the first YCS this year in Europe, where we can play it on the Friday as well. I'm very hyped for that. All right, round 3. All right, we have Vanquish Soul. Move over here. We have Sebastian on Vanquish Soul versus Michael on Radiant Typhoon here, both on a 2-0 record. And we see Vanquish Soul going first. Madlove for the field spell. No Drollin Lockbird is dropped, so the field spell is able to search Holly Sue as well. We now go for the Rock and add back the Madlove, so we have a Dark in hand and also a Vanquish Soul to reveal for Holly Sue. So here comes the Holly Sue. And we have Ash Blossom as well. Hey! All right, we're full comboing and we have an Ash Blossom in hand. I don't know how this game's going to end. I will say one of the decks that is, I think, more likely to break a Vanquish Soul board. I think Radiant Typhoon is a little bit better at it than other decks, but you do need the help of cards like Droplet. If you don't have those cards, then you're going to be in a tough time. Oh, here's Jokul. So we have another level 5 in hand. Yeah, Noroi. Oh, we can take a little look. The people love hand ripping, man. Hand looking. So probably Nash Knight here. Yep. Did he not summon Raisin to play around Nib? Potentially, yeah. I think that might be that's likely the reason, yeah. Why didn't he use Nori to look? Because he didn't have a good send yet. He's gonna do it now. He's gonna bring the he brought the Noroi back with Lantern, and now he's gonna go Case, and now the Case can be the free send for Noroi. Oh wait, no, he's not gonna send the case for the thing. He wants to pop it with Masquerade, I think, to get the quick play. So are we just not gonna look at hand? That's crazy, but everyone on the internet is saying that that's the most unfair part about K9 is that they can look at hand with Noroi. I mean, they might still look by sending the Lantern. I don't know if they need the body. Yeah, they could send itself or the Lantern. Or they could just make SP, honestly. It might be better. Yeah, they're not gonna overlay. What, Vimana? You play Vimana? Durandal. Uh-oh. What did they send case for? They popped it with Masquerade. Masquerade on summon can destroy a spell trap, which you can use to get the quick play for free. Use Lantern. Oh yeah. Yeah. He can't make a light with this. Can't make a light with this. Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, I don't know. I hope the judges will catch it. But they technically can't make a light with it. What deck is on top? Radiant Typhoon. I like that MST from Rarity 5. Gonna do this in draw phase to get rid of the thing, because that's main phase only. Have you seen the Vanquish Soul K9 list that plays Secret Village? No, but that sounds awful. How, like, what's the combo? How was Durandal summoned? Yeah, they couldn't summon it. We already figured that out. They used, oh, they got Droll, yeah. They used what's it called? Noroi and thingy. They couldn't make a light monster there. I'm gonna be honest with you, as cringe as it is that they summoned Durandal when they couldn't, it's not gonna make a difference here, bro. They went first with full combo and Droll. They're not losing this game anyways. But yes, the Durandal summon was illegal. No, they didn't even use the Durandal in response to the Droll. Why didn't he do the hand loop? I have no idea. Hold up. Hold up, gamers. We have Sheena and Droplet. Okay, so at the very least, the Durandal didn't do anything. Right? It had no impact on the game, I think. So it's fine. Still shouldn't have happened, of course, but is that Forbidden Crown? He's losing. I don't think Vanquish Soul is losing this. I think Radiant Typhoon just, I mean, it looks fancy that they cleared the board right now with Sheena and Droplet, But the follow-up for Vanquish Soul is going to be there. You can see from the shadow that they have like 6 cards in hand. And Radiant Typhoon is under Droll and Lockbird this turn and has 1 Forbidden Crown defensively next turn. Or even has to use it here, maybe. It's cooked. You're just not beating Droll and Lockbird. It doesn't matter. You got Droplet and Sheena and Engine, which is normally a really good card going a really good hand going second, but you're not beating Droll behind the board. Like, their hand is Eldam, Swen, and Crown under Droll and Lockbird. And Vanquish Soul has Holly Sue and like 3 or 4 other cards in hand. We're gonna crown the Raisin and hope that that's gonna get us through the turn. I guess... Dude, did Vanquish Soul even use the Ash Blossom they had in hand? I don't think you can target Raisin. Can you? Doesn't Crown prevent targeting? Or does it just make it unaffected? Not... Unaffected. Okay, well that's fine. This is game. Yeah. What was the issue? The Vanquish Soul player summoned Durandal with 2 canines, but he couldn't summon a light monster because of the restriction of Lantern. Which ended up not mattering though, because they didn't use the Durandal effect and just won the game off of Droll and Lockbird anyways. So it's kind of whatever. I really think it's it's really key, I think, for the health of the game that they make a replacement for Droll and Lockbird. Like, fast. Because I think Droll is one of the most miserable cards to play against, especially when you're going second and your opponent has it. But I get the argument of like Droll keeps certain decks in check. Like, I think that is true. Like, there are a couple of decks out there. Like, when I'm playing Droll and Lockbird myself, and sometimes when I'm going second, like, yeah, cards like Imperm, Veiler, Ash, whatever, are just not enough when you're going up against, like, I don't know, Azamina, Mitsurugi, or whatever. But I just think you need a Droll that only works going second. Just don't print decks that need Droll to check them in the first place. That's also a fair argument. Yes, decks like Azamina, Mitsurugi probably shouldn't work together. That is also a fair point. Yes. Unfortunately, that's not the reality we live in, though. Yu-Gi-Oh decks are made to be powerful these days, and like, those decks are not going anywhere anytime soon. So I think if you want to be results, or like if you want to try to find an actual solution that would work, I think making a new version of Droll and Lockbird, or like just a card that has a similar function, like punishing, overextending, stopping your opponent from maybe searching a billion times when they go first, but just don't have the same functionality when you're going first. The Azamina Mitsu hype train I genuinely don't understand about. Can you explain? It's just a very, very powerful deck going first, and it's pretty good into Charmies. We saw it earlier. We saw it full combo through a Molcharmy Fualos in round 1, and still put up a board that wins the game. Isn't Droll at 1 now? It's at 2 in TCG. Uh-oh. 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 No! Classic Radiant Typhoon opener. Oh my god. Well, great. Round 2 is in the books, and we see Radiant Typhoon brick in game 2 and lose to Droll in game 1. Awesome. More at 11. Okay, Crown. Crown is good on Raisin. It's a good card to have here. And I think he's got Crocea. I think I saw it. Yeah, there's Crocea. There's a glimmer of hope. There's a glimmer of hope. Maybe. Maybe we can play next turn? Ah, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, Andy Zuna. Oh my god. No, man. Not like this. Oh, god damn it, man. Dude, the worst thing is that I think Michael has Droll in hand. Ah, Fallen. Okay. Fallen. Banishes Lupus. Forever. That's good. It's fine. They don't have another engine card. They can't make rock this turn. We get another Fallen in the end phase, and we draw a play. Did you just pass? No, Albion! You forgot Albion! No! Disaster struck! Did you draw Crocea? What is that? He drew Crocea and forgot to add, I think. Oh no, it's Phonics. Oh, dude, not having fallen here is massive. Oh, dude, if you had fallen, it'd be so much better. You could pop the raisin now. Oh, you could summon Phonics and make the link too. And get a free MST and get another fallen in the next end phase. Oh. Sheena is not bad here. Who am I kidding? It's pretty bad. The raisin is back. Dude, if only we had a quick play to trigger this Crosshair. That'd be awesome. Crosshair resolves at least. We have to tribute summon it though. Wrong zone. Yeah, right. That was the one zone the Sheena couldn't go in because it summons first and then bounces, I think. Dude. Add vision, add MST. Okay. You're trying to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I see. Let me troll you real quick. We don't do that here. Chain vision. Michael has his own role in Lockbird, which is not bad, actually. Also, the Lupus is banished, which is actually quite impactful, I think, here. Discard MST. Trigger Phonics. Doesn't draw for Perulia because Droll is active now. That Megala in hand. Megala. Okay. Probably attack first. I don't think you have game anyways. We didn't attack it, did we? Okay, I think we just lost a bunch of damage. I doubt it matters. I think we have double Space Typhoon in hand now. We should have attacked first. Should have attacked first. Raisin in no one's column. Awesome. Thoughts on Exosister in this format? It's relatively low power compared to the other decks, and it struggles going second, but it's not unplayable. Droll. Another Ash. Just in case you were planning on drawing follow-up next turn, my friend. Look at my Ash Blossom real quick. Isn't that card limited to 2? Yes. So what exactly confuses you about the existence of one Droll and Lockbird in each player's graveyard right now? I guess the annoying thing for Vanquish Soul here... Dude, why did they summon Izuna before using... They have Valius in hand, right? They could have gone Valius, bounce Raisin, and then pop, because they have Madlove, Raisin, and Izuna in hand then, which is all 3 attributes. But maybe they have another Earth? This is game. Is this a low table or something, or am I crazy that they're misplaying a lot? No, this is a Nationals feature match, so it's normal that people are nervous. It's round 3. Both of them are 2-0, which is a good record so far, but it's not a guarantee that you're not going to misplay on a feature match. It's fine. Radiant Typhoon is going to survive here. Okay, it's crazy you put it in that column, but the Raisin has already used its effect, so it's whatever. But I mean, they have no cards in hand, so what are they going to draw against Ash Blossom in hand? Oh yeah, true. I forgot nerves exist. What? What do you mean you forgot nerves exist? What kind of excuse is that? Eh? Yeah. This one I will say, they can't really blame anyone but themselves. I think the reason they lost that game was not searching for another copy of Fallen and the Virtuous, because that would have made a lot of things a lot easier over the course of multiple turns. That could have definitely helped out. But yeah. I mean, so far we haven't really seen anything crazy happen. I feel like it's just been a little drolling, a little locking, a little birding this round. Some ashing in round 1. Fallen into Virtues looks a lot weaker if it doesn't search another copy. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. How is Malice in this format? Malice is playable in TCG right now. It's not like the greatest deck. It's a little bricky as well, I would say. But it does get to play basically the best non-engine out of like any deck in the format, pretty much. Similar to Mitsurugi. It's basically the decks that get to play Impulse. But Malice is like relatively good into Droll and Lockbird, which is one of the most played cards right now. Is Fire King playable next format? I mean, Fire King is always playable. It depends what you're trying to achieve with it. I don't think it's going to be a top tier deck. But it's okay. I think what Fire King is missing is genuinely just one more quality starter. That is, I think, all that Fire King needs, because Fire King is just a little bit too bricky. Here's something to react to on the break. Yep. What is this? Master Duel rating duel season 52. Oh, that's why. You're in top. You were 8th place. That's why you wanted to. You wanted me to react to it. I remember reading some of your tweets about the situation. Like, what was the problem? You said you couldn't find games, so you couldn't climb higher. And like the win rate you would need to climb higher is insane. Which, to be fair, that part is expected. That part was expected. But yeah. All right. Well, top 10 decks. We don't have all 10, but we've got a bunch of them at least. We've got Cool Tune, Radiant Typhoon, Sky Striker. Now, RJ is my base Sky Striker goat as well. I know he plays a lot of Sky Striker. We have Adamancipator, Magnet Warrior. Let's see how that looks. Not one, not two, but 3 barrier statues. That's awesome. Yeah, no, this looks like a pleasure to play against, dude. 3 barrier statues, 3 Koakimeru Guardians. Yeah, good times. Barrier is great going second versus Cool Tune. Yeah, I know. It's it basically, I mean, if they don't, I guess if they know you have it, then they're just forced to make RS instantly, right? They're forced to just have RS on the field, otherwise they just get cooked by normal summon barrier statue. Did you also play 3? No, you just played 1. Okay. Dragon's Mind? What is this about? Why is there Dragon's Mind in your deck? Can you search it? Curious. Oh, yeah, you can search it because Curious is legal. I feel like that makes me like this deck even more, because I feel like the one thing that I was missing for this deck to achieve peak Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay was a searchable counter trap. That's awesome, because I wasn't happy enough yet that they make Naturia Beast, Baron, a block dragon stuff. Yeah, no, that's so cool. I'm so happy for you. Yeah. Okay. And then there's a couple of Cool Tunes and a Ryziel Mitsurugi. Okay. This deck is literally from last year, because nothing ever changes in Master Duel. They just haven't banned a single problem card from this deck. Even King of the Feral Imps is still here, man. Oh man. Someone should really maybe explain to the Master Duel devs how the ban list works. Because I don't know, maybe we're always making fun of it and so on, but maybe the reason is just like they don't know how it works. Maybe they just don't understand that they can ban cards. I don't know. Well, is there anything fancy in the Cool Tune decks? Reaper is interesting. Reaper is interesting. The rest is relatively standard. They're playing Desires. They're still playing 3 overtakes. I mean, I've been playing 1 overtake already because I wanted the experience of the new ban list. But I understand why they still play 3 if they're trying to climb as high as possible. It makes sense to still play 3 copies of the card. But yeah. I don't play Master Duel, so every time I see a list with all this broken stuff, it makes me wonder what is even on their list. Dude, let's just not talk about it, man. The Master Duel ban list is a phenomenon in and of itself. It's basically like they've created this illusion of monthly updates being like very regular changes, but they've basically mastered the art of very regularly changing nothing. Which is something you got to give it to them. It's crazy how good they are at that. They just like super consistently change nothing. Radiant Typhoon Sky Striker. That is so based, man. I want to play this deck in TCG. I want to play this deck in TCG now that we have Camellia in Europe. I'm going to try it for next format because I think this deck is good against Cool Tune. I think this deck might just cook Cool Tune completely. It doesn't have super poly, but other than that, awesome. What's the more broken format these days, Master Duel or Duel Links? I think Master Duel is probably more broken. Rose Whip? Yeah, that's the problem in TCG. That's the one thing that Master Duel has done that TCG hasn't yet. Is the Rose Whip ban. Like I haven't given up hope yet that the TCG is gonna get rid of Rose Whip, but it makes me a little scared for next format that at the moment we still have it. And I don't know if it's gonna stay that way for nationals or not. But if they ban Rose Whip, then I think a deck like this could really work. Oh, yeah. More Cool Tune. A lot of them. Here's a funny thing. Not a single one of the Cool Tunes that actually have success on the ladder are playing Naturia Rose Whip. Maybe that's something you can take away. This is the most annoying part for me about losing to Rose Whip is that playing Rose Whip is bad. It's not optimal. People just do it because they want to be cringe or because they're not good enough to beat like board breaker decks otherwise. But it's not actually optimal to play the card. The card sucks. I think it's a best of one thing. Yeah, but Master Duel is best of one. Like in Master Duel, the card is bad and people still play it. But the people that have the people that have success in the game just don't really play it. At the same time, in TCG, it's a different story because in TCG, realistically, there is no reason not to side deck one Rose Whip. Like, I think main decking it in a TCG is going to be incorrect, but I think not siding it is also going to be incorrect. Like, if you're matched up with a Sky Striker player, there's nothing better to have in your side deck than like one Rose Whip. Like, you should have that if you're trying to win. Like, of course. If the weakness of your deck is board breakers and you can play a card like that in your side deck to completely win those matchups, then yeah, you're gonna play it, of course. It makes sense. It's cringe, but it's still smart to play it. Oh yeah. I think the Ghost Reaper tech is interesting. I just think it doesn't really apply for TCG players because I think in TCG you just won't be able to play this card because we will need a couple of extra deck spots for Harmonia as well, right? You want to play like Malong and maybe the Wind Pegasus at Ignister and maybe Hackbit, and it just won't be as easy to fit Reaper targets. My ears are bad. Are you saying to side Rose? No, Rose Whip. Naturia Rose Whip in Cool Tune. Not about Sky Striker Razor Rose. Rose Whip. Would you play Pot of Desires with Radiant Typhoon and Striker? My immediate instinct is no. I was thinking about changing my list from the regionals I played to include more Radiant Typhoon cards. I was going to cut the Desires for the Radiant Typhoon cards. At the same time, this build looks very tight already. I don't know why they like the Sky Striker Ace Cianos as much in Sky Striker. I've never really been a fan of that card, but I think especially with only one Eldam, one Swen, it's a little weird to play Pot of Desire still. Everyone except Grey Ghost just gentleman agreement to play post ban list. I think that's based. Yeah, I think that's based. It also speaks volume that he's the one, or they're the one to end up first place then. But yeah. I'm assuming no Charmies just because how bad they are into Cool Tune. I think Charmies are going to be less relevant next format. Yeah, I think Charmies are not that good into Cool Tune. Even Fuwa is okay, but not in Sky Striker. In Sky Striker, where you're drawing so many cards, you don't want to be drawing into Charmies with all your draw cards. Why are Charmies bad against Cool Tune? Because you get one draw. They basically get the full setup. Cool Tune, here's the thing. Charmies are inherently strong against decks that try to do a lot. Cool Tune is not a deck that tries to do a lot. Cool Tune is a deck that tries to do very little. And while the full, the thing is, the mistake that people make when they try to evaluate Charmies against the deck is they look at, oh, how many draws would the full combo give me? And if that number is like 3 or 4, they automatically think like, oh, the Charmy has to be good here. What you have to look at is what is the play that the opponent is going to make under a Charmy, and then you have to ask yourself, can I consistently beat that? And against Cool Tune, it's like, even if they normal summon Q, and you have Fuwa, worst case, they give you one draw because they just summon one from hand and not from deck. And then they go Track Maker with Q plus Rotary, and that's basically their full setup. They don't need anything else. So Cool Tune can very realistically basically full combo you, quote unquote, with 1 or 2 draws. And yeah, they will. It's still, I think Fuwa is still okay against Cool Tune, but I think Purulia is pretty bad because Purulia always gives you 1 draw. Even if in their full combo they can normal summon 3 times, they just won't do that if you Fuwa them and if you Purulia them, and they don't have to do that. They really don't have to do that. I had a thing that Fuwa stops them to do Zaylan and others. They can do that on your turn, but you can play in the meantime. Yeah, Fuwa is fine. Fuwa is fine. The biggest thing with Fuwa as well is that Fuwa is okay if you draw it on your turn. So there's been a couple of games where when they tried to manipulate my top deck, or when I tried to manipulate my opponent's top deck with Q, I see like an engine card and Fuwa is kind of awkward to give to my opponent. Because if they use Fuwa on their own turn, that can potentially give them like 1, 2, or 3 draws, and all of them are unknown, and I don't know what they're going to draw, and that's going to be weird. And Fuwa does that well, whereas Purulia is terrible on your own turn. So, and that's something that's important to calculate with against Cool Tune, because Cool Tune looks at the top 2 cards of your deck. You have to realize, like, if Purulia is in the top 2 cards of my deck, it's going to be a terrible draw. If Fuwa is in the top 2 cards of my deck, it's going to be a good draw, which makes the Q effect much more awkward. And I think that's why Purulia is significantly weaker than Fuwa against Cool Tune. And I think next format, I would not recommend anyone to play Purulia if you're worried about Cool Tune, but I think Fuwa is fine. I think Fuwa is still going to see some main deck play because it's okay against Cool Tune, but it's still really good against a lot of other decks in the format, right? Here's a fun interaction between Mitsu and Cool Tune. What does this mean? Oh, I see. Dude, it took me a moment. You can use the trap because Saji is level 5, because the trap has to tribute a level 5 or higher. Yeah, I see. I see. It's still weird to me that they worded the trap this way, because I feel like the intention behind Great Purification was obvious. You were supposed to tribute the big ones, right? You were supposed to tribute the big Mitsus for the trap and not the small ones. They could have just said tribute a level 8 Mitsurugi. Why level 5 or higher? Because there are no level 5, 6, or 7 Mitsurugis, right? Like, you can just tribute all the level... There's only level 4 and level 6. Wosu exists. Yeah, but Wosu is also level 8. That's the thing. Like, all of the big Mitsus are level 8. You contribute all of them for the trap. So they could have just made it so, like, the trap could just say tribute to level 8. Which in most cases doesn't matter, to be fair. It contribute other reptiles. Okay, that's a fair point. You contribute other reptiles. Maybe there's other synergies where you were supposed to, like, play it with other level 5, 6, or 7 reptiles. And then, yeah. But yeah, this is a funny interaction. Yeah, that's true. Necros trap situation. I mean, at this point, for years, I wanted them to make a Necros trap, but now I don't want it anymore because it's a trap, and I don't want more traps for Necros. I would like good Necros support, but I think with that one, I'm out of luck for a long time because they just made Necros support. It was not good, and now we have to wait again. What if it's a trap that you can activate from hand? Maybe, but like the thing that I always wanted for Necros was a trap that can summon Trishula on your opponent's turn. And now, like 11 years after Necros' initial release, we even have a quick play spell that can do that, and it doesn't change anything because that's how far gone we are. Necros needed that in like maybe 2018 or something, and it would have been good, but not in 2026. Necros card design at this point is probably outdated. I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think Necros still is a pretty strong concept, right? With all the searching and stuff. I think what is outdated is, well, Droll and Lockbird is basically in every Yu-Gi-Oh deck now, so you could argue a deck that searches this much is just in a very bad spot. I don't know if outdated is the right word for that, though. Like, I think Necros cards overall still hold up pretty well to modern standards, right? They all have a discard effect to search, which is good for consistency, and they all have a good effect on the board, which is like, that's a pretty fine concept, I think. Yeah. Hi Josh, what's the best way to play around Super Poly with Cool Tune, especially if the deck who uses Super Poly plays Dark Monsters in the main deck? My favorite way to play around Super Poly is to just pass with Trackmaker. I like going Trackmaker pass, and then 2 Cool Tune Synchros face down, and like clip access in hand, maybe. And then you just have that one Trackmaker, you synchro with it into Zalen or something else. Or what's the other one? Loudness War. And that's fine. The other alternative is you just have to make, what's it called? You have to make Crackle immediately on their turn as your only monster. But that's more awkward, I think. Do you think people are going to play Prohibition? It's hard to say. Maybe in side decks. But I don't know if it's good, honestly, because I feel like Prohibition is only good if you can already play the game, which I think it's like the definition of win more for Cool Tune, I feel like, because if you can resolve your effects with Cool Tune, I think you should be in a winning position anyways. Okay, worst case, I suppose, if you brick and you know what you're playing against because it's game 2, you can like Prohibition an important card, but I don't know. I don't know. I think, yeah, at this point, like, you can just side like a Solemn Strike or whatever, and that's just going to be better. Or Solemn Accusation, Solemn Judgment, all those, like, you know, if you can look at your opponent's hand, which is where Prohibition would normally be good, but if you can already look at your opponent's hand, there's no way a Solemn Strike isn't, like, basically the same thing. Solemns don't cover Super Poly. Yeah, but your brain can cover Super Poly. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to beat Super Poly. I think if you need Prohibition to cover Super Poly, I think you've got other issues with Cool Tune, because I don't even think we've played this deck for like weeks in Master Duel now, and I haven't lost to a Super Poly once. You think it's a staple against Cool Tune? I think it's fine. Yeah, I think Super Poly is at least annoying for the Cool Tune player to play around. But it's not... I think the best... I found the most effective cards to be Cool Tune are the ones that draw you more cards, because that makes it harder for your Cool Tune opponent to sequence their interruptions if they don't know what you have. So cards like Desires, Talents, Vision... and then also you pair those with powerful breakers that your opponent doesn't see coming because you draw into them, like Droplet and stuff. I think that's good. I think generating unknown cards in hand is very powerful against Cool Tune. Because I genuinely think like Cool Tune, like the board is relatively breakable, and the follow-up for the deck isn't the greatest typically. Like, it's, of course, it does have follow-up, and it can search like a card or two for the follow-up turn, but realistically, because they're usually going to synchro with some of their cards in hand during your turn, they're going to lose some of their follow-up as well. And typically, Cool Tune starts its turn 3 with like maybe 3 cards in hand, and it just doesn't have that many pushes on the follow-up turn. It's not like they've got 15 cards in the graveyard that can all activate and all come back, right? Like, Cool Tune doesn't really have the greatest follow-up. So the goal should just be to draw more cards, stay up in card count, create some unknown cards that they don't know how to play around, remove the board, and just be able to handle like 1 or 2 pushes on the follow-up turn. And I think that way you can beat Cool Tune. And I think like Sky Striker is a good example of this, right? Like with Sky Striker, you're not trying to like OTK Cool Tune, but as long as you can clear the board and set a Widow Anchor, like it's not unreasonable that you're winning, I think. Is the Yu-Gi-Oh community ready for the conversation of removing the side deck? I think we've been having that conversation already. I was maybe planning to make a YouTube video about it, discussing it, but yeah, I think we've been talking about it. How can you clear the board when RS floodgates your deck? Don't play Yummy, maybe. It's like, I think it's the only deck that cares about that at the moment. Are we master dueling today? At some point. I would assume the next round is starting soon, because the last round ended like 30 minutes ago. So there should be, round 4 should be up very, very shortly. So I don't think we should jump into a game right now. I intend to play Elf Note Fiendsmith. Is it a good matchup against Cool Tune? I don't know that much about the dynamic between Elf Note and Cool Tune yet, but I think without Baron, probably not the best matchup against Cool Tune. How is the Nationals going? Nothing too crazy so far. We saw a funny Eniacraft player in round 2, but they didn't win, unfortunately, against Radiant Typhoon. Other than that, we've had 2 relatively standard matches. Round 1 and round 3 were kind of whatever. It was just... round 1 was Mitsurugi Azamina versus... what was the other? K9 for Hire, which sounds more fun than it actually was because it was just 2 games basically decided by non-engine not doing anything for the player going second in game 1 and game 2. Like it was Azumina Mitsu going first, the player going second only had Ash Blossom, and it didn't do anything, so they lost. Game 2 it was K9 for Hire going first, the opponent only had Ash Blossom and didn't do anything, so they lost. And then game 3 was an actual game because Fuwa resolved, they got a couple of cards, the board was big, and then they couldn't break it. And then round 3 was just droll galore. Did you see the new pack announcement for Master Duel? Yes. You think we get all the elf nodes in the next pack or not? I have no idea. My guess would be that we get Regina, which is the one from Blazing Dominion. I don't know if we're gonna get the big synchro from Chaos Origins. Thoughts on Hekahan's Goddess in the side for Cool Tune Mirror? I think it's a fun idea that I have to try that has some potential. Yeah, I like it. So I'm looking forward to trying Goddess. People are sleeping on the new Diabrocken hand trap. Which one's that again? Which set is that from? Blazing Dominion. Hold up. Diabrocken, the Ominous Spectre. Quick effect. Banish a fire from your grave or face-up field. Special this card from your hand. If this card is special, you can target a face-up card on the field, negate its effects until the end of this turn. If this card is sent to the grave as link material, set a quick play spell or a normal spell that's in your grave because it was sent at its turn. Only use each effect once per turn. Why are people sleeping on that? Is that particularly good? It seems very It seems very, very situational as a hand trap. Because, I mean, you have to have an Ash Blossom, basically, to make it a hand trap. I guess, yeah, it's more likely in Rescue Ace, I suppose. But I don't think that helps it so much. It's not even... Here's the thing, right? In order to resolve this effect, you need to get relatively lucky on turn 0. And the payoff is not even that good. Like, the payoff is maybe you can get an effect veiler out of it. Maybe you get an effect veiler. Thoughts on Gizmek Uka in Branded versus Cool Tune? Gizmek Uka is when they summon from deck, right? So when they summon from deck, you summon it. So when they go... Oh, you want to summon barrier stat? No, wait, we don't have barrier statues anymore in TCG. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls, special summon a monster from your hand or deck with the same attribute. So problem number 1, it targets, so they can dodge it with Cool Tune Synchro. Problem number 2, what do you even summon with... Oh, you target Q and summon Ecclesia. Okay. And then summon Albaz. Alright. Sure. It's funny, but I don't know if that's that great. I mean, you can even summon Quem, right? You can summon Quem, and then Quem sends something, and then when they synchro summon, you can bring whatever you send back with Quem. So you get a lot of cards out of it, but I don't know if you're really winning from it. It's fun, though. It's a fun idea. In Branded specifically. It loses to Ash, and Ecclesia loses to Ash and Harmonia. Yes. At the same time, I honestly, with hand traps, I don't like the argument of, hey, this loses to Ash Blossom, because quite frankly, in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, guess what? If your opponent summons Q and has Ash Blossom in hand, you're losing anyways, man. Like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do with your non-engine, right? Like, are you trying to activate a board breaker and then lose to Ash anyways? Like, it doesn't really make a difference. Harmonia is a good point. Yeah, like Harmonia is beatable if you're playing a deck like Branded, so you shouldn't like rely on Albaz being your turn 0 interruption when you could just get Harmonia on it. That's fair enough. But yeah. Just summon 2 Masquerade with Branded and see their life points melt down. Yeah, no, that's basically guaranteed to work. That's a great point. You should do that. You should do that. It's crazy that no one has thought of this yet. You're the first one who thought about that. That's so sick. You should really do that. Ooh, statistics. I love statistics. Most played main deck cards, 85%. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Weird. No, let me look at that. 85% Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. 78% Molchami Fualo. 62% Forbidden Droplet. 53% Called by the Grave. 50% Droll and Lockbird only. Okay, that's interesting. 40% Fallen at the Virtuous. 35% Infinite Impermanence. And 34% Ghost Bell. All right. Oh, round 4. Branded. Magnet Warrior K9. All right, we have 2 undefeated duelists here in round 4. Branded versus Magnet Warrior K9. Why is the German Branded name so bad? Bro, that's our thing. We do that with card names. If you ever wanna have a bad card name, leave it to us. Why did you say Alt Art Emre? It's a very funny way to describe someone who has the same name but is a different person. Is Alt Art Emre. Oh, Droll and Lockbird. We love that. So if this was Magnet Warrior Fiendsmith, I would say that is not really that big of a deal. The Droll and Lockbird. I don't know how it works with Magnet Warrior K9. Because that seems like it's a little bit tougher. We never know how big the K9 package really is in the feature matches here, because last week at the Swiss Nationals, there was a deck where they called it Furhire K9, but it was basically just Furhire with Izuna as a hand trap. So this could also be the case here. Maybe it's just a Magnet Warrior deck that plays the K9s as hand traps because they still like function with like Dominus Purge. That could also be the case. Is this Exiton? No, it's Baguska. Baguska. Dude, every time Baguska hits the field, I'm reminded that it's still legal in TCG and it's a little bit of a jump scare. All right, Baguska IP against Bram. Dude, Baguska is annoying for Branded. Which is why it's convenient we have Fallen. Okay, now, dude, now you have nothing. Now your IP can't link. What the material on Baguska, does it bring something back? Do we have the Magnet Warrior that floats under it? Yeah, we do. Okay, the IP is live still. The IP is live still because the Magnet Warrior that went to grave is going to revive something. Okay, we have Brandon in high spirits. Reveal Fuwawa. Rindbrum. But IP alone is not going to be that much of a problem, I think, for Branded. Do they trigger when they hit graveyard as Xyz material? Yeah, I think the... Wait, which one is it? I think it's Sigma Plus, the orange one. It just says if this card's sent to the grave, which works if it's sent from Xyz material as well. What is the synergy between Magnet and K9? Honestly, we don't have confirmation on this yet, but I think that this is just Izuna as a hand trap in a Magnet Warrior deck. I would assume that they're just playing a bunch of hand traps in Magnet Warriors, and they're also playing like Dominus Purge, and Izuna just doesn't conflict with Dominus Purge, so they decided to just... but I don't know why the coverage is calling it Magnet Warrior K9 then. But I don't see other synergies, honestly. I don't know... Ooh! Gorgon! Starlight Gorgon, too. Ah! Branded Fusion. No Ash. Yeah, that's the best case scenario for Branded when you're going second, like that your Albaz just takes their disruption out, and then you can activate Branded Fusion. Branded player's hand was busted. Dude, I've never drawn like this when I played Branded. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they keep opening access to white plus Branded Fusion. Did he draw for Fuwa? No. He didn't activate Fuwa. He discarded it for High Spirits. Drop! Alright, we dropped the Albion. You have to have the alt arts to draw this good. Dude, the Branded, high rare Branded is so pretty, but they're so expensive. Can Gorgon be destroyed by battle here? Doesn't it say something like if it points to nothing, it can't be destroyed? Is it just card effects or also attacks? I forget. I know it gains the attack points of the monster as it points to, but I think it says something about like it can't be destroyed while it points to nothing. Can't be destroyed by battle. Okay, so what they have to do if they want to out it here is they have to summon like a smaller monster into the zone, and then they could attack over it. But it looks like we're end phasing already. This is going to be one hell of an end phase. They got a bunch of stuff. So Cartesia comes back. Albion, Titanic Clad. Oh, they can just Titanic Clad and fuse with Albaz, I suppose, and make Mirror Jade. As long as you summon the Albaz, not... Yeah, okay, that works. And now we can go Albion, get Fallen into Virtuous, and this is going to be very tough for... This is going to be very tough for Magnet Warrior to break. Mirror Jade is a phenomenal interruption. Ooh, they said Retribution. Don't know how much I like that for the matchup. It's okay, I guess. Is that better than Fallen into Virtuous against Magnet Warriors? I guess it guarantees you better follow-up as well, but I mean, so does Fallen. It does stop the fusion spell, yeah. But they can just use the fusion spell to search the circular, right? But I guess the circular doesn't have great targets either because the plus and minus are engraved. So we start the turn off by banishing those for Delusion. The quick effect to tag out into those two is only during the opponent's turn, right? For Delusion. So on your turn, it just summons itself and is a pop if they activate a monster effect. Duel is going to give us access to the bonding spell. Block Dragon is banned in... Yeah, Block Dragon is banned in TCG, yeah. Yeah, it's like the Delusion is like if your opponent activates a monster effect, I think on the field, you can destroy that monster, or if it's an Earth, you take control of it. Which is good in this deck because the fusion monster like makes everything Earth. No, it targets any monster. Oh, is it like if your opponent activates... I think, yeah, I played against Magnet Warrior last week at Regionals. It's like if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can target a monster and then destroy it. Or if it's Earth, you take it. Yeah. Effect of Magnet Warrior Sigma minus to try and fuse, which they will stop with Retribution, recycling Albion and Titaniclad. That's going to negate and destroy the minus. I think the minus has no effect in the graveyard. Now we activate Magnet Bonding to also fuse. Chain Mirror Jade. Ooh, this is somewhat heads up. They're doing this early before the Mirror Jade is going to be an Earth monster, which means that now if they chain Delusion, they can only destroy, they can't take. So the branded player doesn't want the Magnet Warrior player to just have the Mirror Jade. Ooh, they got Droplet though. That's mass. They might win. I might win because now they can hold the Delusion to check for the Albaz, right? Because that's another interruption that Branded has in the graveyard. They have Albaz plus Rindbrum, if I remember correctly. They sent Rindbrum for High Spirits, meaning that they can check that Albaz interruption by keeping the Delusion around. All right, we go for Flux. Flux is going to revive, I think, any rock. If everything is Earth, Albaz has no targets. No, you can make Titaniclad with it, with anything that's 2500. So that's not true. We just saw the Titaniclad go back into the extra deck. They might misplay and steal Albaz. I actually don't know if that even would matter. Oh yeah, it would. Yeah. Yeah, if you steal Albaz, it still resolves. But I mean, I think I'm pretty sure Delusion gives you the option to steal or take if it's Earth. To destroy or take if it's Earth. So Flux is going to bounce Mirror Jade, which is going to also circumvent the effect to blow up the board because it can't activate an extra deck. I think that was the Epsilon bringing back the minus. I don't know where the beta is coming from. Oh, is that also Flux? No. Oh, Sigma Plus. Right. We sent Sigma Plus. We shuffled it back from Banished into the deck, and then we sent it. Yeah. Dude, Magnets are such a cool deck. I think this deck's awesome. It's a little bit of a shame that it just turns into Fiendsmith slop a lot of the time. But the way they're playing it seems to be without Fiendsmith, which is pretty based. No, they're not. It's Nat Beast Turbo. I don't think it's Nat Beast Turbo. Naturia Beast is a cringe card. This deck can summon Nat Beast, but it doesn't really come up that often. At least when I've played against it, it's not been like that integral to the gameplay of the deck. But I also don't think that that's a problem with Magnet Warriors. I think that's a problem with Naturia Beast. That's more of an MD problem. That's not true. They played Naturia Beast even in TCG. The problem here is if you can't go for game here, I think the branded follow-up is actually quite massive. I don't know if Magnet Warrior can really hold this next turn. They used SP? No, they just made it with 2 main deck monsters. They didn't banish with it. So they could, theoretically, they could attack directly. I'm curious what the Magnet K9 bridge is. I don't think there is one. I don't think it's actually a K9 deck. I think they just play Izuna as a hand trap. The same thing happened last week. At the Swiss Nationals, we watched the feature match. It said K9 for hire, and it was literally just Izuna. So I don't know their deck list, of course. It could be that they play a bigger K9 package, but from what we're seeing, it doesn't seem like there's anything going on. I think it's just Izuna as a hand trap. Is Saryuja banned in TCG? No, unfortunately not. They played Fiendsmith, this was easy winning. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I also don't know where this cross sheep line was going. I don't know why they spent 2 bodies for cross sheep, then spent 2 more bodies to trigger it, and all they brought back was the beta. This felt like a lot of effort for not much, and now branded end phase. Look, dude. Oh my god. This end phase, just 4 cards added to hand, man. What the hell is... dude. This is the most fun moment when you're playing this deck, I swear. Just end phase. Dude, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're also bringing back Fallen to the White. We're summoning an Ecclesia. Dude. Banish with SP. Yep, that definitely makes a difference. Now this is all in the end phase, so the Ecclesia cannot tag out anymore. And now the SP just comes back. Meaningful banish happened, alright. And then Branded draws and has like 6 cards in hand, so... Before Gort's Illusion. Can you summon Delusion more than once per turn? Because they definitely summoned it at the start of the turn already. It was the first thing they did this turn was summon Delusion. It's not once per turn? Oh, then they did. Did they have a second minus? Because they got access to plus again. But did they have minus again? They had both? Oh, okay. Yeah, then they should have brought back Delusion. For sure. Beta, I believe, has a quick effect to tribute itself on the opponent's turn to summon out a Magnet Warrior from the deck, but it does get ashed here. I think Brandon just takes this one. Yeah. You prefer Cartesia, Altart, or regular? I think Cartesia Altart is pretty good, but I think it's I don't like that it's only available in QCR. I'm not the biggest fan of QCRs. It's also pretty expensive. I like a lot of the alt arts from Rarity Collection 4. I'm also a big fan of the Nibiru alt art and the Ray alt art. The Ray alt art now is available in other rarities as well in the legendary modern decks, which is nice. And yeah, Brandon takes this one. This probably was the best game we've had on stream today so far. These were two decks with moderate ceiling going up against each other. This was a fun watch. It feels like Branded had control over the game for the most part, and they didn't really let go of it. I don't really know. It feels like Magnet Warrior had an opening on that last turn to maybe take over the game, but like I don't know exactly what the plan was on that turn, but it just feels like they didn't really get anywhere. They were able to do a lot of the things, like the cross sheep resolved and everything, but it just led to nothing. I don't know what the plan was there with the cross sheep, but I felt like they had a window to push there, and they just didn't quite figure it. I don't know their deck well enough, like what kind of cards they put into their main and their extra deck, but it just feels like that cross sheep line didn't really lead anywhere. You think they'll ever let Branded die? I don't know. I don't see a reason to at the moment, honestly. I think Branded is a relatively tame deck right now. Like, it doesn't really do anything outrageous. Luckily, it's not really... I mean, it can lock with Christia, to be fair. They should probably ban Christia for that. But Branded... I think Branded is fine. With Branded being more capable of synchros, you think Branded Runic Synchro is real? I don't know, because Branded really only cares about level 8 and level 10 synchros, and I don't know how good Runic is at facilitating that. Of course, I guess a Runic plus a level 4 tuner can make Coral Dragon and then Ecclesia, maybe. But probably not. Runics are unfortunately a little underpowered in the modern day. They're outdated a little bit. They just don't interact that well anymore. It's funny because the thing that I always propagate for, which is more removal, is actually good against Runic. So like removal is the better way of interacting with Runic than negating. Like in a world where people negate more, then Runic is better because all you try to do is just resolve one fountain and then you win. Against removal, it's not really possible. Like, if they just remove your fountain over and over again, you get cooked. but that's fine. Yeah, you're playing with 4 cards this game, Brandy. I feel Dex grind games are getting better at outpacing Runic. That's also true, yeah. There used to be a time where having good follow-up and having good grind game was special. I feel like nowadays every deck has that. Lock Dragon is banned, yeah. Wait, is this actually Saryuja? Oh, hold up. Oh, hold up. There might be more to this deck than what we thought. Hold up. Is this actually K9? Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 Dude, usually people use K9 to go into Saryuja to bridge into something else. Uh-oh. Saryuja special Jokel from hand, so they didn't draw another level 5. Jokel add Lantern. But Lantern... Oh, dude, because they Fuba, the Ripper is going to get the bonus effect as well. Ah! Oh! Topologic Blaster Dragon. Uh-oh. 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 Actually, nah, Emre deserves this because he let his Fuva get ashed. That's on him. He really should play with 4 cards and get his extra deck torn apart. That's actually his fault. Oh, we've got no target for Lantern. Okay. Yeah, like all the topologics, it's mandatory to activate. So he's not summoning into the thing. So it's like, I think it has 3 different effects, and you have to activate one of them every time something is summoned into a zone a link monster points to. One is like, I think, destroy all spell traps or return all spell traps to the deck. The other one is look at extra deck and I think banish a card from it. I don't know if face down. And the other one is destroy all monsters or return all I don't know. Okay, Ripper not into the column or the zone. That Albaz, it's not a dragon. It's all the topologics are cybers. I think. What's Emre's deck branded? I think we're fusing those two into flux. Flux effect, revive. Now we trigger the topologic again. This time look at extra deck. That's tough. That's typically a one of. And that's one of the harder ones to get back as well. I guess you could Lubellion fuse with Albaz and it to make Albion from the banished pile. It's not impossible. Yeah, Dogma can get it back too. But it's not going to be easy to summon Dogma in this board state. Okay, Tribute to bring out plus. This is going to trigger the blaster again. They're thinking about banishing Mirror Jade. I'm a fan of maybe going after Lubellion here as well, because that's typically a one-of, but okay. Well. Five cards in hand for Emre here on Branded. Are we gonna Ripper negate the random draw? Looks like we are okaying it. Yeah, we're gonna allow the draw. I believe the topologic only triggers on special summon, so I don't think it triggers here. I was just confused because they pointed to it a second ago, but I think it does not trigger here. I think all of them are that. Ooh, Droplet, send Sigma plus to negate the Aluber, but they're dodging it with Fallen into Virtuous because no spell was sent. All right. That's going to give us a Titanic Clad for the end phase, potentially, if we can get that far. And we're searching a Branded Fusion with the Aluber. They did trigger the Blaster, which is not... They should not have done that. I'm pretty sure that's only on Special Summon. They should still have their back row here. That's unfortunate. They should still have their back row. They don't even know their own card. Let me just double check before I'm the one yapping, but I'm pretty sure that that's at least all the other topologics are on special. Yeah, if another monster is special summoned to a zone, a link monster points to. Yeah, it does not shuffle. Oh god, I hope they didn't shuffle yet. Imagine they shuffled an unknown card into the deck right now. Did they shuffle? Oh, nah. They may have ruined the game state. Trust me, bro, the card I had set was this. Trust me, it was Dimensional Barrier, which is banned, but no, they have to fix it now. Oh, come on. No, man, no. I mean, they can probably work out what the card was because judges were watching, and it may have even appeared on camera. I didn't even know. Like, maybe you can check what it was, but oh, that's unfortunate. Do they stop the timer for these? You get extra time for this. Yeah. They'll figure it out, hopefully. How do you fix it when no one but the guy knows what the card was? If it's not a feature match and this sort of thing happens to you and like no one can confirm what the card was and you shuffle, you usually get a game loss for it. Because there's just no way to rewind that. I think in this case it's fine because when they look at the footage, we can do that right now, but I think he just put the card to the top and didn't do anything after. Yeah. He just puts the card to the top. I don't think he shuffles after. So they should be able to rewind it because it is just the card on top. I don't think he touches the deck after this. So it should be fine here, hopefully. Yeah. Let's go back to live. Emra is playing Branded, the player on top. Well, we're going to have to wait for them to resolve it. Why am I not playing this tournament? Well, it's the Austrian Nationals, and you can only play one national championship per season. You can technically play any nationals. So I could have played this tournament, but then I couldn't have played German nationals. Ask nicely to enter both. You can't. What's the issue? Okay, so the Magnet Warrior Duelist had a topologic Blaster Dragon. This is the exact situation. It was normal summon Aluber into the zone that Blaster Dragon points to. And the Magnet Warrior player triggered his Blaster Dragon, which is a mandatory effect, but it only triggers when a monster is special summoned into the zone that a Link monster points to, which they didn't know. Clearly they didn't do it on purpose, because the only thing that this does here is shuffle their own back row into the deck. So they don't want to activate it here, but they think, well, my card is mandatory, the trigger condition is met, so I have to trigger my card. So they triggered it, which it was not supposed to happen because the Aluber was normal summoned, it was special summoned. And then during this entire chain, then they put the card from their back row on top of their deck because they were trying to resolve the Blaster Dragon, which shouldn't have activated. And so now they're trying to rewind that, I hope. Because clearly not intentional. He only has negative impact from this. This is not something he does to his advantage because he's losing his own back row card. He was just trying to activate his card properly because he thought it was mandatory to activate it there. So they did. But in fact, it should not have activated because it wasn't a special summon. And luckily for them, I think they didn't shuffle the deck. They just put the card on top and then wanted to shuffle later. So it should be able to, they should be able to rewind it. But that's what we're waiting on right now. Now they rewind to before drop that and he knows he has Fallen in hand. I mean, I think that the activation of the blaster doesn't really change anything about that chain. I think they would still droplet and chain Fallen. I think the smoothest solution was to just return to that spot and just put the card, the set card back. But I don't know if it's that easy. But yeah, technically, if they rewind to before that happens, then they've gained valuable information, which would be unfortunate. Because then they could go like, oh, now I'm going to droplet send a spell so you can't chain Fallen, right? That would be unfortunate. Oh. Looks like the game is continuing. Okay, dude, that's kind of, nah. Okay. Okay, that's weird. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that one. Dude. Okay, so what just happened is exactly what we just talked about, which is they rewinded it to before the Aluber normal summon because an illegal game state was created. Which is fine. I think that part is fine. Rewinding it is fine. But I feel like from a human perspective, I think it's not really fair to go droplet send spell so that you can't chain Fallen, because that's an information that you gained that information because of your own mistake, which I believe was an honest mistake. I don't think they intended to illegally activate the Blaster Dragon. But I don't know, man. I feel like changing up what you sent for Droplet now because of this information that you gained is, I don't know if that's great sportsmanship. I feel like you should still send the one that you initially intended to send. That doesn't feel great. I don't know about that. It's not cheating, to be clear. It is not cheating, but it's also not the greatest sportsmanship I've ever seen. Because when here's the reason why it's not cheating is if the judges tell you to rewind, you rewind. That's fine. Like that, you rewind to that game state and you keep playing. That is just how it goes. But I don't know if I personally would have still sent the same card there. Why even rewind to that point? Technically, like from the judge's perspective, that is technically correct, because when an illegal activation happens, you're supposed to rewind to that point. That is technically how that works. So it's not really, the judges are not really the ones to blame here. It is a very unfortunate situation where like nothing can technically stop the Magnet Warrior player from taking advantage of it. But I from a human perspective, I feel like what you're supposed to do is just send the Sigma Plus for a droplet. It looks like Branded has a good start here, though, in game 3. Using info gained from your own misplays lame. Yeah, I agree. It is lame, but it's not cheating, and it's also, I don't think it's a judge's mistake either. It's just an unfortunate thing to happen. And I think a little, somewhat of the logic here as well is that also, like, technically both players are supposed to make sure the game state stays legal. So, because Emre also read the topologic card when it was summoned, right? Technically. So even though, of course, people always, it's natural to feel like the player whose card it is the one that's more responsible for it. Kind of natural to think that way, but at the same, it is technically both players' responsibility. It's just a little tough in Yu-Gi-Oh! In like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! When cards have so many effects, it's natural to feel like the player whose card it is should know better what their cards do. It was correct to send the spell there anyways. But yeah, but that doesn't matter because they made that mistake in the first place, right? Like being given the chance to correct that misplay is not ideal, right? What would you play at Nats if this was your format? Sky Striker. Sky Striker Radiant or Sky Striker Mitsu or pure Sky Striker. I don't know, but I'd play Sky Striker right now. All right, we see the Dogmatica package here post side. Pretty strong setup for Branded here, especially through the Ghost Bell. Basically have the full setup here. I'm not quite sure. What did the Ecclesia search? Because if it was Fallen and the Virtuous, why did they not set it? Is what I'm confused about. We have a Bastille here hitting the Devour in the end phase. Now we activate this in the end phase. They searched the crown with Dark Lord, so that's set. No, that's the craziest part. That's also not set. Like, I'm giga confused right now because the card that's set is Branded Retribution from Albion. They didn't set anything from hand. I think they just went into the end phase way too quickly. They forgot to set Crown and Fallen. Right? Like, I'm not tripping. They set Retribution with Albion a second ago, didn't they? Yes. So they didn't set Crown. Maybe they kept it in case of turn 0 plays. Against Mag, I guess maybe they kept Crown because they were... But you don't have to keep Crown and Fallen. Right? You don't have to keep Crown and Fallen in case of Izuna. You can set Crown and hold Fallen. That's fine. But not both. What the hell is that card? Is like Infernal Punisher or something? Is even more searchers for the Duoterion thing. It adds Duoterion, and that can add the bondage spell. The searcher of the searcher of the searcher of the searcher. The what spell? You guys are way too easy to farm. Troll just has to obliterate this deck, right? It's weird because in some cases, yes, it just depends on what you start with. Because sometimes if you just draw the circular right away, then Droll feels like it barely matters. But if you have to start playing with one of the searchers for the searcher, then yeah, Droll is pretty annoying. Luluva Lilith. Okay. Do we trigger Quem right away? Looks like we don't. Not that good, even if you Droll searchers. Well, it depends on the rest of their hand. But like, if you activate Infernal Punisher to add Duoterion, I would say Droll is pretty good. I think I see a droplet in the Magnet Warrior's hand. I don't know why the Albaz is in attack mode. They have a Forbidden Crown in hand. I bet that Forbidden Crown would be really nice face down right now. Send Druisworm as well. Did we even trigger Luluva Lilith or Quem? Like, why did we come out swinging with the Albaz right away? Why not use like the Luluva Lilith interruption first? Like when they just make Cross Sheep, why not just Lulu negate it? Okay, so they negated Ecclesia, Albaz, and Lulu, which are all vibing in attack mode, by the way. And then the Quem is still live, technically, I think. Hard tilt after the rewind fiasco. Maybe it could genuinely be a reason. Maybe they are tilted by game 2, which is unfortunate if that's the case. It's understandable, but you have to try and leave that stuff behind you in cases like these. What can Quem do? It can't really do any disruptions here. It can trigger at least, or maybe some follow-up, which is going to happen here. They also still have the Golden Sword Soul engrave. Cartesia can maybe make something happen, but nothing crazy. Actually, Cartesia can make Albion into Mirror Jade. They still got stuff. They bring back Cartesia with Quem. Now Cartesia can make Albion. And Albion can make Mirror Jade. Yeah. It's not over yet. And we saw this in the... This is a pretty much a repeat of what happened in game 1, right? That's not legal, right? Cartesia has to make Spellcaster a dragon. Am I misremembering? Cartesia has to make Spellcaster a dragon, right? No? Any 8. Right. It was just a level restriction. My bad. Then I was thinking of Phimena. Yeah. Phimena is the one that can't make Mirror Jade, right? Artesia was just the one that couldn't make Gulamel because Gulamel is level 7. Okay, goodbye Flux. Mirror rate back to extra. I still think Branded wins this based on follow-up here. If they don't die this turn, maybe. We'll see. It's unfortunate because it's a really fun game here. The game 2 situation leaves a little bit of a sour taste, but it's a really fun game otherwise. Oh, they only have a minute left. Oh, God. That sucks. Yeah, no, that's going to be a double loss. Maybe they have extra time because of that issue in game 2. I don't know if they paused the clock for it. We don't know that. Maybe they have extra time. It's definitely possible. Because this 40 seconds, this is going to run out in freaking end phase of the branded, or the branded player's action already. They might have extra time. I don't know how much, though. If I'm in this situation, I take my opponent who took back his misplay to a double loss. Sorry, no scooping. Dude, if anything, it should be the... Unironically, it should be the Magnet Warrior scooping here, because the branded player is clearly winning. It's not even close. Like, the branded player is winning this game. Look at how much follow-up they have. If anything, it should be the Magnet Warrior scooping. There's no way the branded player is supposed to scoop here. There's no way. They got 5 cards in hand right now, or 6. Oh, is it over? Oh, this hurts, man. Oh, this hurts. I don't know, man. Yeah, it seems like they paused the clock during the judge call, so there was no extra time anymore. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of things that, like, here's the thing, right? On paper, you can't really blame anyone here. But if we just like factor in a little bit of sportsmanship, there's 2 things that should have happened. Game 2, we should have sent the same card that we were intending to send the first time around for Droplet. We should not have used the information we gained because of an illegal activation to make a different play. And also, I think if I'm the Magnet Warrior player there, like you should scoop it up, man. You're clearly losing. You have an SP Little Knight and nothing else. Okay, you have SP Little Knight and Telusion. There's no way you're beating a 6-card branded hand. There's no way you're beating a 6-card branded hand, realistically. There's no way. Why doesn't TCG use a chess clock? This was solved centuries ago. Dude, you've never played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh in your life, have you? But you make up for it again with how many exclamation marks and question marks you're using, right? That makes up for your inexperience in playing Yu-Gi-Oh. That's all right. How do you feel about these time rules? Shouldn't the clock be 1 hour at least? I think the new time rules are fine. Like it's been a while since we've had them now. I can confidently say I think they are miles ahead of what we had before. I think they are a definite improvement from what we've had previously. I think getting a double loss feels bad, but it's nothing compared to the amount of like slow playing that happened beforehand. And I think the best thing that you really can't underestimate with these new time rules is that both players are never incentivized to slow play. And I think that is super, super huge for the health of the game, that both players want the game to finish. right? There's no one who gains an advantage from slow playing ever, which is really, really big. I think the one thing that the community hasn't really like managed to do yet is, I think, or at least that's how I feel about it. It's not set in stone. People might feel differently about it, but I think the consensus should be like, if we're getting super close to time, the person that is clearly losing should just scoop it up. I think that's if as a community, if we do this, I've been doing this too. Like I've been doing this as well. If I'm in a losing position and time is running out, and I know I can't win anymore because there's only like 10 seconds left and I'm like definitely behind, I just scoop it up. And that's fine. Like sometimes you lose. And that's all right. It's still better for your tiebreakers, by the way, than giving your opponent the double loss. You know, I know people sometimes feel like, oh, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to take you down with me. That's a losing mentality. Like 100%. It's a losing mentality in the long run. People have been punished for this in the past at YCSs already, because then their tiebreakers were really bad because they did this, right? And it's just going to take a while for the Yu-Gi-Oh community to like put this into action. But in reality, if you just both play at a fast pace, like I've had very little issues with overtime in general since the new rules. Like I've been in this position where I scooped like maybe twice in like a year, where I reached time and my opponent was winning. I don't think I've had a double loss, because I've been in like 2 or 3 situations where we even got close to time, and it was either me or my opponent just scooping, and that's been completely fine. Yeah. It's not about being kind, by the way. It's literally correct. Yeah, no, in that moment, it feels like you're being kind, but realistically, it's just, that's the only way to do it, because if you're losing anyways, like just accept that, take your loss, because you're getting a loss anyways. It's just whether it's a double loss or a regular loss, and a regular loss is better for you. A regular loss is better for your tiebreakers, so it's just overall better for everybody if you do that. So yeah, I do this too for sure. But genuine question: what are you doing if the game is totally open? I think in that case, it's completely fine to just take the double loss. I think you shouldn't expect your opponent to just scoop because that's better for your tiebreak. You shouldn't get into this argument of like, hey, if I'm not going to scoop, but if you scoop, then you have a better tiebreak. You shouldn't just do it just for the tiebreaker. I think you should uphold like the integrity of the game a little bit. Like if the game state is completely open, then no one should feel forced to surrender. Like that's fine. Like if your opponent, or if you really want to do it to get your tiebreakers to be better, fine. But if it's an open game state, I think it's completely reasonable to say like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable just surrendering here because I don't think you've won the game yet. So I think it's all right to take the double loss. But if your opponent is winning, even if it's not guaranteed yet, but like let's say your hand is like okay, and your opponent is doing like the full Vanquish Soul K9 combo, and you're like, yeah, well, I'm like losing this like 90% or whatever. I think it's all right to just call it a day. Like just take the L. It's not that big of a deal. When you say it's better, do you mean mathematically? If so, can you explain? Okay, so in Yu-Gi-Oh, we have a system called tiebreakers, which essentially determines how players are ranked between people who have the same record. So if you've ever seen standings of a tournament and you see a bunch of people who finished like, I don't know, at a regional with 8 rounds, a lot of people finished 7-1. But someone is like 2nd place and someone else is 8th place with 7-1 or something like that, right? The way this is determined is called tiebreakers, where people with the same score are ranked based on who they played against. And the way this works is basically the system checks how well the people you've played against did in the tournament, right? And that basically, if let's say you lose to someone who goes 8-0, that is calculated as a loss that counts less than a loss to someone who goes like 1-7, right? Because in theory, if you've lost to someone who goes 1-7, then you are that person's only win. So that person overall has done pretty poorly at the event. So losing to that player is not great. But losing to someone who goes undefeated is fine because, well, they clearly are a very good player, so losing to them matters less. And so what happens if you are in the spot where you decide between, do I get a double loss or do I get a regular loss? Essentially, what you're deciding is if your opponent's record is better or if it's worse, right? So if, let's say I am 5-0 at a regional and I play against someone who's at the moment he's winning in the game, but then it's almost time. If I decide to scoop, then my opponent moves on with 6-0, which losing to a player who's 6-0 is not that bad for your tiebreaker. But if I force the double loss, then we're both 5-1, which means you've lost to someone who's 5-1, which is going to pull your tiebreaker down. But it's even worse because tiebreaker works in multiple layers, right? Because their tiebreaker is then also going to be worse because they also lost to a 5-1 instead of losing to a 6-0, right? So it's all in all, for your tiebreakers, the double losses can be pretty bad. So I think the consensus should just be like whoever is clearly ahead and clearly winning in the game should just get the win. The player who's behind should recognize that and should just give the opponent the win. And if the game state is open, then I think it's okay to take the double loss because, you know, you shouldn't just surrender for the sake of it. But if the game is still super open, then so be it, right? But yeah. Will you stream tomorrow for Top Cut? Yes. Most likely, yes. How do you feel about asymmetrical Top Cut? We should have that. I think that's the coldest take ever. Asymmetrical Top Cut is something that should be a given for Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah. All right, looks like we have the next round up already. We have Branded versus Branded. Okay. Holy. Branded versus Branded here. Now, funnily enough, since I played Branded at a couple of tournaments this format, I never played a Branded mirror match. So I don't actually know how, but I could imagine this being very grindy. Ah. That's a wonderful start to a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I love me some of that. I love me some of ashing on Fuba. That's great. We still have Valor for the Fallen of White, which is pretty good. Normal summon Aluber, gets hit with Imperm. All right. But they hard drew Branded Fusion. I love. This is why I almost don't want to play cards like Valor and Imperm anymore, man. The hand trap minigame is so cringe. Imperm's not a really... No, Imperm itself is not the cringe card. Valor is also not a cringe card. It's just like basically committing to this playstyle I just don't find enjoyable. It's not the cards themselves that are the problem. It's what you're trying to do when you play those cards is how I would describe it. Because this is what you do, right? You just discard 3 cards from your hand, and if your opponent plays the game, you pack it up. Right? Which isn't really it's not, because the thing is, like, it's arbitrary is the problem. Because if they didn't have the Branded Fusion in hand, there's a real possibility that they would have just said go. and then the Imperm and the Veiler would have been completely insane, right? It was you would feel like, oh yeah, hand traps are so broken, hand traps are so powerful. And then when they have the extender, everyone's like, oh, hand traps did nothing. You just hand looped yourself, right? That's the kind of dynamic that I'm referring to, right? It's just not very. It doesn't feel skill testing or interactive or very fun either. It feels very zero sum basically for the game, because it's like it's gonna be either like what your opponent is not gonna play the game and you just win, which is gonna be fun for you and not fun for your opponent, or your hand traps are not gonna be enough and then you're just gonna watch your opponent combo and then just scoop it up because you got 3 cards left. I want to get in on Synchro Branded with Pedralus Harmonia. Synchro Branded is a very fun concept. I haven't really wrapped my head around how exactly that would look, but that sounds like a very fun idea. And I mean actual Synchro Branded, not what people are playing right now, which is it's a fine and fun deck, but not really Synchro Branded, right? It's just like, okay, you have 2 options. Synchro line with white or Branded Fusion. But it's not actually full-on synchro. You think Super Poly is awesome in Branded? I think Super Poly has synergy with Branded. It's a good deck to play with breakers in general, but the extra deck is so tight for it. I just can't imagine myself cutting some cards from the Branded extra deck for Super Poly targets. Especially for next format where you need like Theseus, Garura, and Mud Dragon probably, right? Or maybe you can cut one of the other 2, but like you need 2 or 3 targets for it. It's so hard. You don't need Garura next format. Yeah, maybe you don't need it, but it just feels bad, right? Because there's like, imagine you get paired against Malice, and all of a sudden you don't have Garura in your extra deck, and Super Poly is basically dead. It feels awkward, right? Because like, yeah, maybe against the top 2 or 3 decks you don't need Garura for Super Poly, but then against a lot of rogue decks you're gonna need it. Okay, Branded Fusion resolved, which used to be a big deal, but right now, I don't even know. Like, we're sending Cartesia and Albaz. This is not even the greatest start, I think. Albion gets impermed. Chain Fallen on itself, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. Yeah, if they play Branded Sword, this cooks, right? This is the one that won Swiss Nationals. If with Branded Sword here, that would be pretty nice. Ooh, does Jonas have a Bestial or what? Yeah, Magnamood. Ooh, Magnamood on Cartesia is crazy. That kind of ruins the Albion. Oh, they have Cartesia in hand. They had Cartesia in hand. You need to pop your Albion. Your Albion is popped. Hello. Hello. Your Albion is popped. Your Albion is popped, sir. Isn't it? Am I tripping? Yeah. I think this means they play Branded Sword. Isn't that Branded Sword right in the beginning? Yeah, Albion. Or Branded. They play Branded Sword, so that's going to give them Albaz in hand now. Okay, nice. And conveniently, the Albion from the field is already in Grave, so that's going to trigger an end phase. They have Titanic Clad as well. What does Sword add? I don't play Branded. You can banish it from the grave to add a Albaz or a card that mentions it from your banish to your hand. It's important to make the Branded Fusion line better. Which was one of the bigger issues I had with the deck when I played it. It felt like Branded Fusion didn't do enough. So it's another brick that you have to play, which is unfortunate, especially because it's a trap and not a monster, so you can't even like reveal it for High Spirits. It's a pretty bad card to draw in general, but it does make your Branded Fusion lines actually good. So that's kind of important. Is it better than the Darkload to search Crown? I don't know. You can make an argument for either, I suppose. So we summon Quem and end phase from the Titanic Clad. That can send, I guess, another Cartesia, so we could just get it to hand for free. Or summon it with Quem on the opponent's turn. Can send High Spirits as well and add it back. This is the kind of game state that I was referring to before game one that could get really fun here, because the Magnamut is going to resolve for a Jonas to search for a Fallen of White, probably, or like another Bestial, and then we could potentially see a really fun grind game here, because this board, I think, is strong, but it is breakable for Branded. Theoretically. It's tough, though. Oh, wait, no. Both Cartesias are banished. That's actually a good point. Double Cartesia being banished could really hurt them in the long run. Set Albaz. Dude, there's literally 0 cards that they can fuse into Alba Limited right now. Literally does nothing. Oh, and they search Serenir. Searching Serenir here is a sign of strength, I would say, because it means they don't need Albaz as a starter right now. They feel confident that their hand can already play. So they can now use the Serenir as more disruption. Draw for turn. They have Fallen of White in hand already. I saw it, yeah. Duster. Okay, good start. We can revive with Fallen at the Virtuous. We can maybe take the opponent's Magnamut or something. I forget because I've used it so rarely in any of the other decks I played, but the Fallen at the Virtuous Reborn effect, does it target? I think so, right? So what they target here, they could theoretically summon, banish with Serenir. What about Revive Albaz into Dogmatica Ecclesia? They might not play Dogmatica Ecclesia, but also doesn't Dogmatica Ecclesia lock you if you search? Don't think you want that. You definitely need to be able to summon from extra deck this turn, so you can use Albaz as interruption. This is wide open. This game could very easily be won by Jonas, because I don't think Julian has any non-engine in hand. He has Mercurier. Mercurier and 2 spells, I believe. I think this is looking good for Jonas even. Vasimus Lore, thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back. Draw 1. Did not look too happy with that draw. Not sure. Is it 7 rounds today? I think they said 8 rounds today, 4 rounds tomorrow. Oh, we have another Imperm, and we preemptively target the Ecclesia, which I think they just okayed. I mean, realistically, no reason to chain it. And now we slam Branded Fusion. I think they were hovering it. They have Albaz and I think they're winning. I think they're winning. They have Serenir, Fallen of White, and I think I saw Branded Fusion. That's gotta be good. Honestly, I don't mind maybe normal summoning the Fallen of White here to not trigger the Quem. I don't know, Grand Guignol would always trigger the Quem. Ooh, Preskinian. And not Luluva Lilith. Interesting. What's Preskinian do again? It's like steal a monster from your opponent's graveyard, an extra deck monster, and summon it, right? Or banish it, right? So it's like a shark cannon for extra deck monsters, right? Also, it's Flame Wingman. Okay, I think we can ignore the fact that it's Flame Wingman, that it inflicts damage when it attacks something. I think we can look past that for now. But yeah, you're not wrong. It does also do that. Ooh, second Ecclesia is massive here because the other Ecclesia is negated by Imperm. So this one can technically still use its effect. They can just negate Albaz with Mercurier here. Serenir activates on a new chain, but for Julian here, he can still tag out Ecclesia here, and is going to do so to summon Fallen. Serenir is going to send Branded Retribution. Now Albaz is going to fuse. It was important to do it here as well, because if they did the Ecclesia tag out one chain link later, Jonas already had the Fallen and the Virtuous ready to go with the Retribution. But it looks like Fallen of Albaz is resolving here, fusing with... There are 4 Albaz on the board, yeah. A lot of Albazing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't feel like Branded Fusion is gonna solve this situation for Jonas. I feel like that board is tough. They are basically out of disruptions now. It's basically done with interruptions for Julian, unless I'm missing something. But I feel like they're out of interruptions now. They're using Albaz from the field instead of the OG from the grave because they want it in deck, maybe for follow-up reasons. And there's Mir Jade. Wonderful overframe. Hog Champion. And now we have Branded Fusion. Oh yeah, well, I mean, the Mirror Jade is the last interruption now. Yeah. The Mirror Jade is the last interruption, basically. Nothing to contact fuse in here with the Albaz. Nothing's a dragon. We've got Fallen at the Virtuous. We can pop the Mirror Jade before we activate Branded Fusion, I guess. But will one Branded Fusion actually do anything here? Resolves, of course. Make Titanic Light and go battle phase, maybe? Sure, but like, is that winning? Because the end phase is gonna be quite something. Proskinian has been used, yeah. I'll be on. I think we sent Cartesia alongside Albaz. Yep. Feels like we should have used Fallen at the Virtuous on the Mirror Jade, because their Mirror Jade is just going to banish our stuff now. This is game 2. Game 1 was like 2 minutes. At this point, I feel like we're overcooking. This is never winning, is it? Dude, regular Mirror Jade looks so tiny compared to the overframe. Mini Jade. So what's the plan here? Are we gonna go end phase and just Titaniclat, summon Albaz, and summon Dogma and try to sit on that? But that's not gonna work, is it? They might reach timeout in this end phase. It could happen. There's only 28 minutes left. This end phase is about to slap. We didn't answer Proskinian. I mean, they're gonna blow up the board in end phase with Mirror Jade, right? So summon Quem. We are now in the end phase. Quem send. High Spirits. High Spirits effect back to hand. Resolve Ecclesia for Julian. High Spirits for Julian. Albion. Probably just Branded Fusion or Fallen here. Fallen. Activate Fallen into Virtuous. All still in end phase. Send Albion. No, send Rindbrum. I don't know why we're popping something, because Mirror Jade is going to pop anyways. We could have set this Fallen, I feel like. But okay. Artesia effect, back to hand. Wait, no. We summoned with Quem. I see. But this is not going to do anything. Your board is going to die, because you're going to be forced to resolve your Mirror Jade, destroy the opponent's Mirror Jade, and that's going to destroy your board. Yeah, this was kind of pointless. Yeah, scoops it up now. I don't know if there may have been a way to do that, but not that. But yeah, that was one hell of an end phase. This feels like a fun matchup. The main phase 3 allegations. I mean, that's arguably the reason to play Branded. The end phase is the most fun phase in Branded. Without locks, I think Branded is fun to play with and against. I agree, yeah. Will you still play Branded in other regionals? I don't know. It's not going to be my priority with Blazing Dominion coming out, but I'll probably pick it up at some point again. Maybe a more synchro-heavy version. I was kind of interested to play around with that. But we'll see. Is Fallen of the White Dragon the reason Branded is tier 1 again? I would not call Branded tier 1 at the moment. I would not say that. Branded is good, but it's not tier 1. It's like a solid tier 2 deck, I would say. But yes, Fallen of the White Dragon is the reason why the deck is good again. That and Fallen at the Virtues. Is Rotary out in TCG? Next week. You would play Spark? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. What would you call tier 1 now? Before Blazing Dominion, I think the only decks that should be considered tier 1 are Mitsurugi and Dracotail. I think are tier 1. In TCG. And then there's a bunch of decks that are completely fine and viable, but I think they are a notch below that. Like that's where I would put Fiendsmith Yummy, Radiant Typhoon, Branded, Malice. All those decks I think are just like a little below those other two. Vanquish Soul K9, yeah. There's a bunch of decks that are just like hovering the top of tier 2 in TCG right now. A lot of stuff playable. Lunalight is good too. I'd argue Yummy is definitely tier 1. You can make an argument for it. All right, game 3 between the two Brandies. It's gonna be 22 minutes left. That should cover for like one end phase at least. We're gonna see Jonas go first. We did see in game 1 that Julian's strategy going second does rely more on hand traps. So it could be a quicker game this time around again. Ooh, I see double Fuwa and a lightning storm. That is not really a hand trap approach. That seems more like a board breaker approach, but okay. Double Fuwa is definitely strong. Double Fuwa and lightning storm is definitely a statement. How many rounds of Swiss? I believe they play 8 rounds of Swiss today, 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then top 8. Is what was said earlier. With about 400, little less than 400 players. Are they both playing 60 cards? I would actually guess that they're both not playing 60 cards. Oh, Serenir reveal, High Spirits reveal Serenir is like the goated play like 2 years ago. This play used to go incredibly hard. Nowadays, I don't know, Serenir doesn't feel that powerful anymore when you send something off of it. There's not that many crazy targets anymore. It's still, of course, better than like discarding a random non-engine, but usually you just send like something you're gonna get later anyways. Branded Sword, it looks like. Yep, there's Branded Sword. It's still good, yeah, it's definitely still good. Fallen of White. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of sending Ecclesia with Quem to play around Fuwa on Fallen of White. Fuwa, Ash, Fuwa. All right. Well then, one Fuwa is going to be active. I guess if you have Ash Blossom, you're not really supposed to play around Fuwa. Or you're not likely to play around double Fuwa, I guess. Okay, well. One draw here. Ooh, we are going to commit the Synchro. Draw another card here. We're gonna go Quem, bring back Cartesia. Ooh, we activate Ecclesia to summon from deck? No, surely not. An Albaz from grave. Okay. I mean, this is a completely fine board to pass on, actually. Like, this is not bad at all. I did see that Julian picked up some pretty good cards for going second here, though. Picked up a Fallen of White. Yeah, this is fine. Can Branded theoretically self-draw here? Yes, but I don't really feel like that's worth it. Like, you could do that, but you don't gain that much from it. Like, unironically, they're basically done. Like, they have all the setup for the grind game that they need. To the point where they don't really have to do anything else here. It might not be enough because Julian's hand is pretty good. The Lightning Storm will not have much to pop, at least. Just gonna be like one Fallen face down or something. I don't remember if did they make the Ecclesia in defense position? Yeah, right. That makes it better. So the Lightning Storm, they can pop the Quem, but I don't know if they care. So we're getting in a Mirror Courier here in the end phase from the Dragon that devours the Dogma. And now we're going to use Albion to set Retribution, which is a great back row in the mirror match. That's probably going to get blown up by Lightning Storm, though. But they definitely have a very solid board here. Yeah, we're going to have a real game on our hands here. Let's see what they draw. Lightning Storm for spell traps is going to wipe the Retribution. We can still use it for follow-up later, though. Oh, they drew they drew Branded Sword. We left Branded Sword in our deck for going second. Why did we do that? Surely you only need that going first for your Branded Fusion lines. Surely that's fine to not have in your deck. When you're resolving a Branded Fusion going second, surely you got other lines. Hmm. Steve Scream, thank you for the 9 months. Also, Rectro, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, everybody. Alright, Fallen of White activates in hand. Sending, can't quite see because of the glare. We're chaining this probably to get rid of the Quem before it can revive anything. We don't want to trigger the Quem with this Albaz send, I suppose. No, but did we target Albaz? Did we just target Albaz? Why? Is this in response to Cartesia's effect? Ah, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, Cartesia was activated. That's why we popped the Albaz. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Because Granguignol was technically summoned and saw the summon of the Albaz, they can use both effects of it right now. They can use the effect to send and the effect to tag out immediately if they want to. I think if everything is played properly here, I think Jonas should be winning. I don't remember what's the cards in Julian's hand. He's got Branded Sword, Ash Blossom, and what's the last one? He's got 3. Albion, the Shrouded. That could technically still get him out of it, because that still draws a card. The reason why I think Jonas is winning is he's got 2 ways to Fallen of Albaz, right? And Julian can only Ash one of them. He can Ash the Ecclesia here, but then the other Ecclesia can summon... That can also summon Albaz, right? So you're always getting Albaz here, and that always hurts. Sword is just for going first lines, doesn't help with extending that much, right? I think so too. I'm confused that they have it in the deck for going second. I mean, I didn't play with the card, so I can't say for sure, but it feels like a card you would take out when you're going second. We saw how good it can be in the second game. Like, it definitely makes the Branded Fusion lines a lot stronger when you're going first. But it feels weird going second. Grind game as well. I mean, yeah, maybe maybe that's the thought process here, is like the branded mirror match can get pretty grindy. So you're keeping it in and just hope you don't draw it. Unfortunately, they drew it here, but yeah. All right, here's Albaz resolving, fusing with. Are we gonna fuse both for Devour, or are we gonna make a Mirror Jade via Albion? You could. I think I like Albion into Mirror Jade more. Spread out your interruptions a little bit better. Are they both on 40 cards in branded? Close to it, it seems like. Here's Mirror Jade. And now I feel like there's one last chance with this Albion to draw something good here. Maybe if we can draw Branded Fusion off the top, there's a world, because we're not locked. Like, we haven't made a synchro yet. But definitely here, the board and the follow-up makes me think Jonas should be winning this. But we've got one last chance maybe with this Shrouded Dragon. But I also, does Jonas still have the Mercurier in hand? We haven't used it yet, have we? Yes. Are we gonna really Mercurier a random draw here? Probably not. We let it happen, and we can contact Fuse. We can contact Fuse. Oh, it was Duster. Oh, it was Duster. Yeah, that's GG's. I mean, we have a couple of end phase effects here, but there's no way. We can't break the board. We cannot break the board. The follow-up for our opponent is massive here. It was a good attempt, but drawing Duster and Sword, and also the Ash Blossom wasn't ideal here again. Attack over Quem. Add back Fallen. Yeah, it's not going to be able to put up enough. I mean, it can put up a little bit of a fight here, but I don't think it's enough, right? We've got end phase. We still have the Titanic Clad to summon Albaz to attempt to fuse. The problem is there's Mirror Jade and there is Mercurier in hand still, so that's not going to work. We can Branded Sword to make some tokens. Don't know if that's going to make a difference, though. Golden Sword Soul also goes to grave. What level are the tokens? I think level 6? Maybe they're level 8. I don't know. I don't think it matters. But maybe level 8. Okay, chat is saying level 8. I thought they were level 6, but... Does Branded play Secretarion Dragon? Sometimes. Very rarely. Okay, we go end phase here. We add Branded Opening with Albion, which we can then use to discard Branded Sword. So we get actually some use out of it. We summon Quem. Ecclesia goes back to hand. Titanic Clad activates. We still have a pretty good end phase here, but it's not going to be enough. We summon Albaz. Albaz effect, this card, that gets murked. And now we are out of end phase effects. I mean, we can add Cartesia back to hand. Maybe, I don't know. No, we already did that, I think. And that should be it, right? We have a Fallen face down, and that's all. And now it's Jonas' turn to activate all of their end phase effects. So Mirror Jade. Send Albalinatus. Banish Quem. And now we go crazy. Ecclesia. Lenatus. Whose Grangrunal is that? It's also Jonas. Branded Sword. Add back Albaz. Summon back Ecclesia from Banished. Ice Spirits. Bro, okay. At this point, bro, we have no cards in hand and a Fallen at the Virtuous face down. It might be time to put the fries in the bag, as they say. You think it'll be a double loss? I don't think so. I don't think this takes 5 minutes. Do they say that? I don't know. I've been told. Okay, pop your own Albaz. So it's in the... Oh. What the hell is that? I mean, the most normal branded game state, to be honest with you. Didn't even make it more complicated. Okay, pop your own Albaz, so it's in the grave for Rin prompt. Discard Cartesia. This is all in draw phase, I assume? Albion effect. I mean, they're hanging on. They're hanging in there. There's only 4 minutes left at this point. I don't think it's winning no matter what. I really don't think it's winning. But okay. Here's Mirror Jade. Banish Ecclesia. I mean, all you have to do is summon Albaz and it's game, right? If we have any way to summon OG Albaz, we just make Devour and we attack. I think there's nothing to be done about that. Golden Sword Soul procs here. I feel like there's a million things that should have procced here from Jonas that he didn't. The Grangugnol could have procced already. The Quem could have procced already, but when it was still alive. There was a bunch of things that we could have done. So here's the thing, right? This game is won. The question is just, can they do it in 3 minutes? Can they figure out a way to win in 3 minutes? I think it's just, I think they have it. I think it's just Fallen, Revive, Albaz now. Yeah. Fallen, Revive. This works. Effect, discard. Oh, don't think on the discard. Just throw away a card, man. Use both. Summon Devourer. GG's. All right. Yep. That was a fun match. That's the branded mirror match sounds very intense, or looks very intense. That was fun. I enjoyed that. All right. I assume we don't have a long break before the next round. But I'm gonna leave you guys with the commentary, even though it is in German, real quickly, because I need to grab something for lunch. It's once again a very late lunch for me, but the last round was so long, and we immediately started with this round. So just gonna leave you guys with the two wonderful German casters for a second, and I'll be right back with you.
Turnieren.
Ja.
Aber erstmal bin ich auch gespannt, was wir gleich von ihm im Interview hören werden, denn wir machen eine kurze Pause und sind dann gleich wieder mit dem Winners-Interview da. Ja, Schere, Leute. Ich habe gerade erfahren, wir waren so tief drin in diesem Match. Wir sind schon in der Overtime. Das heißt, es wird gleich weitergehen mit Runde 6 direkt. Das heißt, wir machen kein Winners-Interview, kurze Pause, dann geht es direkt mit der nächsten Runde weiter. Bis gleich.
All right. Seems like it hasn't started yet. Was there an interview yet? No. Okay. You went AFK and they went on a break? They skipped the interview because no time? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess that means at least it's going to continue soon. I was kind of hoping for them to do an interview at least. But it is what it is. No interview. They said banlist at 6 today. I don't know German. Yeah. Nice bait. Acunim, thank you for the 44 months. Welcome back. That is such a long time. I appreciate you. I hope we see RB. Honestly, not impossible. I mean, it's nationals. We're heading into what, round 6? It's not impossible that there's like an RB at like 5-0 or 4-1. Wait, was this round 5 or was this round 6? That was round 5, right? Yeah, round 5. So we have 3 more rounds today. The pace has been good, I would say. I feel like the pace has been good. They started at 10 a.m., which was 5.5 hours ago. We've just finished round 5. Yeah, the pace is decent. Actual banlist? No. They were baiting. Don't fall for the bait. Well, do you really think that out of all the places they would announce a ban list, they would choose the stream for the Austrian nationals? Yes? Fair enough. In German only, yeah. Do you know where this event is? Probably Vienna. I think it's Salzburg. I think I read somewhere that it was in Salzburg. I don't think it's Vienna. Which I've never been, I think. They announced the ban list in a video description before, if you remember that. True. Fair enough. Still, I don't think that they are going to announce it on the Austrian Nationals stream this weekend. Will you be participating in German or French nationals? I'll be playing German nationals this year. Which is not that far away, actually. What is it, 3 weeks or 4 weeks? 4 weeks. 4 weeks until German nationals. Exciting. We have looked at the new Genesys points, yes. Oh, they're back. All right, let's go. Will you still be at French Nationals? Yes, I will be at French Nationals. All right, we have Maximilian against Alexander here for round number 7. Going to find out in a second what they are playing. I can translate for you guys, no problem. Let's see it. we have Sky Striker, another branded. All right, Maximilian 5-0 with Sky Striker, my goat. And Alexander 5-0 with another branded. This is 3 feature matches in a row with branded. But I know we're all rooting for Sky Striker here, right? This is a very, very interesting and grindy matchup. Usually, if there's no draw involved. Normal Ecclesia, really not my favorite opener in branded. I don't like it that much because you don't get the scent from Fallen of White. Looks like we're ashing it though. Fine. They don't look super happy about it. Ooh, Fallen. That can't be good. That cannot be a good sign. This is more along the lines of how my branded hands were. A lot of the times. Ooh! Radiant Sky Striker. Wait, they're so based. Oh my lord. Okay. Vision to draw. Oh, we got 3 spells already. Oh no, we're searching. Never mind. That's also 3 spells though. So we're going to chain the Fallen just to guarantee follow-up. But now we've got 3 spells engrave, Sky Striker, Radiant Typhoon, Special Eldam. This already guarantees access to engage pretty much because of Camellia. Oh. Double droll. Nah, that's devious. Yeah, now we have 4 spells, so we can't even go Camellia Send. We can still make it. Don't you get destroyed by Albaz now? We have to have a way to counter Albaz in hand, otherwise this makes no sense. Why are we making Shizuku? That's not legal. Can't summon. Yeah, you can't summon Camellia twice. Yeah. I don't really think it functionally makes a big difference here. I mean, a little bit. It could. It does because you would have waited for Ayati to summon Albaz. Yes, yes, but also they would still have normal summon Ray after, which is probably it still plays, but yeah, it's the sequencing changes and it becomes a slightly different game, yeah. But I think Branded is winning most likely anyways, so I guess luckily it didn't really help. Because of Droll? Yeah, I mean Droll is this deck's biggest enemy. I think this deck is quite possibly the best deck in the format right now if it doesn't get Drolled. But if it does get Drolled, it's pretty bad. Oh yeah, Albion was not summoned properly. They can only banish it. I mean, it's cooked anyways. I think Talon's take gave them a chance. If they already had Ray in hand, I think it was Talon's take. Jin is my name. Think about it, 5 months. It is a lot of Branded today. You're right. This is like the third feature match in a row that involves Branded. And in round 5, we even had a Branded mirror match. Seems to be a lot of Branded at this tournament. They still haven't fixed the Camellia? Yeah, because no one caught it. So, how like they didn't fix it because they didn't catch it. Admiral Courier. Between Striker, Brandon, and Mitsu, I understand how a Malice with max Bestials can do well. Bestials are really well positioned in this format. Like, also Yummy Bestials are pretty good against. I think Bestials are great right now. Generational throw. Yeah, this I have no idea how we got here. What happens when an illegal game state is too far to be rewinded? There's two options usually. If you can't fix a broken game state, you can either rule it as just accepted game state, or you can like punish the player who caused it. If the judge thinks that the player gains too much advantage from it or something, I don't know exactly how it works. Yo, that Camellia was moving. All right, we know both cards in hand for Branded here. We have an Ecclesia and a Mercurier in hand. I think the Mirror Jade can also still use its effect. So we're going to try to add back Shark Cannon here, which instantly gets Mercurier. Lightning Speed. Engage has been top decked or already had in hand. Oh. Okay, we're good. I thought it was Jover for a second. Do you think taking out Pot of Desires of Sky Strikers is fine? Yes, I think it's fine. I mean, Striker is just winning now, no? I know current branded isn't as cringe as it used to be, but I'm so tired of this deck. Striker isn't far behind. Why do these players get to keep their deck on the fringe of the meta forever? I don't know. I guess that's subjective. Like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like I kind of view this as the opposite. Like, I think this is kind of a cool thing when a deck just like always exists, but is never too broken, so it has to like be banned. I think that's more of a good design than anything else. I think that's good. If you have a couple of decks that are just like constantly solid, but never too broken, never bad. I think that's all right. So Malice is based, dude. You guys just want you just hear what you want to hear at this point, dude. It's literally pointless. What are your thoughts on branded synchro without fusion? I think you're never going to play the deck without fusion. You're always going to play a part of the fusion engine in the deck. But I could see a more synchro-based strategy working. But I think you're always going to play like a small fusion, at the very minimum, a small fusion package. Dude, they're running out of striker links. Did they set up a Lemnis Gate? I couldn't quite see all their searches for engage. I hope they set up Lemnis Gate. Otherwise, they're going to be running out of link monsters soon. Especially if Lemnis gets popped here, that's a problem. So trigger Gran, trigger Chaos. The branded extra deck is also running a little low. Can you name the cards on the field in German off the top of your head? The thing is, for a lot of German cards, I actually don't know their German names. Like Chaos, I have no idea what it's called in German because I just like, my cards are English. I react to the cards in English and so on and so forth. Like for some of them, I have no idea. I never knew what they were called. Chaos Sternenquelldrache? Okay. See, that's why I have English cards. To be fair, that one's not that bad. Oh, they hit Lemnis Gate. They hit Lemnis Gate with Chaos. That cannot be good for our Sky Striker duelist. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This turned out to be an okay game. I mean, it's a really fun matchup. It's of course unfortunate that the Camellia was activated twice, or the second effect was activated when they couldn't. But it's still it is a really fun matchup. Did the Camellia matter a lot here? It did matter, I think. But like, there's also a possibility that they could have done it without it, because the sequencing would have just been a little different. But I'm not sure. I do think it mattered a little bit here. Yeah. So we go Ray tag out into 0. They triggered Lulu Lilith. They chain 0 to tag out and pop. Now we chain Ecclesia to summon Albaz, which could just get popped by the 0 instantly. We summon Fallen of White. Summons Ray from grave, Rose from deck. And we pop the Albaz, so it cannot activate. Ray has already tagged out, so we kind of have to use Lemnis Gate here, but the problem is, I assume, because when they went through their deck, I didn't see Desires, I assume they play one Lemnis Gate. Which means, if they banish this Lemnis Gate right here, they basically have no way to recover the extra deck cards. Which I don't know if they can do that. I'm seeing their graveyard, they have no more extra deck left, basically, for Sky Striker. Like, if they banish this Lemnis Gate, right now, I'm pretty sure their grind game is just done. But they are gonna do it here. Maybe they play 2. But if they play 2, I don't think they think about it this hard. They still have a Kagari, I think. Yeah, but one Kagari, if you can't add back Lemnis Gate, is not gonna do much. Why only play 1? A lot of people only play 1 when you don't play Desires. It's not the greatest card to draw. So without Desires, a lot of people decide to just play 1 copy. It definitely is fine to do so. They have 1 Kagari and 1 0 left. Yeah, it's doable, but not ideal. Rose is coming back here, negating Lulu. Back over Rose. Where did the branded players grind game go? Can someone explain that to me? I feel like they had the perfect setup for everything, and nothing's happening. Your end phase, how is your end phase just 1 effect? That's pathetic. How is all of this happening? What is that Link monster? That's Azalea. I'm pretty sure they have a game this turn. Is the Rose... Why are we crashing? Is the Rose graveyard effect to negate a monster permanent? Was the Lulu Lilith negated still, or was it just negated? I think it's just until the end phase. What even happened this game? I couldn't tell you. I feel like the branded player was supposed to win, but they didn't quite play into Amatsu perfectly, because I don't think they knew Amatsu's effects. And then they didn't have game on that one turn, and then this weird grind game happened where like it's all over the place now. Well, it's kind of fun. So Kagari, add back linkage. They have like 6 cards left in the extra deck. No, we add back engage. We Ash the engage though. All right. Is there one? There's definitely an Ecclesia left for Branded. End phase Luluva Lilith. Wait, maybe Branded is winning again. Maybe Branded is winning again because Luluva Lilith is going to summon like Quem. Quem sends Cartesia, but I don't think we can add that back because no fusion has hit the graveyard this turn. Is there even time for game 3? Dude, there might not be time for game 2. Half of the timer is already done. Draw for turn. Chaos was sent to grave. I think that was last turn. Normal summon Ecclesia, activate effect, resolves. Fallen of White. I love Solitaire. Dude, they've been playing back and forth turns for 25 minutes. What the hell do you mean you love Solitaire? I'm kidding. Okay, good. Maybe he actually just loves Solitaire. Yeah, maybe. Oh, fair enough. It's a fun game. Okay, Synchro 8. That's going to trigger Quem. I don't know if we could afford to banish that Lemnis Gate. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if we could do that. I feel like that Lemnis Gate had to stay in the graveyard to add it back with Kagari. That Lemnis Gate being banished really hurts, man. Do you play any traditional card games apart from Solitaire? Not really. Like poker? At like very rarely. I've played poker before, yeah, but nothing too crazy. Bro, it's a race to no more extra deck between these two. Who do you think is gonna reach it first? At the moment, I think Branded is leading. They got like 4 cards left. Striker has like 5 or 6. I think Branded is winning the race to no extra deck left. Fallen at the Virtuous to revive. They steal Ray. Does it have to be in defense mode? Either way, they summon it in defense mode. Wait, this is end phase already? Oh! End phase? Okay. I guess we didn't want to attack the Kagari to allow the Ray to come back. So we just moved to end phase. But that means the Kagari is going to survive. And now all of a sudden, because a fusion was sent to grave, we've got 5. Wait, hold up. Was there a fusion sent to grave? Because we didn't use Fallen to destroy. We used Fallen to revive. Didn't we just... Oh, we summoned Grand Guignol, right, and we sent something with it. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Did we just top deck engage? Nah, we just top decked engage, I think. But this game is too much for me. They drew with vision. Okay. Well, I mean that doesn't change the fact that we top decked it. It's worse. We went vision into draw anchor and engage. Wait, we activated. Dude, I missed that because I was talking about the fusion engrave. They just drew vision off top, activated it blind, and drew quick play spell plus engage. Nah, they're the chosen one. They're the Sky Striker, Lisan Al Gaib. The what? The isn't that like the chosen one from Dune? Or did I mix that up? It is, right? Yeah. Have people already forgotten about that movie? That was like a year ago, wasn't it? Not that crazy. It's an Ankh movie because it didn't come out this year. Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, is this still game one? Yeah, dude, this matchup is double loss turbo. Unfortunately. What is Striker's win condition here even? Dude, they're giving back the Grand Guignol. That's crazy. They took it. Oh no, they're dropletting it away now. They took it with Widow Anchor. Why didn't they crash it into the Ecclesia? They don't want the Ecclesia in the graveyard, I guess, so it can't use the recycling effect, maybe? Is Camellia cuttable in Pure Striker? Maybe. Yeah. In Pure Striker, maybe. This game is so this game is so stupid that it's already peak again. They're both just randomly struggling. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 spells, bro. This Kagari is 2800. They can't beat it right now. They're crashing the Ecclesia. Oh my god. They're crashing Ecclesia to get cards back into the extra deck. To oh my lord. Okay. Bro, their extra deck. They can look at their entire extra deck with one hand, by the way. Bro, there's just no universe There's no universe in which this is anyone wins this. They're just it's a double loss. There's no way around it. How are they gonna finish another game after this? I mean, dude, I don't even know who's winning this game. We drew a spell. More news at 11. Oh, drop. Well, Ray comes back. That's not even good. Don't tell me you're gonna droplet counter their droplet. How big is Kagari? If I didn't miscount, it was 2,800. So with droplet, it goes down to 14. So exactly enough. Okay, if Ray tags out though, but we don't have Lulu Valilith in extra deck anymore, right? Grand Guignol cannot do anything. Do we have a Sky Striker to tag out into? Do we even have a Sky Striker? Is there a 0 left in the extra deck? If they play 3 zeros, they should have another 0. They have another 0. All right, it's time to read Combined Maneuver. All right, what does that do? I also need to read it. So this is like if you have Ray and Rosengrave, you can Raigeki when it attacks, right? Find it. Where is it? Combined Maneuver, engage 0. You can only special summon it once per turn. Cannot be used as link material. If it's special summoned, target a monster with 25 or more attack, negate its effects. At the start of the damage step of this card attack, while you have Ray and Rose engraved, and destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Oh, we're linkaging? Did we win? We won! Jesus Christ, okay. Now, all right, well, I bet they feel really good about that win after 40 minutes almost, but that happiness is not going to last that long when they find out that they're probably just getting a double loss in 10 minutes. That's the unfortunate. This is the biggest downside of the new time rules, I suppose, is that like long grind games like these often just lead to a double loss, which is a little annoying because it definitely feels bad when you fight so long for a game and then it's a double loss ultimately in the end. Well, I mean 10 minutes is not impossible to win 2-0, so we'll see. Maybe Branded just breaks game 2 or something. Why is there a 50-minute rule exactly? What do you mean? Are you asking why time rules exist in general? Because at some point you realize that an event like has to finish at some point, right? Or are you asking why it is exactly 50 minutes and not 45 or 55 or an hour or whatever. Why 50 exactly? There used to be a time back my day when it was 40 minutes, then they bumped it to 45, and then recently they bumped it to 50. I don't know. Wasn't it 55 at some point? No, it was never 55. All right. Aluba resolves. Grabs Fallen. High Spirits. Reveal Kawem. Fallen. Yeah, I mean, realistically, it's a good start for Branded. But I can see the Sky Striker hand partially also was pretty solid. I saw Ray and Droplet, which is not bad. But realistically, like, this game is just going to take too long, unfortunately. Is the thing, right? Like, Sky Striker, and that's the problem as well. Like, Sky Striker could, in theory, just call it a day and scoop this one and go into game 3 quickly. But then once again, same logic. There's no way Sky Striker can go first and finish game 3 in 5 minutes. That just does not happen. Is the branded player allowed to scoop? I mean, of course they are. But at the same time, like, they're winning this game and then it's 1-1. Why would they just scoop randomly out of nowhere? As striker, you're supposed to make this game look complicated to hope your opponent scoops. Well, I mean, look complicated. Yeah, I agree with you. As Sky Striker, you should try your best to win this game. And if you're in a winning position, there's a world where your opponent just says, you know what, you got it. Right? But there's a Diabels, so... I think he has 2 crowns, Droplet, Ray. Yeah, dude. I think it's Anchor, Droplet, Crown, Ray, which is 4 quick plays. 4 quick plays and Ray. Which is not good against Diabels. Who plays Diabels? It's not uncommon to play Diabels. I've seen multiple people do it, for sure. Are there standings and pairings somewhere? I don't know if they have written coverage. They might, but I don't know. Draw for turn. We have Ray, but we cannot tag out because of retribution. So now what? Is it searchable? Yeah. You send it to grave with Grand Guignol and then you revive it with Fallen. Yeah, we've got 4.5 minutes. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. Oh well. Someone has to brick. Yeah. I guess. I guess one player just has to brick, the other one has to have a solid start, but even then they still have to surrender, right? Like, because even if either of them bricks now, I think the other player is going to take too long to even win the game. Like, it would have I think the only way this goes well is if one of them surrenders, because they clearly think the opponent is winning. But that's the problem is, like, for Sky Striker is your board never looks like you're auto winning, right? It's always your opponent always has a chance. So they never are like incentivized to actually surrender, especially as branded. Striker can OTK pretty easily. Yeah, maybe. Okay, you know what? Maybe for Sky Striker, your win con is to just call second here and hope that branded bricks and you can, like, normal Ray have linkage or something and just go for game, right? Maybe that's that. All right, let's see. We have how much time left? 3 minutes? Less than 3 minutes. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Okay, there's Droll. I see Droll, Ash, Retaliating C. Is there a starter? I think there's no starter. Wait, what's the left card? Magnamut? Add anchor back. Set 2 pass. Ooh, Magnamut on end phase, but no effect because Droll. No, don't. Calm down there. Draw 1. Yeah, they have the top deck engine. Oh my God, they top decked engine. Wait, but there's Widow Anchor. You know there's Widow Anchor. It's not going to do anything. Ooh, no. Droplet. Send. Ooh, that's nasty. That's nasty. Chain Crown. Chain Crown to make 0 unaffected. But, oh, this is not good. That's not good. Branded has Ash for the tag out effect. Yeah, but, like, this is not. There's no Ash in hand for Sky Striker. This is a double loss. Yeah, only Crown negates 0, but it's like for next turn. Because, like, this is the 0 at the moment is their follow-up, right? Like, the 0 is going to survive this turn, but when they can't link it off next turn, they have to tag out to play. And then you get ashed. So it's likely not doing anything. Rindbrum with Branded Fusion. Dude, Branded Fusion is washed. Pass. Raw.
Dude, I think Striker is winning this. I think they have Engage. I think they surrendered. Oof. Did they surrender or not? I don't know. Yeah, I think. Oh, Branded is such a goat, dude. The Branded players based. Yeah, the Branded player surrendered because they had Ash Blossom in hand. But if they Ash Engage, then they can't Ash 0, and if they don't Ash Engage, then well, they still lose to the 0, or like they lose to the Engage. So, oof. I mean, look, that was overall, it was exciting and it was pleasant to watch because it was good sportsmanship as well. It was a very long game 1. But it was, we still got the happy ending after all. They can Ash Engage and Rindbrum 0? What do you mean Rindbrum 0? Oh, like negate 0's effect? I guess so, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they surrendered though. They ashed Vision. Oh, my bad. I missed that. Yeah, they ashed Vision. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. They didn't have the Ash anymore. That's why the Engage was so good. That's why the Engage was so good, because that also answers the Rindbrum with, like, they can Widow Anchor it and then tag out. Like, it's straight up just a game, because Ash was already used. Yeah. Oof. Okay. I would assume we do not get a winner's interview here, because that was super into time. Why Ash Vision? Because it's like 10 seconds left and you just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have a way to play. Sky Striker won, yeah. Sky Striker won because the opponent was a good sport about it and surrendered, because technically it would have been a double loss. Right? It would have been a double loss because there was not enough time left for them to actually OTK. But the Branded player gave it to them, which was nice of them. The Forbidden Crown was actually quite big there, right? Because if the 0 doesn't survive the turn, it's a different game. Does this Nationals have a top cut? Yes, they are playing 12 rounds of Swiss and then top 8. This was round 6, I believe. And in total, they're playing 8 rounds of Swiss today. So we have 2 more rounds today. I would assume we're going to be live for about 2 more hours, maybe. That's going to be the end of day 1. And then tomorrow, I'm not sure when we start tomorrow. I can actually check, because I'm going to be live tomorrow again. Austrian Nationals, Yu-Gi-Oh! 2026. We were going to start at like 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning. I'm checking real quick. Schedule. We are starting, 10 tomorrow as well. Okay. So 10 a.m. Central European time is when we're starting tomorrow with round 9. Yeah. Are you going to German Nationals or French Nationals like last year? I'm playing German Nationals this year. Would you rather have more European YCSs or keep the national structure? I like the idea of having national championships. I think that's a cool concept. But I do think I would like an additional YCS. But I don't really know if I don't think there's much gain from removing nationals for one YCS, because then at the end of the day, like, it's just one tournament. You're trading one tournament for another tournament, from my perspective, or from everyone's perspective, right? Because everyone can only play one national anyways. But yeah. remove the opens. Who cares about those? I would trade the opens for a YCS in a heartbeat. Yeah, I don't think I would trade nationals for a YCS because at the end of the day, that is one major event for another major event. And I like the existence of nationals. I think it's a cool concept. But I would trade the opens, every single open, like all of them together. I would trade for one YCS in a heartbeat. Yeah. We used to have 4 YCSs and nationals. Give it back. Yeah. Yeah. Good times. I do think it's a matter of European YCSs have just grown so big that I would assume there's just issues with finding affordable locations for that size. But honestly, like, I would even prefer if they went back to some of the cities, even if it means like the YCS is capped at like 1,500 or whatever, because like budgeting reasons, like because they have to get a smaller venue. I would like that still better than like, even if the fourth, let's say the fourth YCS is like, they're going back to like one of the cities where it was smaller but a little cheaper. I'd be okay with that. Like we barely get, well, like I think the thing is like we had a lot of locations back then that were for like around 1,500 players, and they just don't do those anymore because we just have more people now. Like the YCS Bochum, YCS, I think Prague, like a lot of those. Like I think YCS Prague was like 1,500 people, 1,600 people, 1,700 people, around that number, right? And that was a every year we had YCS Prague, and it was awesome. I think. Okay, well, a little biased maybe, but the I think the location for YCS Prague might just not be big enough for them these days. Yeah, but I wish we could go back to 4 European YCSs. I feel like this particular, like when was Dortmund? February? I think February, right? Yeah. Early February. I think basically 4 YCSs, 1 nationals, and European championships is a good schedule. That way you basically have like 1 big event every 2 months on average. I think that's a good break point. So like six major events is fine. With 5, you always end up having this like period where there's no event for like 3 to 4 months basically. So I'd love to go back to like 6 major events, which is like 1 every 2 months. At the moment, we have 3 YCSs, and then every country or most countries in Europe have nationals. There's a couple, I think there's a couple countries who don't have nationals. I don't know why. But some of them don't, but most of them do. It's going to be 4 months between Dortmund and my nationals with no event. Yeah. It basically, it depends on when your nationals is, right? Like for some people, it's like 3 months with no event. For some people, it's 4. But it's a little annoying. What's the reason why you can't attend multiple nationals? I think they, like, to be honest, some of them would just be way too big. Probably if everyone could go to every nationals. Also, I think it's fine this way. Because nationals are like, all of the nationals are happening within like a span of 2 months. So at that point, if you could play as many of them as you wanted, I feel like it would put a lot of pressure on people to play every single one, or as many as they can, just because they're big events and people care about them. And I think that's also a little much. I think it's fine if everyone can play 1 nationals. Because a person only has 1 nationality. Well, but here's the thing, right? You're not forced to play the national of your country. Like I, for example, last year, because I couldn't play German nationals on that day, I played French nationals, and that's not something. You don't have to play your country's national. You can basically pick one, which I think is cool. I kind of understand that it goes against the idea, I suppose, of nationals a little bit. But I think it's like some people just can't get a ticket to their own nationals because they're sold out, or because like they're not available on that day or whatever. They can't get time off or whatever. So I think it's fine, or I think it's good that people can go to a different national and compete. Yeah. I think it's one mainly so for Worlds points you're not forced to travel a lot. That is a side effect of it, but I don't think that's the reason. Because I think that system has been like this for a long time. Even before we had Worlds points, if I remember correctly, it used to be like this. Like it's always been like this basically. And I doubt that they're making that decision because of the few people that grind for Worlds points. But yes, absolutely, it would be super, super bad for the Worlds points grinders if you could play multiple nationals, because then people would basically be forced right now, like including myself, we would all be forced to play nationals every single weekend and try to do well in as many as possible to get Worlds points, which would be very stressful. So that's not the reason, but it is a side effect of it. All right. Oh, dude, I saw one Malice and then I looked up and I saw another Malice. What the hell have we walked into here? Oh, God. I got double jump scared right now. All right. We've rolled a 4 and a 4. Oh, this Malice mirror is exciting. A 3. All right. Congratulations. Abdul has won the Malice mirror. This, by the way, was the most skill testing part of the Malice mirror that we've seen right there. It only goes downhill from here. Normal summon White Rabbit. Interesting. I saw Chessy Cat in hand. For Abdul, choosing to go White Rabbit though to play around Ash Blossom maybe, which is in Sebastian's hand. Set TB11, activate TB11, banish. Ablos. And I think that's the last hand trap from Sebastian. And now we have backup Ad Ignister in hand. We're going full combo. And yeah, that's that. I think that's all she wrote. They both lose to Ash. As your only play, yes. But I think with the maybe with the backup Ad Ignister in mind, they wanted to do it this way so that they can still resolve the Chessy Cat draw later. Maybe is the idea. They have backup. Yeah, they had backup. So maybe that was the... Like, draw out the Ash Blossom here by pretending you're just doing one card combo White Rabbit. And now we can go still draw with Chessy Cat. They're both 6-0 as well. Yeah, I think so far, the entire day, they have only featured undefeated players, if I'm not mistaken. All right, we go Haggard Lizardos. Haggard Lizardos can now banish Chessy. Chessy's going to return. And now we can banish the March here to draw 2 cards. We're going to draw Ash Impulse with that. Xruff, thank you for the 3 months. And Nimlu, thank you for the first time Prime. Appreciate you. Biatley, thank you for the 4 months as well. We've drawn the Lure of Darkness. All right. Wonderful. Draw 2 more. The thing is, like, Sebastian's hand on the bottom is also kind of nasty. They got Gold Sark, Allure, and Field Spell. I don't know how much it matters in the Malice mirror, but that hand is kind of disgusting. Casual +4. Look, all right, I'm all for Malice hate, but we're not calling Allure of Darkness a +2 right now, are we? If you want to hate on the deck, then at least you got to be factual about it. You can't just say they went +4 when they go Chessy Cat and then activate Allure. That's not how it works. I think Malice deserves illogical hate. Okay, I mean, hey, look, I'll let you continue. It's fine. Go for it. I hate Malice, dude. They went +5 in their when they drew their opening hand, man. Unreasonable. What's the Malice end board nowadays? It's usually Allied Code Talker, Ash, Impulse, Imperm, Called by the Grave. Magnamut. Oh yeah, Droll. True. This is an awkward Dormouse because we have already used all the Malice effects. Are we going to use Wicked? Wait, we can't use Wicked right now, right? Oh no, we can. No, we didn't. We forgot to use Wicked. Not a big fan of the combo line. I mean, maybe they know it's a Malice mirror and it doesn't matter. They just didn't use Wicked. Okay. All right, Heat Soul. Oh, are we not ending on Allied Code Talker? They need one more body for Allied Code. One more body, they can make Allied Code. I thought Malice was dead. How is Malice 6-0 in 2 of them? I mean, I don't know why you thought it was dead. It's definitely not dead. Oh, they just hard drew the wizard. That's one way to do it. Now we're using Dormouse effect. Banish Chessy, but we've already used it. Doesn't have Cryptor in rotation either, so if you go Allied Code here, you're not going Cryptor. Cannot Wizard, he made Lizardos. Wizard is rest of the turn. Transcode Talker is the only one that says entire turn. But I understand your confusion. You might be thinking the deck has proper locks on it, but that's not how they made it. All right, pass turn. I mean, this there's not really a better hand you can have as Malice going second here, realistically, except for drawing more hand traps earlier. But they have a trap to dodge. They have Gold Sark. They have Field Spell. They had a lure. I don't know if they drew a monster with it though. Field Spell. Bell. Gold Sark. White Rabbit. Are we gonna allied coat the White Rabbit? I would assume no. Okay. We're not allied coding the White Rabbit. Okay. We're negating it on field? This is the most Malice game of all time, man. Oh, they're gonna impulse this, and now that they're gonna blind Allure. They're gonna blind Allure is the last card in their hand, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's cinema. Okay. The last card in the hand. Yep. Oh my god. Nope. Oh, back up. Uwa. Dude. And here's the thing. It's actually it's a good showcase of what makes Malice so powerful, because the deck itself, and I will give you this, even as the biggest Malice hater, the deck itself, the end board is not that crazy anymore. Because basically what they end on there is, like, I don't know if the line was played optimally. I don't think so, but it's like, okay, you have Allied Code Talker, and you can set up an MTPO7 banish, and maybe you have Cryptor as well if you play the line properly, right? So it's like a couple of non-target banishes and an Omni Negate, but fine, all right, fine, whatever. The problem is that the deck draws like 2 cards for Chessy Cat, 2 cards for Heat Soul, sometimes Allure of Darkness, and the deck plays like the best non-engine in the game by far, and a lot of it, right? It's got Imperm, it's got Impulse, Ash, Bell. It usually plays Bystials, and it's just Droll and Lockbird is in there as well. Dominus Spark is going to be in there after Blazing Dominion. So if your deck makes an end board like that, and on average has like 3 non-engine of that quality behind it, you're not playing the game. This deck will play Spark, yes. Bystials are kind of ass right now. Bystials are crazy right now. What do you mean? Mitsurugi, Yummy, Branded, and all the Fallen and the Virtuous targets in general, like, Bystials are really high quality right now. It's some of the best Bystials have been in like a year or something right now. Bystials are only not great against like Vanquish Soul. And maybe against Radiant Typhoon, but against Radiant Typhoon, they also play Fallen and the Virtuous, so you can banish like the Albions. It's not the worst. And in Malice, if you play against a deck where Bystials don't do much, you can always banish your own stuff with them. So it's not the end of the world. What's the point of pile shuffling exactly? So I know it doesn't randomize your deck, but I think there's still some merit to it to just make sure you side deck the right amount of cards and also your deck is still complete. Because sometimes there's instances where like your opponent takes a card away from you with like Change of Heart or Talents or whatever, and forgets to give it back, or you drop a card on the floor. So I like doing it just to make sure my deck has the correct count. But of course, you have to always properly shuffle before and after to make sure your deck is randomized, because the pile shuffle itself does not randomize your deck. I just count my side deck. Yeah, you can do that, but like that once again doesn't cover for you may have dropped the card on the floor while shuffling or whatever, which is unlikely, but it can happen. I think I saw Imperm and Abyss Steel, but I don't think that's enough. Normal summon Chessy Cat. How do they do it, man? How do they do it? So who goes first wins? I mean, didn't I tell you during the dice roll that that was the most important portion of the match? I did warn you guys. Don't you imperm Chessy and pray? I think so too. I agree with you. I think you imperm Chessy and pray, because quite frankly, that's the thing about like imperm and choke points. Like if they have, imagine like what you're playing around whereby not imperming is you're playing around them having like a trap to dodge your imperm. But what you have to think about is like what happens if they actually have a malice trap. The imperm is never working anyways. I guess you can hope that they fumble the line with allied code and you can maybe imperm the allied code or something, but I don't know, man. Can imperm here to stop access to backup. Yeah, we're doing that. So Chessie's gonna come back. I think Malice wins this one. Yeah. I think so too. Ransom. The Malice Mirror is way more skillful than the branded one. Yeah, Tenpai Enjoyer. I'm sure you'd know a thing or two about that. When you see Ransom adding Mirror instead of Field Spell, you know you're screwed. Probably, yeah. Unless they fumbled, I guess. But unlikely.
This event has amazing pace. Oh yeah, the pace has been good. And also, I mean, we've been lucky because the last 2 feature matches just went all the way into time. Which is of course stressful for the players because they have to basically rush to their next game right away. But for us, it's great because the pause really, the break has not been very long, both times, which is nice. All right, we get Chessy Cat from TB11. We've already used it this turn anyway, so it doesn't matter. Bring back Ransom. Ransom banishes March here, probably. Add March here to hand. Now we draw Ash and Impulse. As intended. Will you be live until the end of play today? Yes. I mean, it's just one more round after this one. This is round 7, and they do 8 in total. Ooh, they drew backup, which is annoying because they impermed specifically to stop access to backup. Ugh. 7 rounds today? No, 8 rounds today. This is round 7, and there's one more after. Cryptor. Wizard. Does this make Heat Soul and Allied Code? Because they can't make they can't make SP anymore. I think this is just Allied Code here. Actually, it could if they use GWC. But they're not making Allied Code, I suppose. Probably already have Ash Impulse in hand. This is the only... Is this currently the only thing that Allied Code can summon back? I think so. So this getting banned... How is Allied Code worded? Like you can't summon for the rest of this turn after you summon back with it? So could they in theory have chained GWC here? I'm not sure why it's not over the Cryptor. I don't know. I really don't know. I'd hardly, once again, I don't think it makes a difference here. But yeah, it should have probably pointed to the Cryptor. Why does Ryziel see little to no play anymore while Malice is still going strong? Because they hit Ryziel harder than Malice. Simple as that. Why is Malice Bro reading all the Malice cards? Is what I'm asking. I guess maybe they don't play GWC. Allure of Darkness. Do we have Ash Blossom? Looks like the answer is no. So we're gonna let them draw 2 here. Okay. And I saw a white rabbit in hand earlier already, and I also see a Chessie cat now. Allure for Chessie cat. Chessie effect. Allows it. Chessie hits the field. No way we're letting them draw 2 here. There's no world. There's gotta be... I mean, they have Malice in the Mirror, right? So they definitely have a negation for it. Yeah, Malice in the Mirror. Attempting to negate. Chain GWC. Bring back Ransom. Gain 2,300 life points. Then banish the Ransom for Mirror in resolution. On a new chain, activate pay 900. Bring this back. Probably banish White Rabbit or March Hare here. White Rabbit is semi-limited, right? Yeah, they have another one. Thank God. Okay, White, the trap should not be there yet. The trap should not be there yet. You have to summon your White Rabbit back first and use it. Yeah. Now we got it. Okay. They just put the trap on the field instead of putting the White Binder on the field. The White Rabbit first. So we still have Allied Code Negate, Cryptor Banish, and MTP07 Banish. That is not good. Well, Cryptor isn't live. We have to use 07 first, but we can just use it here. That's going to banish a Malice for cost. And then Cryptor is live, right? But we're not going to do anything yet, actually. Backup. Backup effect. Chain allied code. Banish backup. Now they still have normal summon. Normal summon White Rabbit. Imperm. See, and this is the card that they set behind the Chessie cat, right? So Imperm could have passed the turn, maybe. From the other side. But they got baited. So Lingeribo is gonna negate the Imperm here because we need that White Rabbit to resolve. We need that White Rabbit to resolve, but can you play through 2 non-target banishes now as Malice? I don't think so, right? Like now we've normal summoned. We've used backup already. Oh, 07 resolves. We don't know the last set for the Malice player, right? They have 2 sets. One of them is 07. The other one we don't know, right? So Marchair in hand, not the greatest extender here because most of the stuff has already been used. And you don't even have to use Cryptor here. Imperm column? Yeah, but Imperm was negated. Doesn't Malice basically do the same thing as Clown Crew? Because you think all decks that draw cards are the same? Yeah, you might be onto something there. That's the smartest thing I've read in like the last 5 seconds. Since I read the message before that. Bro, seriously, how do they do this? How does Malice draw like this, man? Malice, Banished Dormouse. Yeah. And at this point, I don't even think there's an extender that they could have. I guess they could have Wizard Hard Draw. Is the last card, but they don't have it. Yeah, Wizard. I don't think a Bestial would have done it because they had no more effects that could activate in the Banished. So the Bestial would have just been 1 body, but they needed 2 bodies, right? They needed a card that gives them 2 monsters, which I think is only Wizard from that position. That game looked closer than it should have been. It wasn't really that close, though. I feel like what Sebastian was trying to do there was not just use every single negate or every single interaction on the first thing that they saw. They actually let them commit a little bit, which I think was fine there because, I mean, that's the one thing without Splash Mage, like Malice does need to find a way to put 3 bodies onto the board before they can meaningfully, like, as long as you can prevent them from going into the Link 3s, I think it's fine. So holding the removal until they threaten like SP or Link 3s, I think is fine. I think it looked, maybe it looked scary, but I think it was all under control. I don't think there was ever a threat. All right, game 3. Was this match even interesting so far? Dude, it was intense, man. It was really close. Imagine in the beginning they both rolled a 4, so they had to roll again. And then Sebastian rolled a 3,
and Abdu rolled a higher number. It was crazy. All right, let's see if it goes any different in game 3. So far, we've seen the player going second only draw one hand trap both times, and it wasn't enough. Maybe we can have more this time around. Is Malice still that hated after all the bans? Yeah. No, it's just this chat. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. There's a Perulia at least. Oh, but I see Called by the Grave. I mean, bro, they got Imperm, Impulse, Terraforming, Called by the Grave, White Rabbit. What do you want me to say, man? What exactly do you want me to say? Called by the Grave, the Perulia. Not even sure if you're supposed to do this with Terraforming in hand. I feel like with Terraforming in hand, you're not supposed to do this, but maybe it's fine. It's like 2 draws. I think you might be able to play without your normal summon, but yeah. So we ash the TB11, the White Rabbit comes back, now we Terraforming, and I think that's the last hand trap. I think there's a duplicate ash, and I think there's a Malice in the Mirror, so yeah. And I think Abdu also has Imperm and Impulse in hand. So enjoy your cutscene before eventually the auto win gets collected. Are you hiding a cat below your microphone? He was here a second ago, yeah, but he just left. He just left after the Called by the Grave. I don't think it's a coincidence. What's that? Is that Baldrake? Does Baldrake change anything here? I don't think so. Charlie knows ball, yeah. Bro, how is this game? How is this match even 40 minutes so far? It was literally just player going first, do combo, player going second, play for like a little bit, and then scoop twice. And about to be 3 times. How was this almost 50 minutes of a match? Jadigans, thank you for the 31 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Why is he not scooping to play game 3, man? This is game 3. What do you mean? You want him to scoop and go into game 4? Need to discard one, I think, for backup still. Yeah, discard Imperm. We don't need it anymore. If it is a Baldrake, in Sebastian's hand, I can't quite tell. But if it is a Baldrake, then that could be good against the Wizard. Now, does Wizard, I forget, does Wizard specify you need to have a Cybers from the extra deck? Or can you have any monster, any link summoned from the extra deck? Oh, Chessie draw 2. Nice. Vanish Mirror. Let me generate 3 new cards in hand out of thin air. Have we even used March Hare's effect to add itself back yet? I think so. Like Clown Crew? Yeah, it's the exact same thing, basically. They can't use Wizard here. It needs a Cybers from the extra deck. I just checked. It does need a Cybers from the extra deck. The SP is not a Cybers. But we just make a link 1, and now we have a Cybers. Now we can Wizard. Not a big deal. Allied, I think Allied Code Talker does... does Allied Code need Cybers monsters or just Effect monsters? I think just Effect monsters, right? I think they can make Allied Code with SP. But Baldrake here... Baldrake here is going to banish the Chessie. It's going to put Sebastian down to 2 cards in hand. Wizard is going to stay in hand. Which means we can still make Allied Code here with those 3. I think it's 3 plus effect monsters. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But at the moment, also, Sebastian has Ash Blossom. Here's the thing, right? Sebastian has Ash Blossom and Malice in the Mirror in hand, which essentially means there's no way he can win, because he doesn't know this at this point. But Abdu has non-engine, so if he even if he draws a play, it just gets negated. Any interesting decks on stream so far? Yeah, we have 2 Malice decks right now, as you can see. Then we had, what did we have? We had a Furhire earlier. That was cool, but it lost. We had an Eniacraft earlier. That was cool, but it lost. And then we had a lot of Branded, and we had a very fun Sky Striker versus Branded matchup in round 6. Magnet Warriors, yeah, we had a Magnet Warrior game. Oh, we just go Cryptor, okay. Surprised no Mitsu Azamina. We had Mitsu Azamina in round 1. There was the Austrian national champion from last year is playing Mitsu Azamina this weekend, and he was on feature for round 1. Hey. Did they win? Yeah, did they go first? The answer to the question is the same. Could spare us 30 minutes if they're just comparing on engine. Dude, I told you what was going to happen 50 minutes ago after they rolled the dice. I told you back then. Well, you all don't believe me. Are we still siding Lancia? I don't think it's correct to side deck Lancias right now in the current format. I mean, this is before Blazing Dominion even, but I think Malice, even though Malice is still good, it's just not popular enough to warrant actually side decking for it. I just don't think it's correct. Maxi band equals coin flip format. I'm not falling for your rage bait today, sir. Not happening. You've never played a game of Yu-Gi-Oh in your life. How many rounds is the tournament? Today, 8 rounds. So we have one more round to go. And tomorrow, starting 10 a.m. Central European time, they're going to play 4 more rounds of Swiss and then top 8. I'm not falling for it, falls for it. Yeah, it's hard, you know. Rage. Sometimes you guys are really good at rage baiting. Sometimes it's difficult. And my problem is like I know the Yu-Gi-Oh community, I know the internet, and I always have to second guess whether it's actually rage bait or whether it's serious. And I think often it's serious, which is a problem. Like there's a realistic chance that they meant that when they said that, which is crazy to think about. Did Malice win? Yeah, it was unfortunately a Malice mirror match. A small step for Malice, but a great step backwards for humanity when that happens. Do you think Blue Eyes has a chance with Harmonia at the new overframe? It has a chance, yes. I think it's like a deck that you can reasonably bring to like regionals and do well with. I wouldn't say it has a chance to be top tier, if I remember correctly what the new overframes do. Like they're good cards, but I don't think it's gonna catapult Blue Eyes into like top tier. But they're gonna be solid. Hydraulis can summon Maiden. Yeah, you play like Luluva Lilith, right? Because Maiden also has same attack and defense, light spellcaster, so you can summon that with it. Yeah, it's neat. The Hydraulis Harmonia with Luluva Lilith interaction is quite interesting, also for like synchro branded maybe. Thoughts on unbanning OSS? Power level wise, they probably could, but I would prefer if they didn't, is my thoughts. Like they could, but I would not want it personally. I think there are a couple of nice side effects though of bringing back OSS. Like for example, I do think it was neat that like Rescue Ace and Fire King can use Diabellstar as a starter because both of those decks are kind of desperate for more consistency. So I think that part would be cool, but I don't like how, like I'm just not a fan of Snake Eye. Basically, I'm okay with other decks having OSS, but Snake Eye is kind of I don't want Snake Eye to come back. Does Synchro Branded play that new level 8 Sword Soul Synchro? Well, I mean, it's not out yet, so I can't give you an answer for that. Is it in Blazing Dominion even? Hold up. Let me quickly, while we wait for the next round. The new Sword Soul Synchro, I don't think it's in Blazing Dominion. Where is it printed though? Where does it come out? Hold up. Swords. Is it like the 3 Sword Souls or something? This one. The 3 Brave Sword Souls. If this card is Synchro Summoned, you can add a level 4 or 8 spellcaster whose attack equals its own attack. Attack equals its defense from your deck to your graveyard to your hand. Target a face-up card in the field, negate its effects. Then, if you have an Ecclesia, doesn't even seem that great to me, though. It's a V-Jump promo, so we get this in years. It doesn't seem that good, though, to be fair. It's not even close to the power level of Ecclesia the Black Dragon. It really doesn't seem that good to me. It's not bad either, though. Snake Eye without Moon at Appaloosa doesn't do anything? Yeah, maybe. But once again, I'm often of the opinion that if the best case scenario is if the deck doesn't do anything, then might as well leave it banned for a little longer. But yeah, maybe you're probably right. That's why I said, like, power level wise, they could bring it back. I just don't want it. But yeah, they could. You can bridge from Magistus to Valmonica with this? Great. I've waited so long for this moment. I've sat there with my Magistus Spentas so often and thought to myself, damn, if only I could bridge to Valmonica right now. My life would be so much better. If I could do that right now. The one thing I can't bridge into. Do you think Verte Anaconda could come back? Yes. But ironically, I think the only deck that really makes great use of Verte is Branded Draco Tail, which I don't think needs a buff right now. But if they hit the new branded cards and Draco Tail a little bit, then I think Verte could come back easily. Only if they ban Instant Fusion. What does that have to do with Verte? I've never in my life I've seen anyone send Instant Fusion with Verte. It enables FTKs? Verte sent Instant Fusion enables FTKs? How? You can't summon after. What do you do with Verte Instant Fusion? They did it for the Litterlusk FTK? Dude, no one is gonna do that. No one is gonna do that. At this point, when do you think the ban list will come out? Dude, I got no idea. I was hoping for it like in the last couple of weeks. I was low-key hopeful that something would happen, but nothing happened, and now I'm questioning if it's even gonna happen at all. Which is a little sad because I really wanted to play Nationals without Naturia Rose Whip in the mix, and I really thought they would do it, but I'm losing faith more and more each day. But I don't know. Or at least let's say it this way. I was hoping that at least if they didn't plan to make a ban list, I think they should at least tell us that we can like expect no ban list for national season. Because I think if we don't get a ban list, then we're probably not getting a ban list until after Euros. Like, I think, at least to me, the only way it makes sense is you either do a ban list now, before all the big nationals and Euros, or you do it after. So it's either now or July, I think. Or rather, I mean, that's how I would do it. I don't know if they think the same way about it, but I feel like now or after Euros is how it makes sense. There's an NAYCS today, right? No, there's no NAYCS today. There's a YCS in South America, I believe. There is a YCS in Columbus in 2 weeks, which is something that a couple of people have been speculating about. Like they might do it in the Columbus stream, which is possible. The reason why I don't think that's likely is because that is the same weekend as French Nationals, which is like the biggest European national, as well as it's 1 week before German Nationals, which is the second biggest European national. So I would think that they would do it before those and not during those. Is how I feel about it. So I don't know. But yeah, it's not impossible. Like I could see a universe where I guess this is also a more of a theory than anything, but I could see a world where they announce it at Columbus, and then it's in effect after, like in the middle of June, because the middle of June is the last nationals in Europe, I believe. So maybe they make it so it's just in effect right after national season. And they announce it like middle of May to be in effect middle of June. I could see that, I suppose. Do any of the current decks even effectively compete with Cool Tune anyway? Yes. It's basically Vanquish Soul is still pretty good. I think Branded still has a chance. Sky Striker is pretty good, but only if they get rid of Rose Whip. There's other stuff. There's definitely decks. Branded Draco Tail is not dead either. Like it's not great because it can't play Fedralis Harmonia, but it's not dead. I think it's possible we get a mid-nationals list. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's very weird because we are in this weird time frame where it's like, if they did it right now, it would be relatively early. Because the last ban list was in effect start of February, I believe, right? So if they did one right now, it would have been barely like 3 months, which is relatively quick, right? But if they wait until after Nationals and maybe even after Euros, that would be end of July, which would be almost 6 months, which is then a little, that's rather long. So technically the perfect timing is like in the middle of nationals, like after like 4 months, right? But yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Magnets are good versus cool as well with breakers. I mean, magnets are doing well in Master Duel right now. There was we looked at it earlier. There was 2 Magnet Warrior decks in the top 10 rated duels last month. So yeah. I kind of wonder if Fedralis Harmonia's impact is being overestimated by people. It's a good card, but I don't know if it's that good. I wouldn't say it's overestimated in terms of its impact. I do think it is a really good card that every deck that can play it will play, which I think is kind of what everyone is expecting right now. Like that card is so good, and the thing that I feel like people were overestimating a little bit is how expensive it was going to be, maybe. Because at the end of the day, it is a really good card, but it is not going to see play in every single deck. So I don't know. I don't know what's happened. We've talked about this like a week or 2 ago. I don't know what happened to the pre-sale prices in the meantime. I don't know. It still is 100 plus in pre-sale. Yeah, that seems too high for me still. But yeah. 120 euros in pre-sale. Well, I'm checking Card Market right now, and there's a couple ones for even 99, which is not far off from 100, but it is under 100, technically. But I don't know. I feel like it doesn't strike me as a card that should be that much.
Dominus Spark is 60 pre-sale. That's also too much, I think. Like, the set is pretty good. There's a pretty high density of good cards in Blazing Dominion. There's a lot of cards that are going to be worth money. I don't think the individual cards should be worth that much, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I've been wrong on this in the past plenty of times. Pre-sale prices are turbo scam? Usually, yes. Usually, yes. Usually, pre-sale prices are just too high. Like, yes, Vidralis Harmonia is a very good card, and a lot of meta decks are going to want to play 3 copies of it, but at the end of the day, there's other decks in the format still, like K9 Vanquish Soul, or Branded Draco Tail, or Sky Striker, or Branded. Those are all still valid decks, and they don't need the card, and ultimately, like, $100 is usually reserved, I feel like, as a price tag for cards that are, first of all, every single player needs. Like, cards like Uba or Prosperity or whatever, like those kind of cards, right? Like, it sucks that those cards are that expensive, but I can see why. The card is not quite on that level, I don't think. Is it still pre-sale? The card shops near me have card packs for an opening event. Is that different? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the release date, I don't know if the release date was affected actually in Europe, but the official, this weekend was supposed to have the sneak peeks, the pre-release events for Blazing Dominion, but they were postponed a little bit. I don't know. You can let me know about your guys' pre-releases. Also, if you're from NA, if it was the same thing. But for me, we were supposed to have a pre-release yesterday. I think Friday, or today, I don't remember, and they postponed it, but not by much. They postponed it to Wednesday. So ours is it's delayed, but like 3 days or something, 4 days. Oh, dude, another Malice and a Luna Light. What a treat for round 8 here. We got Malice going first against Luna Light. Luna Light has a Perulia here. We start with March here, Banish White Rabbit. Luna Light, probably, just in terms of board-breaking capabilities, probably one of the better decks to go second with against Malice. However, once again here, the Malice non-engine is exceptionally good against Luna Light, right? Like Dominus Impulse, Imperm, those are so good against Luna. Minus today. Oh, okay. So the are the NA ones still happening? Cyber's Wicked is insane in this matchup. Yeah, but only they won't leave it on the board if they don't know it's this matchup, right? Like, unless they like played next to each other or something and they know for some reason what the deck is, they won't end on Cyber's Wicked on turn 1. Yeah, that is a Perulia in the main deck. I mean, that's the thing also, like, Perulia is kind of good against Malice now. But against this line, so far, they're only giving 1 draw. They could maybe get away with giving no more draws, but I don't know if they reach the full board then. I hope that you're right about Vidralis Harmonia. I just can't justify that much money on 1 card. I mean, I want to be clear here. Just because I don't think the card is going to be $100, I think it's going to be expensive no matter what. Like, what we're talking about here is like a range of maybe it's 60, maybe it's 80, but it's never going to be cheap, unfortunately, is the bad news. Like, I don't see a world. Personally, I don't think it's going to be $100, but I also don't really see it being less than like 50. And that might already be a little low for what it's going to be, unfortunately. My guess is like maybe 65. But once again, I've been wrong on this plenty of times in the past. Remember when I told you that 8 euros for a Magnamoot was too much? Good times. All right, looks like Perulia actually forces them to end on a smaller board here, which is nice. They only gave one draw. They drew 2 cards with Chessy Cat, so they are expected to have some pretty good non-engine, especially if they're confident just passing on Cryptor. But they basically pass on the ability to go for any backup at Ignister plays. All right, Fractal for Silverhound, revealing that it's Lunalight. Silverhound effect going to activate. Since they have, I think they have a Gold Leo in hand, so I would assume the summon here is Kaleido Chick. It is a good hand for Luna, yeah. It does look like a good hand. Oh no, we summoned Gold Leo right away. Oh, and no Imperm. No Imperm is massive here for Lunalight. We've already gone through Silverhound, so it could just be add Yellow Marten, discard Yellow Marten. But we do have... We add Black Sheep, discard Black Sheep, add it back with Gold Leo. Activate Luna Light Fusion. That's already tough. So we impulse that. Okay. We did have impulse. I don't think we have Ash Blossom though. I think Silverhound is a pretty straightforward Ash Blossom. If you have it. So might not have a lot. I mean, we definitely have Cryptor to banish, and I think we have March here for White Rabbit, which means we can also go for MTP07. We might already have MTP07 actually. I'm not sure what the set is if we've seen it. Activate Masquerade. Don't use the effect to send yet. Ollie resolve. Dude, they're letting everything resolve so quickly. I'm confused. Now this is... I feel like this is already out of hand. Cryptor banish itself there is better. Impulse for something else. Here's the thing. If you... Yes, you can Cryptor banish itself to stop the Lunalight Fusion from using a material from deck or extra deck. But at the end of the day, it still is a polymerization. Like, it still is pretty good if it resolves and summons the Perfume Dancer. So I get wanting to impulse it. Honestly, I think you impulse the Silverhound in Graveyard if you don't have Imperm for Gold Leo. I think it's crazy that we were allowed to even get this far. Malice might have Nib since they said Impulse. Not a bad shout. Maybe that's why they're letting them cook a little bit, because they got Nibiru ready to go at some point. It's not unlikely. Nibiru is not that good against Lunalight, that's correct. But it can still hurt if it's used in the right spot. And Impulse Hound, no cards. The Impulse was set. Bro is toggled off. Yeah, really, right? It feels everything's moving so fast. I think bro is toggled off IRL. So this is going to negate Cryptor, but Cryptor can basically unnegate itself. I think this is very unintuitive, but if as soon as there's a monster that Cryptor points to, it's going to be fine to use its effect again. I didn't know it works like that. It's because that phrase on Cryptor, I believe, is a condition, and conditions are not negated or cannot be negated. It's like the ability of cool tunes to synchro summon from hand, which is also not negated if they get hit by imperm. And basically Cryptor's thing says like this effect cannot be negated while it points to a monster. That's a condition. So as soon as it points to a monster, it'll essentially, for the lack of a better word, it will unnegate itself. Which is the scientific term, by the way, if anyone ever asks you. That is how you say that. Just trust me on that. Cross sheep. Ollie again. Oh, toggled on. Toggled on. So we have the ability to banish from grave here, but we don't have a Leo dancer in the graveyard. I can't quite see how many cards Lunalight has left in hand, but I feel like this feels like with how much they were allowed to do this game, it really feels like they should have been winning, but I don't really see how they win from here. But it feels like they should have. Wasn't the XYZ of Tiger illegal because the Gold Leo was summoned with Silverhound? They may have bounced it with the Perfume Dancer. I thought the same thing for a moment, but maybe they returned it to hand and resummoned it with the Perfume, which you can do to get rid of that lock sometimes. The Leo was sent with Polly. Yeah, I think the Tiger was... I remember thinking about it for a second, but I think the Tiger King was legal. Well. Just got back. Did Malice toggle on? Yeah, they toggled on and now they won. It's crazy. They were toggled off for like half the turn and then they toggled on and was still good enough. The Malice interactions are so good against Lunalight. It does feel like they know this matchup pretty well. It does feel like they knew exactly what to do with the Malice interruptions. So what was the thing that was weird to me was that the Silverhound summoned Gold Leo when we already had Gold Leo in hand. That was weird to me. I think you can do one of two things. Either you summon Kaleido Chick with the Silverhound, so you can get a Martin or a Leo Dancer in grave immediately, or you just start normal summon Gold Leo and hold the Fractal as an extender. I don't really like just going for a Gold Leo when you already have a Gold Leo in hand. That felt like it just made that card redundant in your hand. Because if you summon Kaleido, right? If you summon Kaleido, it forces something immediately. Because if they allow you to activate Kaleido, you can just send an extra deck monster for cost, and that makes Silverhound live instantly. Right? And it also gets you Kaleido Chicken rotation, which is important to have. So I don't know. Yeah. What do you think about Bestials in this meta? I think they're really good. I think Bestials are very well positioned right now. All right, game 2. Lunalight going first, probably. That's plenty of starters. Yeah, they're definitely playing. They got like Fractal, Tenki, Black Sheep. Yeah, they can play. And no shifter either. Are Bestials good in Cool Tune meta? Not really. Not really. How good is Vanquisol K9 in TCG? Isn't it like the best Cool Tune counter? It's fine next format. I think I think Vanquisol K9 is completely fine next format, yeah. Okay, normal summon Kaleido chick. Wouldn't Pure Mitsu and Sky Striker be the best anti-Cool Tune meta decks? I think Sky Striker is very strong against Cool Tune, but the problem is that in the TCG, they have not banned Rose Whip yet, so I don't know how I feel about it. And Pure Mitsu, I think, also struggles with Rose Whip because you simply can't, like, I don't know, activate Ritual, Spell Chain, Droplet. Ooh, another Imperm. We didn't send a fusion monster with Kaleido Chick, so we can't negate that with Silverhound. Is Rose Whip banned in OCG? Of course not. What format do you think you're talking about? No, it's banned in Master Duel. Added back Martin to play around Bestials, maybe? Yeah, I mean, it's Malice, so you expect some Bestials, I suppose. Makes sense. I guess the annoying thing is because the Perfume Dancer got impermed. It's a little bit harder now to get to the Wolf. Do we play Nyarla? Because that could be big here. We kind of need to detach the Martin to search for... No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, Nyarla would have been nice because we could have added Masquerade with the Martin. What does Nyarla do here? Nyarla detaches for effect, which is the purpose of it in this deck, because Martin has to be sent to grave by card effect. Draw Wolf easy, I guess. Did he pass? Oh, nah, man. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, my. Okay, we negate. Two allures negated by Ash and Silverhound. Don't normal summon Dormouse right now. I can't take it. Oh, my God. There's no way, man. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry I said that, bro. That's my bad. That's my bad. Oh. I should not have said that. I should not have said that. My bad. Bro, he's got a Malice in hand as well for Jesse Cat. You have got to be kidding me, man. What is it? White Rabbit? Don't be White Rabbit, man. It's March here. That's not much better. Oh my God. In all fairness, I don't think the Lunalight player can just blame the opponent's hand here, because that should definitely have ended on Liger Dancers. I don't even know. Maybe I don't even, probably 2 still, honestly. There's no way that should have passed 2 imperms. That hand had like 4 or 5 engine. Well, 4 engine. Actually, no. I think it was 5 engine opening hand, and then they drew Ash with Dugaris. Like, there's no way that should not have ended on Liger. Literally no way. So, as funny as it is to get 2 allures negated and then normal summon Dormouse, still can't really complain about this when you fumble the Lunalight combo a little bit. But yeah, this is gonna be a 2-0 win for Luna. The for Malice. The Lunalight player has no non-engine left in hand. So you're just gonna get cooked here. Oh man. What do you think of Book of Eclipse and Striker? Haven't tried it yet. Doesn't sound bad. Is Australia a real place? Yes, but this is Austria, which, believe it or not, is also a real place. All right. And Malice wins. What a great way to end day 1, huh? Could not have asked for a better ending. I mean, they played well that game, or those games, to be fair. They played well. I think the Lunalight player had some better lines in both games, so at the end of the day, that is fine. All right. Well, dude, early ending. I mean, I say early ending. We've been live for almost 8 hours, but it was shorter than I expected for today. I was ready to stream for longer than this, but I hope you enjoyed the watch along for the Austrian Nationals day 1. This was just day 1. Tomorrow we have another day. We had 8 rounds of Swiss today. We have 4 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow and the top 8 cut. So if you enjoyed today,
Make sure to follow the channel because I'm going to be live again tomorrow so we can watch the second day together as well. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you all so much for watching today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you all so much for all the support, all the follows, all the subs, and all that good stuff. Appreciate you all for being here. And I will see you all tomorrow for the second day of the Nationals. Bye-bye, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday. Peace.